Well, they've been waiting for the notification to pop up, I think.
I was going to say, where you been? Where you people been? Come on. Been sitting here ages waiting for you lot to turn up. Not really.
Oh.
Yeah, let's see if I can find this. Greetings and good morning and good evening, good night. That was a short show. Yeah, so anyway, where were you? What were you talking about?
Drugs.
Oh, yeah. Well, I haven't got any more, so...
Prescription.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, of course, yeah. We're broadcasting now, you have to use the cover words.
Yeah.
We
Safe
have to
word. Safe word.
Use our safety words, yeah.
Banana.
Yeah. Oh, man, alive. Yeah, so I've done my shoulder. You did your shoulder. What you done,
Back,
Sass?
yeah.
What you broken?
Few hearts, apart from that.
I see. It's like that, isn't it?
Well, I've just booked my hotel for Synthfest. That's all sorted now, so I'm going to worry about that.
Do you know what? When I was a tiny little kid, I used to remember on my knees, rocking backwards and forwards with my Lady Penelope car.
Not
Black
just
and
with
white.
Lady Penelope.
Yeah. With black and white TV in the corner. And I used to watch Thunderbirds. Used to love it, right?
Yeah.
Couldn't get enough of it. Saturday mornings and stuff like that. And then this new series started, which was Captain Scarlet. I used to watch that a lot.
Yeah.
But what I never ever realised, that I would eventually become old and look like Captain White.
Or Joe 90 aged.
Yeah. Yeah. So Destiny
mum's-
Angel.
I used to, when I had my first national health glasses, I used to look like Joe 90. So
Yeah.
I was told, yeah. My mum
Yeah,
used
but
to
Joe
keep-
Knight, he was cute
Yeah, so was I.
in his own. He was just had the personality of somebody you wouldn't just slap, but he was cute to look at. He was a cutie little fella.
And those UFO as well.
God,
Oh,
she was a UFO.
UFO. Oh, yeah, I know. I'm not quite sure why the uniform required all the Moonbase Alpha women to have purple hair, though. Ah, mate.
Evening.
Evening, Matt.
All
Evening,
good?
guys. Yeah.
Good man, good man, good man.
Yes. That's one little hurdle out the way.
Excelente.
Yes. Robbie's going.
I was really pleased to hear that, honestly.
Yeah, my missus would be looked at for a follow-up
Gotcha.
brain scan.
Gotcha.
And we got the all clear yesterday, I
Good
think.
stuff.
So
That's
thank
good.
fuck for that. Yeah.
Yeah,
So,
and it was like, and the doctors are going, how long can we drag out the suspense?
Oh, mate, like you wouldn't believe. Like you
Yeah.
wouldn't believe. But yes. Yes, how's everyone all right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So far, so good.
Good. Good.
Still breathing.
Lovely picture of that wedding, mate.
Yeah. Yeah, it was a good old.
Oh, I haven't seen them yet.
I'll put a few up.
We put a few up. It was nice.
Yeah,
Might have
very,
have
very
had
long
something
and
to do
very
with me
elaborate.
not looking at Facebook. Might have something to do with that, actually thinking about it. Twat
would
I
help.
am. Yeah, it would help, wouldn't it?
Oh dear me! Yeah, I think I'm still recovering from it. Actually, my sister, the one who got married, sent me a message yesterday saying, "Oh, we've got COVID."
No.
I'm not.
Oh, no.
I'm not at all surprised the amount of people that were sort of like all huddled around and all the kissing of the cheeks and everything. But and my brother got it as well, and his missus. But we all seem to be fine, which is good.
Well, that's the main thing, right? Well, it's
So-
not, but
Well, we're going out. I'm going out for lunch. It's my mum's birthday, Saturday. Yeah, so we're going out for lunch on Saturday. Of course, she's what 70 something, and my stepdad is 80 something, and he's got cancer, but they caught it quite early on, so he's not really massively at risk. But she's absolutely paranoid about getting it, mainly because she doesn't want to have to look after him if he gets it. She's a lovely woman like that. So yeah, thankfully I bought pack of tests from Boots. Just after they stopped giving them to you for free, and I've hardly used them, so at least I've got some knocking around that I can do just before we go, or the day before, or whatever, and hopefully we'll all come back negative.
Robbie, you're not representing, mate.
No. I just don't want to get it dirty and smelly before tomorrow. You see.
Oh, I'll take it off after the show and just air it in the
Oh,
garden.
you did wear it on the ARP,
I did.
Dina's ARP show.
Of course, yes. Well,
Good move.
mainly because they don't have an ARP T-shirt. The only I've got, like, all of these, Yamahas and Emus and Fairlights and stuff, and I've got that one with a cat and a synthesizer, but it's a Moog, and I thought, no.
No.
And I thought, well, I might as well rep. So the old PSN shirt came on.
Those videos were fantastic.
They're great, aren't they?
That bow tie. Man,
Brilliant.
like a multicoloured bat had landed on him, wasn't it?
Yeah. That's funny because Dina sent me those videos the day before, and she said, "Here you go, have a look, and then you can sort of like formulate some questions and stuff." And I had a look through most of them, and she then added one, which was the second video I think that she showed, the one with Phil Dodds doing the diddly, and I sort of flicked through it because it was like she sent it through late, and I was flicking through. And then we did the show, and she said, right, look, let's do the second one. So she plays it, and I'm sat here thinking, has she started it? 'Cause I can't hear anything. So I switched to the YouTube page, and the video's going, and all I can hear is sort of like Dina rustling in the background. And I was like, I can't bloody hear it. So I'm frantically sending a message, not thinking, just turn the video up on YouTube, and I'll be able to hear it. I got about halfway through before I realised, that's what I should do. So I missed kind of the first half of the audio of that one. So I said, Dina, I couldn't hear the first half. What shall I ask you about? She said, ask me about this, ask me about that. I said, okay, fair enough. We got there in the end. But there's quite a bit more that she's found, and she's going to pace it out. So yeah, it's well, I mean, you go through your parents' old belongings, and there you find these videotapes, not just VHS. These are U-matics, so they're top quality, broadcast quality stuff. And luckily, she was looking for somewhere to transfer them, and there wasn't anywhere else on the east coast of the United States except this one little company, like 3 blocks down from where the old ARP factory used to be. It was just, he couldn't make it up. She lives in New York, couldn't find anything there. But yeah, there it was, 3 blocks down from where the old ARP factory was, and
well, it's a consideration that we have to give to how do we preserve digital artifacts now. I mean, I don't know whether you guys have had any problems with any of your old CDs, but some of mine definitely suffered from CD rot.
I've never had one. The only CD. Well, I say that. I mean, most of the CDs don't come out of the things like, because I've ripped them all. But I had a Crowded House. It was a single. It was a CD single, like a 2 CD single. And I opened it up one day, and the playing side had not. It looked like it had shattered like glass.
Delaminated.
And it was just like all
Yeah,
over.
that's CD rot.
That is rot, is it?
Yeah.
Because I thought rot was when it turned sort of like bronzy and started going all. That, yeah, I just thought, what the hell's happened there? It's almost like somebody had poured like thinner on it or something, and it had all gone.
Yeah. I mean, I've had it, but it was only this pack, 100 CDs for £1 kind of types. They were shattering in the drive and stuff like that, so I stopped using them anyway. But
Wow.
they're the only ones I've ever had where the literally the foil has tried to come away from the inside of the plastic.
Yeah, I had some cheap ones, like these cheap compilations that are, official compilations, but they're put out on the Spectrum label or something, whatever. And they'd started to go brown around the edges. And I thought, oh, that's what it is. That's what happens. But so I ripped everything before it all got, put away. So maybe some others have gone as well. I don't know.
Yeah.
But I ripped everything, and what I haven't ripped, I've managed to buy elsewhere. So.
Well, I managed to find a theme for Ty.
Oh right.
Remember all this thing about the baboon and the badger?
Yeah.
And we all know that the baboon wins.
Yeah. So what I needed was a track that reflected, because he was talking about
Funky
even
Gibbon?
even if it was a honey badger.
Yeah.
Even if it was a honey badger and everything like that. So, and I come across this piece of music, and I went, as soon as I heard it, I went, this is ideal for Ty to be his theme. Got to get this. So actually, see if this comes through. Let me know if it comes through or not. Where is it? Hang on. It's all got fucked up. As per. You go to click on these things and they die on you.
Fuck you, honey badger.
There you go. There you go.
Fuck you, honey badger. Fuck you, honey badger.
Where on earth do you find this stuff?
Is that Love, Death, and Robots?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was good.
Stupid fucking honey badger.
You watch, he's going to appear in a minute and go, "No, fuck you."
Stupid fucking honey badger. Fuck you, honey badger. Fuck you, honey badger. Right in the dick.
Yeah, that's a great show. That
Yeah.
that one episode with the lady that comes out of the water and attacks.
Yeah,
her,
that is
was
just
insane.
like, what? That is so
That's one of the craziest ones I've ever
freaky.
seen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I like the three robots at the beginning.
Yeah.
The one always has a cat in it. Yeah, if you haven't seen Love, Death and Robots, watch them.
good.
What the fuck are you doing, guys?
Just the animation alone is groundbreaking.
Yeah.
So.
Well, there was, I think it was the last one of the second series where they find the giant man on the beach. And for the first 10 minutes I'm watching it and going, no, this is live action. Why is this one live action? Oh no, it's CG. It took me all that time to realise it was that good.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, that's a 3 a.m. job.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. Yeah. Most of them, it's like, there's one about a hive as well. It's like, oh god. But if you don't watch this if you're not into sexual imagery, detailed violence, swearing.
Basically all the good stuff, right?
Yeah, dystopian unsettledness.
Kind of like the rules for being on here, isn't it?
Yeah, anything goes on here, boy. So, actually, I had a very interesting development. Well, it happened 2 weeks ago, but it's developed a little bit since then. Quite interesting. I can't say too much about it, but what I can say is this. Ooh. A person has offered me a considerable, I'd call considerable amount of money to do something about the anaglyph.
Okay.
And so I sat down and had a really, really, really hard think about this. And what came out of it was the original design of the anaglyph is fucking mental. It's nuts. It's for a different era. So what I thought was, okay, what I'm going to do is I'm going to do it in a format that's not too big. Something between how big a Moog module is and how big a Eurorack module is. Sort of in between. So it's not too small, not too big.
5-inch rather than 7-inch.
Yeah, you call it the 500 series, you know, that kind of thing. But also, because because I looked at it, can it be done modularly? Yes, it can, really easily. So it will be a modular, except you can buy it as a complete polyp on it, stick it up your ass, fucking hell kind of synth, right?
Volca.
Yeah, kind of thing, with the curved edges.
Slightly bigger.
Yeah. But also, it's going to be really, really simple to make these modules in Eurorack as well. So other people can have the anaglyph.
A bit of an anaglyph.
Yeah. There might be quite a long, because there's quite a few things in each module, but do you know what I mean? And do them in Euro as well.
Certainly cheaper in terms of manufacturing. You don't have to then look at getting large aluminium panels drilled and such like.
Yeah, because I mean, under the original idea, Muggins here was going to have to hand build all of them. I say all of them, the two that I would probably end up selling eventually. To the the Prince of fucking Afghanistan and Thai.
And stand.
I thought they were one and the same.
Yeah, they could be the same person. This needs further investigation. So I thought, no, make it a bit
size. And such like.
Yeah, but also do them as Euros as well.
Yes.
Because I mean, just because I find Euros too small, I really don't get on with them. Doesn't mean other people wouldn't.
Yeah.
So.
Well, the modular format does seem to be very popular.
I think it's probably the leading product selling item.
Also, if you do the Euro size, you can do what Suit and Tie Guy does, where he uses the Moog empty boats, as they call them, that come with the subharmonicon and stuff, and you can populate that as a small portable system as well with small modules.
Yeah, I mean, I'd probably have to do. There'll be a few alterations that have to be done where it goes from the ±15 to the ±12.
Ben Breslin, Epsom rack modules.
Yeah. Radioactive modules.
Glow in the dark.
Yeah, glow in the dark modules. Yeah, that'd be the first thing. But as for doing these super duper, oh my god, and one of the things that struck me was when you were talking, Robbie, about that Canadian keyboard.
Oh, the Maclavia.
The Maclavia, right? There it sits in a museum. Mm-hmm. Not many people. I'd never heard of it. I didn't know about it. I've been in the business fucking I don't know how long. I didn't know about it.
Yeah,
do you know what I mean?
Nobody's got one to bring to you to repair.
Right. And you go, well, what is the point of that? And that's pretty much what that, a full-blown anaglyph would have been. There's some sort of, the picture in a, on Google somewhere. You go, cool, what the fuck was that? So, look, no, okay, let's do it that way.
I think it sounds eminently sensible. Yeah. And
which isn't like me.
But it makes it more affordable as well if you can buy it in bits.
Yeah. Well, it also helps with the manufacturing side of it as well. It's going to be interesting because ideally it needs, the parts need to come from here. Within most of them. I mean, the metalwork and stuff ideally needs to come from here, and that's going to be slightly more expensive than doing it on probably any other country in the world. But then you don't have the import on it, so.
Yeah. But also, if you standardise things like the position of the jack sockets and the position of any controls, then I mean, yes, it would alter the look slightly, but having that uniformity again reduces the costs. And at the end of the day, in this market, cost is quite a key driver.
Well, yeah. Admittedly, some of the the circuit designs that I've done are so fucking out there. You know, if you want
They
something
make
that
Don
sounds like
Boot-
this, you got to buy
They make
this.
Don
you know.
Buchler look embarrassed. Yes.
Yes, God, I didn't think of that. You know, that kind of thing. But it still has that, you know, that polyphonic route if you want to buy the anaglyph.
Yeah.
But by going the SMT route and not having to have, you know, 2-inch walnut and, you know what I mean, all that sort of cobblers.
Well, just using pick and place alone, and
Yeah.
oven soldering.
Yeah, so we could take it down from the initial 85 grand that it was going to cost to something a little bit more sensible.
What,
I say
83?
a little bit. Yeah, 82 maybe. If you push it. If you don't get a plug with it. Yeah, no manual. You can have it for 80.
You were looking at, you know, etched glass panels, and so it's like,
Oh yeah, to do the whole sort of like holy fucking shit. But then what is the point?
But you know what you need to showcase the first set, don't you? You need Ross Lamont to come out of retirement for one job, for the case.
Yeah, thing is, I'm pretty fucking hot with carpentry already, so I could be the new Rossi. But
Does Ross
it would be
retire?
nice if he did it, I must admit.
He jacked it in ages ago, didn't
Yeah.
Did he?
Yeah.
I never knew that.
And I can't seem to get hold of CUDA for love nor money anymore. So all the custom panels and stuff like that seem to...
I'm sure I saw Ross at Synthfest in 2019.
We're still interested, he's just not doing the cases.
he? Yeah,
I
'cause
thought I saw him
had all,
stood next
he had
to
all
him.
the ag with his workshop, didn't he? It was just, it wasn't working for him, was it?
Didn't know that.
and don't.
It was
take
the same
this-
with old Jeff as well.
Yeah, well, that was health, wasn't it? That was health for Jeff.
Oh,
He's-
Jeff, yes, yeah.
Jeff Toman.
Yeah.
Speaking of which, I've retired my Profit 5 shirt because you can't get those anymore.
No, well,
And
this is Jeff.
yeah, and I don't
Yeah.
want to kill it.
Yeah.
He pulled it
Yeah.
out of the drawer yesterday. He was like, "No, not wearing that. That's going on the wall." But
So
yeah,
you see,
no,
my address book now has gone like, no, I can't use him. Oh, I can't use him. So I'm looking, mind you, because it's a different discipline, it's going to be different people anyway, so it doesn't matter too much.
But
But,
for metal panels,
Mm.
have a look at companies in the northeast and the northwest. Because
Oh, yeah.
you'll find them considerably more competitive than someone down in.
Oh Christ, no, nothing would be done down here.
Yeah.
Nothing would be done down here. It'd be madness, absolute madness.
You want to speak to Dan at Rhodes? Because
Mm.
he sourced pretty much everything locally. I think the
yeah,
only thing
20
that
mile
doesn't...
radius or something, wasn't it?
Yeah, the only thing that isn't made somewhere near Leeds are the actual keys, which
Keys.
are made by Steinway, or the people that make Steinway's keys or something.
Yeah.
It's funny. I just pinged him a message. I'll ask him. Ken wants some help now.
Forget
Yeah.
Sheffield. Forget Sheffield Steel. Hebden Bridge Steel.
Oh,
Yeah, because I know there's a lot of there's always going to be this sort of northwest divide in terms of pricing. I mean, the stuff down here, getting stuff down here is just absolutely fucking ridiculous. When I was going to get the Chrysler wrapped, it would be cheaper for me to drive it to Leicester. Or sorry, to get Fiona to drive it to Leicester with the handbrake on.
Oh,
And get it wrapped, right, and get it wrapped up there, than to drive it 2 miles into Epsom and have it done there.
How much was that to get, or how much would it have been to get that wrapped?
Here it was they wanted 3,900
Jesus.
to wrap her, and there was a place using the same wrap that I wanted, and they would do it for 2,450.
Okay.
And there didn't seem to be any difference, in terms of outcome, or skill levels and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And that's simply because southern, You live down south, you must have money in your pocket.
Exactly.
Yeah, yeah. You'd be surprised, mate. Come down there and have a look around.
I've often thought about having my car, because the one thing I've never, well, I've only ever bought a car brand new once, and I won't do it again unless I've got money to throw away.
Yeah.
And so you never get to really, you're the one, you never get to choose the. Oh, shut up! Sorry.
Because it's they're
Alexa,
not
stop. What the fuck?
they're not promoted anymore as being like wrapping a car like in customization, because you can have iridescence and all this sort of fucking bullshit.
I just want the colour change. That's it.
They now sell them as well as paint protectors,
Yes.
and
That
which
too.
is what they do. So, and they go, oh yeah, well you can get your car covered, and you're not going to get all that, marking where you washed it and all that sort of thing. It keeps the paint like really, really, really nice.
They call that clear coat for years, right? It's the upgrade.
Yeah, yeah.
Well, yeah, there's that. But when I bought this one, they said, "Oh, do you want this? Whatever it was on it, it was like
Ceramic
500 quid."
coating, yes.
Yeah, no, you're all right.
Yeah. So it's not the cheapest thing you can do, but it depends on how much you want to keep the value of the car. But then again, you're talking about over a long period of time, because if a car's got it's sort of like lackluster paint after 5 years, it's not really going to affect the price. But if the paint is gorgeous, but the car is 15, 20 years old, then it's like ooh.
Yeah.
Well, it's the problem that water-based paints brought in. In the old days where they use a 2-pack paint, it would last considerably longer.
Yeah.
I was watching this
Soft
video the
water-based.
other day actually of I was on one of those YouTube things. You watch one video, then you get suggested another one that's slightly off topic, and then you keep going. And I ended up watching this company down in Norwich do a paint job on, I forget what it was, a Japanese car, and the guy wanted it. I forget the exact name. It was a Mazda red, and it's a 4-part or a 4 sort of stage process, and it cost quite a lot of money. But I mean, it just glowed. It was just stunning, really was. But he said there's only like a handful of places in the country that are qualified to do that particular paint color, because you have to get everything, all the amounts and everything right to get the right shade, and then to apply it in the right way so it doesn't mess up. But I just wanted to change the color of my car. If I could, that would be quite a thing, nice thing to do. Because VW do this color. It's kind of like a metallic mustard. It sounds awful, but it looks amazing. But they're not very common, and so I wouldn't mind doing mine in that color, just purely to have it in that color, not for any other reason.
But think OBX8.
Yeah, for the price of one, or the price of a third wave, I could have my car wrapped. No, I don't know.
Hello,
Good
dearest.
evening, Ty.
Very tight.
Good evening, all.
All right, fucker.
Fuck you, honey badger.
Ty's like, what?
Okay.
Go on, Ken, you got to play it for him now, haven't you?
We were playing your theme.
Oh, is this the one you said you were going to send me?
Yeah, I couldn't send it to you because it's
He
because
hasn't
it
ripped
wouldn't
off
work.
Netflix yet.
Yeah, it wouldn't fucking work.
Go on then.
Right, for you then. Let's have a look. Hopefully this will work.
Fuck you, honey badger! Fuck you, honey badger! Fuck you! Stupid fucking honey badger! Die, Oh, for fuck's sake.
I was shocked because he was working on a similar tune.
Fuck you, honey badger! Fuck you, honey badger! Right in the dick.
That's the money shot, isn't it? Right there.
I mean, I'm tired, and
Old.
the first thing that comes to mind is questions like why, how, which, when.
Well, it's very
But most importantly,
anti-baboon. Well, it's pro-baboon, isn't it? Really?
What the hell is that from? Or how on earth did you find it, you fucking idiot?
It's on Netflix.
Love, Death and Robots.
Yeah, Love, Death and Robots.
Wow.
Yeah.
I'm obviously living in a bubble of which.
Well, we know that. But...
Okay. Wow, that's great.
In other news, how did you get on with your Synchron?
Oh, don't even fucking mention
No.
fucking VSL Synchron.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. No. So. Yeah,
VST2
Kent
didn't
knows
work
this.
either.
No.
Oh,
So I've been trying to. So I'm really up against it with this fucking never-ending project that I just moan about constantly, and I'm really up against it. And I lost I don't know how many hours this morning trying to load on tracks from previous episodes that just wouldn't open, and it just kept crashing Nuendo. And it was obviously going to be one of the plugins, and I eventually, after I don't know how long, managed to track it down to it's a Synchron player. VSL Synchron Player VST3. So normally you just go to the VSL site and you download Synchron Player, the latest version. You reinstall Synchron Player. Obviously there's something gone wrong with the file. What was your uncle? No Synchron Player files on VSL. Synchron Player's just disappeared off their choice of downloads. But it's all to do with they're switching over to iLok from eLicenser. But this is where it gets really, really, really interesting. So basically, to do it, you have to transfer each individual license over to iLok from eLicenser, and I have got everything the VSL have ever made, which means that it's more than a day's work to transfer all the licenses over to iLok. But this is where it gets shitty. The moment you transfer one library, you then can't use eLicenser. So the moment you use one iLok library, that's it. eLicenser just stops working altogether. So you have to do all of them at the same time. So I don't have time to do that. So I can't get Synchron Player, a latest version Synchron Player. I can't put everything over to iLok. So I've been having to. So I eventually got Synchron Player VST. This is so fucking boring. You know, honestly, I want to stick my head in the oven just listening to myself.
Have you raised a support ticket to point
I don't
out
have
how
time.
stupid they are?
I don't have time. This is the problem. Honestly, I'm so up against it. As I said to Ken, I would rather just scrap Synchron Player. So I've deleted all the Synchron Player VST plugins. So nothing now, when I load the track in, there's no Synchron Player, or there's no VSL. And I'd rather do that and then go in and replace whatever I think might have been there with VSL. I'd rather do that than... I don't have time to fuck around waiting for, hands to get back to me in 3 days' time going, yes, you must... Fuck you. I need to work. So, the one track, there was a track from episode 2 that I was going to reuse in episode 4. It took me so long to get into it. I literally just went, fuck this. I started with a blank canvas and started again and just wrote a new piece for it because it's just... Honestly, it's been a shit day generally. It's been an absolute bollocks of a shitting fucking cunting day. And...
well, shortly after I spoke to you on the phone,
yeah,
I went onto Google and typed in VSL Synchron Player, iLok, right?
Yeah.
Hit return, and it comes back with just people going, "Fuck you fucking fuck you!" I went, it's not looking good then.
No, the thing is, it's been it's been around. It's been around now for ages, and it's I'm not being funny. The people that tend to use the high-end VSL libraries, they tend to be doing it as a job. It's not they're not the kind of libraries you just buy into to fuck around with. Plus the fact that they're working composers, so you don't have time to fuck around with this kind of shit, and it's such a fucking ball ache.
Yeah,
it's just horrendous. But the thing that got me is that bit that the moment that you use one transfer, one Twylock, you have to do the whole lot, and I have everything they've ever done. So that'll
teach you for buying it all. Sorry, I haven't said anything for 5 minutes. So I thought I'd just do that.
That's one approach to the problem.
Yeah,
it does make you wonder about a company, especially if it's selling to the professional market as opposed to, the rest of us.
Wankers.
That they're prepared to do something so blatantly stupid.
It's fucking ridiculous.
But they're encouraging.
The
They're actually.
Stuff.
Well, I mean, they're physically encouraging Juarez, aren't they?
Encouraging what?
Juarez.
Pirates.
Crack.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Okay.
They're literally encouraging people to crack the fucking thing now.
It's just, honestly, it's been one of those days, and I'm like so up against it and so in the shit, and it's just like, one of those. It's when you sit there and you're there going, okay, if everything goes to plan today, I might just get slightly less in the shit. I might just get to the stage where I'm just starting to struggle and get and then you have a day like today, and it's just like, I'm fucked. I am royally fucked. So, yeah.
So, in lieu of all this computer nonsense, is not a modern keyboard or workstation that has decent orchestral stuff in it?
No, nothing anywhere even vaguely close. Nothing.
Wow. That's a shame.
No, not to VSL.
Nothing even touching the sides.
Yeah.
The nearest one will be something like Prophet X,
yeah.
and even that, honestly, all of this stuff shits all over Prophet X. It's a Prophet X, and that's one of the best ones. You only need one or two of these libraries, and the Prophet X would be an embarrassment. It's that kind of level. You can't. Yeah, I mean, I wish there was. I absolutely wish that there was a hardware version of all this shit.
Well, there is. It's called a computer.
Well, no, but I mean.
Well, Kurzweil was good a long time ago for that kind of stuff, but obviously.
Honestly, but you look at this, even on the 2700, you look at the size of them, and they're singing and dancing about how big the libraries are. Don't get me wrong, they're so much bigger and better than they back in the day.
Yeah,
but you're talking,
a terabyte of.
But that's the
samples.
thing, one string library. Some of these one string library will be like, 200, 300 gig.
Yeah.
For one string library.
You just got to listen to Orchestrated to know that.
Yeah, so it's all, and so you can't, So when Kurzweil are bragging that they've just filled their whatever with, they filled their string sample will now be, I don't know, 64 meg for one string. It's anyway.
It sounds good for a synth.
It's great. No,
sample.
Absolutely. I'm not dissing it because honestly,
nothing can compare to an actual sampled library.
I've said all along. If you look back in the day, the way some of the sizes, some of the libraries and things like Trinities and kind of some of the EMU stuff, the sounds they were getting from Proteus and all this kind of thing, and you look at the size of the library they had to play with, they amazing, absolutely unbelievable. But the reality is now, the moment that Giga Sampler and then Giga Studio came along, and you could basically do streaming, and it just meant that you were kind of limitless in terms of how big your libraries were. I used to play them side by side. Yeah, completely. It is a different level. And, but yeah. But, I've had VSL since day one. The moment that VSL very first came out, where they had the box back in whenever it was, when it ran on Giga Studio or Giga Sampler, whichever one it was.
Giga Sampler.
No, but I don't think VSL came along to Giga Studio. I don't think. But anyway, whatever it was, I've had it since then, and VSL has served me well. But right at this moment, honestly, fucking hell. I mean, what when a company just makes one of those things that they just think, oh, this is a good idea.
Yeah.
All just to fucking switch from e-licenser to iLock. I mean, you're causing so much fucking grief. Anyway, so I'm in an angry, ranty mood. I'm not going to stay because obviously I've got fucking shit to catch up on. But I just wanted to see your happy faces and cheer you all up with my tales of woe. And when I have a coffee break later, if you sad fuckers are still on, then
Which we will be.
I may well stick my head in
Yeah, the
again.
clue's in the name.
Hopefully, what was that? What is the name?
Well, you
What?
said as sad fuckers. I said the clue's in the name of whether we'd still be here.
Yeah, okay. Go enough.
You are tired, aren't you?
I am very fucking
Come on, boy.
I am so tired. It's
Yeah.
scary.
By the way, I wasn't kidding. I
You
do have a.
that-
I have a multi-pack. Yeah.
Oh my god. Okay. Okay.
I was
thought
going
you
to try
meant
some
about-
country and western music. You see, so
I thought you meant about the white bit 99, but
oh, the white bit 99. Oh. Well, it's still out there.
get it in for fuck's sake.
I tell you what, I'll send you a photograph of what the garage actually looks like from the door,
Okay.
and it will be accompanied with "You fucking get it."
Okay. Well, I remember the last time. Do you remember when I came down that once?
Oh, that was nothing.
No, but to remember, can I tell you what kind of sad fucker I am? I'll tell you what kind of sad fucker I am. I was down in town and Kent wanted to clear the garage. And I said, well, look, I'm in town. I'm staying over. I'll come and I'll help clear the garage. But then realised that I had on a nice pair of jeans and a decent T-shirt and hoodie. So on the way to Kent's, I went shopping just to buy a pair of jeans and a T-shirt just to clear the garage with. And when I was buying them, the woman was turning around getting all fussy, and I turned around and went, oh, no, don't worry about it. I'm only buying them to clear a garage.
Yeah, but the thing was, right?
Like,
I
do
was
you know
clearing,
what?
I was
I
clearing
point
that
out-
garage because I needed space, right?
You
And I
cheeky
spent
shrew.
the entire day with him going, "Oh, you can't throw that out. Oh no, you've got to keep that. No, don't throw that away."
The only bit I remember is the fact that I have such little dignity. I was stood outside, if you remember, getting
Yeah.
changed into my jeans and T-shirt, down to my boxer shorts. I did not give a flying fuck.
Oh look, you can tell the truth. He didn't have any boxer shorts.
Okay.
Dirty little
There was no
tart.
boxer shorts.
Dirty
in the
little
breeze.
tart.
Yeah, sorry. I feel bad.
Yeah, but it was the running around and skipping thing that really. Sort of,
Right opposite of
And what-
school as well.
Yeah,
What was it said?
frolicking.
Well, you
Frolicking
just
is
said
the word.
the air is good for it. Yeah.
Exactly.
You should set up a sprinkler for him to run through in the backyard.
Yeah.
Were you there? Fuck. Okay. Okay, look, I have got work to do. What the fuck are you doing distracting me?
Fuck off then, go.
Fuck you.
Fuck you, honey badger.
See you later, guys.
Take care, darling.
Be good. Bye-bye.
Love yourself. So,
I've just heard that.
don't tell me somebody else has died.
No. Oh, do you know, I got a bit of a shock earlier today. I saw something about Yuichi Sakamoto. And whilst it wasn't good news, it wasn't that news.
Oh, okay.
Because he's got cancer again. It's stage 4 now. So it's just a matter of time. But he's had it twice. And kind of dodged it for a bit. I was going to get him in the end. But no, I've just heard that the Rhodes Mark 8 is now finally in full production.
Oh. I didn't say it was going to be quite soon.
Did you guys see any clips of Stevie Wonder playing at NAMM? I watched him
Yeah.
walk up there, and there's a huge crowd, and it was nuts.
Yeah. Well, there's always a huge crowd with Steve. Because
I know,
most
but
of
it
them,
took forever anything to happen.
Yeah,
and
most of them are
This is entourage.
Steve's entourage, isn't it? Yeah.
security guards, a bunch of
All the
Japan
hangers-on.
guys,
Yeah.
kicking everybody out. And
So has he effectively endorsed the Rhodes 8 then?
well, he's played it, which is
Well, yeah,
as good as anything.
Exactly, yes.
Yeah.
Yes, I've entered that competition to win one, that 75th anniversary edition.
Where would you put it?
I don't get. I'll lose a child, or
You gonna get a Prophet
They
5
had
to
the
put on
tops
top
out,
of
so
it?
you could see the structure inside while people were playing. It was pretty cool to see that.
Yeah. But
Yeah, you got to get the new Prophet 5 to put on top of it then,
Yeah.
because you've got to have the 2 obligatory scratches on the lid
Yeah.
where the keyboard holding screws go.
I made a slight faux pas a little while back when I was interviewing Matt Johnson from Jamiroquai. Having not done, I did research, but I didn't do massive in-depth research. And I should have done, because I said to him, because thinking, Jamiroquai and the kind of player that Matt is, he's going to be into his Rhodes stuff, and so I said, have you had a chance to look at or play the new Rhodes Mark 8? Isn't it wonderful? What an amazing thing. And he sort of said, no. And I thought, really? And he said, no, I'm a Vintage Vibe? Is it the clone, which is, very good one. And then just like a couple of weeks ago, they released the Matt Johnson signature Vintage Vibe. Oh, that's why you couldn't really say much about the competition. Okay. So.
Well, it's an easy mistake to make, because the last time I saw him, when he was here, he had an original Mark 1. So.
Oh no, he uses them. I mean,
yeah.
In terms of promoting or talking about the new one, when he's obviously at that time he was working on his signature model.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes. Oh dear.
Bless him. No, it was just sort of okay, fine. Yeah, there we go. Enough said. Let's move on.
I think Richard's in the Isle of Wight today.
He is.
He is.
Richard,
No, Isle of Man.
Isle
of Man.
Yeah.
Isle of Man. What did I say?
Isle of Wight.
Isle of Wight. Yeah.
He's
What is
a
that?
mistake to make.
It's the Isle of something.
Man.
Yeah.
Man.
And Liverpool
Yeah,
tomorrow.
man. Ooh,
So
what
I'm
was that?
hoping to meet him for lunch.
Ooh. Thunder.
No,
Oh, that's not thunder.
it's me.
That's 2 mice having a fuck in a wall. No, that's no good. You got thunder, I got mice.
No, I've got fingers on the end of my.
Actually, that's not fast enough for doing that.
I
Actually,
beg your pardon?
No.
They slip off. They slip off the
Stop
end.
there. Stop there. Stop. Enough.
Oh dear, I need a drink.
Oh, I don't know. And it's the same mic. What do you mean you need...
You got the thick bit on. I've got the thin bit.
I beg your pardon, madam.
That bit.
Oh, that bit.
That bit.
I don't think it would make that much difference, would it?
In your endo.
Hello. Oh my God. Hello.
But even without it on, it's still very. It doesn't. The plosives are not very big. But
Yeah.
Yes.
That's a very good word, actually. Plosives.
Plosives.
There's lots of words I learnt at college that I never got to ever use again, like lozenging.
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 Form
Lodging.
of welding.
No, it's where a chassis twists. A chassis can lozenge.
What was it?
Useful.
Susie Dent did a post the other day of all these words where we use the kind of the negative version. Like we often say, "Oh, I'm feeling rather disgruntled today," but you never say, I'm gruntled."
Yeah.
But gruntled is a word, but we never use the word gruntled. We only ever use disgruntled. And there's all these other words, and she I love her posts.
There's
They're very
words beginning with un or dis.
Yeah, there's all these, I can't remember them now. I have to find them. But yeah, there is. I thought, we never use those in the positive sense. You should think it's fine to be gruntled, and hinged, and all these other things. That's very.
Yeah, combobulated.
Like we use the word lonely instead of unfucked.
See, if I had the choice between Susie Dent and Rachel Riley, it's Susie Dent every time, because she's got a proper brain on her, and I'm attracted to that.
Okay.
Just thought I'd say. Just put
No,
it out.
I'm not going there.
I was say if you use professional services, you could still be lonely. So
Point taken there.
Oh, she's on tour, is Susie Dent?
Yeah, she was down here recently. I'm sure she was. Or down this way, Exeter, I think.
Was she playing bass for the Who?
Funny, she's not coming anywhere near me. That'll be the injunction.
Unlike you in a queue.
Oh, very good.
Yeah, blah, 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 blah.
I can't be bothered to reach over there and press the button at the moment.
It's that bad, huh?
I am feeling really just sort of like,
Wagyu.
What?
Glory hole tour.
Yeah, that was deadly, wasn't it?
Yeah, that's a whole different game of whack-a-mole, isn't it? It's more like whack off a mole, really. But there you go.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Go for it. Jazz hands. Oh, man alive.
it wasn't that long ago. It wasn't in April. She only posted it the other week. So maybe I just skimmed past it.
I've run out of Widdy juice.
Pretty juicy.
What was that, liquid Viagra?
Yeah, I wish. Just have 2 lolly sticks and a bit of sellotape. It's about as good as I can get.
Oh, here you go. A reminder today that we can all be gruntled, ruthful,
I was going to say
Made.
ruthless, yeah.
made, ept, couth, kempt, feckful, and full of gorm.
Oh, really?
Because you'd be gormless.
Yeah.
Feckful, is that an orange one?
Feckless.
Feckless, yeah. So you can be full of feck. You can be kempt as opposed to unkempt. Couth as opposed to uncouth. Ept as opposed to inept. Made,
No.
not
When I hear
dismayed.
Gorn, I think of classic Star Trek. So
Yeah. And ruthful instead of ruthless.
Shame we haven't got old Brooksy here to do the entire entomology of it.
Oh, here you go. Somebody said, I know you can be underwhelmed and you can be overwhelmed, but can you ever just be whelmed?
Well,
And according to Susie, yes, to be whelmed is to be capsized. The over was just added for emphasis, and under later as a riff on that. God, I love this woman.
Oh, wow.
Yes, something can also be well gusted if it's full of taste.
As opposed to disgusted.
Yeah.
yeah.
Well, I'll be buggered.
I don't know if she's spoken about that one, has she?
Oh, I bet she did this thing, didn't she?
Probably
Rude word
did.
things. And she looked at the etymology of common most commonly used sort of insults and rudy words. And she just made that just bloody perfect.
is she a columnist?
No,
She's-
she's a
What is her official? I don't know. She's got a job title, but she's a wordsmith basically.
yeah.
Yeah.
And there's a quiz show over here. Well, actually, there's 2, but the main one was called Countdown, which is about you have 2 people and they're given the same set of letters that are chosen by one of them at random, and they have to make the biggest word out of these 9
A bit
letters.
like Scrabble.
Yeah,
She's
like
a
Scrabble.
lexicographer.
Lexicographer, that's it. And she's in what they call dictionary corner, so she'll check the words to make sure that they are in the Oxford English Dictionary. And then they do this version of the game, which is a comedy version, which is hosted by Jimmy Carr, the comedian, and a bunch of other comedic celebrities, and of course the late Sean Locke. And they play the same game, but they just basically have fun with it and bring a lot of comedy into it. But Susie's still there, so she does the Yeah, she checks all the words and often astounds. And then they have Rachel, who is the maths girl. So she's stupidly intelligent too. She's got a massive degree in mathematics.
That's one way of putting it.
Yes. Although she kind of fell out of my favour with the whole social media thing that she was doing, especially anti-Corbyn stuff, which I thought was just
Well, he was
stupid.
a bit of an anti-Semite. I mean,
No, he
let's
wasn't.
face it.
No, he wasn't.
Yes, he was.
Who?
No, he wasn't. And no, he isn't.
Corbyn.
No, he's not.
What?
I think he is.
You think he is, but where's your evidence for that?
And he certainly has
Where's your evidence
a
for
hell
that?
of a lot of friends who are also anti-Semites.
Nah, you read the.
I
you
have
read
friends
the
who are
papers too
gay.
much, mate.
Well, is it
So have I.
anti-Semite or
It's a bit
anti-Israel?
different.
Because
Yeah,
there
but it
must
doesn't
be
make
some
me
No,
gay,
he's-
does it?
there,
He's
you know.
he's pro-Palestinian, and he has a lot of strong opinions on the current Israeli, or not just the current, but certainly the last however many years. But he's not an anti-Semite, not by any stretch of anyone's imagination. And there is no evidence to prove that he is, none at all, apart from a vindictive media and right-wing slur campaign, because they were scared. They saw the amount of people that he was winning over with his policies. And they
Well, it's
were
like Ben
scared.
Shapiro here. He's very much anti-Israel in a lot of ways, but he's obviously a Jewish man. So
You can be anti-Israeli government, but you're not anti-Semitic if you do that. You don't believe in their policies. It's nothing to do with the religion.
Yeah, it's a bit of an auto go-to, isn't it?
The Labour Party suspended him over
Yes, because
anti-Semitism.
Yes, because they saw him dragging the party further to the left than they were more than comfortable with, and they realised that after the Blair years, if they wanted to stand a chance in power with the way things are around here, they needed to be more centre than they did left, and Jeremy wasn't doing that. He was dragging the party back to its roots, and people were saying he was going far left, but no, actually, he was only going back to where the Labour Party was for many decades, which is not far left, it's just left of centre.
Yeah.
It's just ridiculous.
Well, maybe it looked like it was going far left because the right had gone so far right.
Exactly, yeah. When you shift the goalposts so far in that other direction, you only have to lean a little bit left. Oh my God, you look at you communist. I mean,
Yeah.
honestly.
Yeah.
Ugh.
Well. Oh well. All bridge under the water now.
Indeed.
Till next time. Till the next time.
Well, we ain't going to change the current leadership of this country for another 2 years, so unless it's a massive fuck up.
No, I think AR-15s are illegal still, aren't they?
Yes.
I know there's a few people who are not particularly happy.
I don't think anyone's particularly happy at the moment, but
No, it's some people who are like really, really affected badly by it.
Mm.
Separated from loved ones dying and all that sort of thing.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, it's all going on. So,
Oh, but we mustn't think about that. We mustn't think about that.
how
at
did we
all.
go down this road anyway?
A little bit of politics.
A little bit of
We
politics.
still have our share problems over here, so don't worry about that.
Oh, we've all, yeah. And everyone's
I
blaming the other one.
did see Hunter Biden's latest video release. That was quite entertaining.
Hmm.
Where he's with a hooker and a gun.
I mean, they're all assholes. I can't pick one side being bad in that way over another. They're all pieces of shit, to be honest.
I think it's one of the criteria to get into politics. You got to be a bit of an asshole to go in for that kind of a job.
Well, you're not there. You're not.
And a narcissist. Yeah.
There are very
Yeah.
few politicians who are there for the purposes of the greater good. You know, they're there. They're self-serving. But on both sides. On both sides, there are very few, principled, passionate politicians who are there to fight for the common good, regardless of their political leanings. They want people to do better and be better, and
And when they get there, they get corrupted anyway most of the time.
exactly.
So,
Eventually,
Yeah.
when you get there, it's all that. But
I think to be honest, I think there is an over-expectation. Politics, of what politicians can actually achieve. As individuals, they're virtually toothless.
Exactly. Because they're not really running the show.
Yeah, it's only when they're... Well, even then, I mean, look at the battles that every government has been having with the civil service. You know, not just the current Conservative Party, but, you know, Tony Blair had issues with the civil service. Before then, there were issues with the civil service. I mean, hell, we had TV programmes made based on how the civil service operate. So, you know, it's... The problem with all governments is they become monoliths. And, you know, it's like a huge tanker. And it takes a heck of a lot to slow them down or change course. And, you know, they have the same in the States. Perhaps marginally less so because of the way that the administration gets replaced along with the incoming president. But look at the battles they've had over that. You know, government is a countries can function without government interfering, but then you have no accountability from the likes of the civil service. The civil service are meant to be accountable to the politicians, but, you know, as they say, politicians come and go, but the civil service is always there.
Yeah, yeah.
It's like the whips, isn't it?
Sorry, we're different conversation.
Yeah, but nobody votes them in, nobody votes them out.
Yeah.
No.
You're always there dictating.
Well, I've worked not in the civil service, but with the civil service, in certain, you know, not in all aspects, certain criminal justice, Her Majesty's Court Service, Ministry of Justice, and I've spent time with civil servants who are just often exasperated by the demands of politicians, and their job, a lot of them, their job is balance. It's like, you know, saying, you know, you can't just wade in and do this and do that because there are rules and things that have been set down in law, and we've got to abide by them. So I don't care whether you tell me I've got to do this. Unfortunately, I cannot because of whatever. And they're just trying to do the job, you know. Obviously, the upper echelons of the civil service will probably have more of an influence, shall we say. I don't know about that, but certainly most of the civil service people, you know, especially when there's a regime change, you know, from like Labour to Tory or vice versa, you know, they've all got to stay as impartial as one can be in those situations. Obviously, they have their political, you know, feelings, like everyone does, and their inclinations. But they've got to do everything that they're told to do, and sometimes you're being told to do something you may, you know, not agree with. And it's their job a lot of the time to be the checks and the balances, which we do need.
I've worked with quite a lot of civil servants, and I have yet to meet one that I would actually have employed. I think they were all useless twats, and certainly the speed or the lack of speed at which they worked was shockingly bad. To the point where, I mean, one department that I looked at had 130 employees, and I got criticised and complained about because I kept using the phrase "in the real world," and literally this whole department could have been replaced by 10 people. It was that bad.
In the real world, there's an irony.
You know, there were no expectations of productivity at all, and they some of them were actually counting up the number of sick days they hadn't taken so they could take them. I mean, you know,
Yeah, well, that's not just a civil service.
in
though, is it?
private practice, you can't do that.
Ah, well.
On that light note, I've got to dive off because I've got to go and pick the boy up.
Yes.
So I will catch up with you gentlemen later.
Well, like that.
Okay,
Well,
cheers.
well, I hope not.
Yeah, that'll hurt.
Bigger than me now. Yeah. Right. I'll speak to you guys later.
Right, darling.
See you
No,
later.
still. Take care.
Yes.
Oh, single dog.
Next door, I think. They've got what they got? They got a Labradoodle,
Oh, yeah.
and what's the other one that's like a Labradoodle but not?
Bichon Frise.
It's fluffy and curly, and it's a cross. And it looks a bit like a Labradoodle, but isn't a Labradoodle.
Is there a poodle in it?
I think it might have had a. It might have been my wife. She knows. Oh, I can't remember what it's called now. But yeah, it's a noisy little fucker.
Cockapoo.
Cockapoo.
Yeah.
That's the one. That's the one. So yeah, Labradoodle and a cockapoo.
Yeah, my favourite line with the woman out with the cockapoo out the front. Go, what a ridiculous dog. A cockapoo is not a ridiculous dog. Then whose dog is this?
Good evening, Jim. Doing the robot impression as usual.
How buffery are we tonight?
Oh, pretty bad, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah. We'll see. We'll see. See where it goes.
Whereabouts in Russia do you live?
Just near the border of Ukraine.
Yeah. Yes. My internet is powered by potato.
Potato.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Oh, I see Neil Wharton's in the chat. So I've got some news, Mr. Neil Wharton. I've arranged a electronic music open mic night for the 14th of July.
Could you say that again? Because you literally, just as you were about to say it, you froze.
One,
And you had us
two,
all on tenterhooks.
and go.
Yeah, I've arranged a electronic music open mic night in Derby on the 14th of July at Dubrec, starting at 7. So,
Nice.
yeah, and set up a Facebook group. Got like 39 members already, and did it this afternoon. And
Hey,
got
Jimmy,
half
running your
dozen
Max Headroom
artists down.
software?
Oh, is that what you invited me to? I didn't.
Yeah.
I saw it. I haven't responded
Yeah.
yet. I saw it was in Derby, and I thought,
Oh,
that
don't worry
was-
about it. Yeah.
No, I'll
It's
I'll
more
join.
just to keep you in the loop kind of thing, yeah. Rather
No,
than anything.
solidarity with my brothers. I should
Yeah.
work
Well,
that in.
drop a hint, can't you, on the show?
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, I don't think we need
Not this
any
show,
more
because he's
on
just done a
this,
blatant
actually.
one. Go, oi, everybody stop, I have something to say.
I thought it was quite subtle. No,
Yeah.
no, it's more because Neil Wharton isn't on any social media, so could have texted him, I
Chap.
suppose. So, yeah, I could
He's
have
a
texted
lurker.
him, but I'm lazy.
Lurks in the dark corners of the internet.
So how's life?
You know,
Feeling Kent's age.
yeah.
Yeah.
I'm feeling, well, quite a few things, but most of them unpleasant.
Mm.
Actually, no, all of them are unpleasant, come to think of it. Yeah, I have to recount that. Yes. Oh, ow! My shoulder being one of them. I'm now at an age where you can't just pick up a memory moog in a flight case and run up the bloody driveway with it.
Oh, Sue Barker's going to retire from BBC Sport after Wimbledon.
Oh,
Sorry, I just saw that. I was just trying to find this thing that my friend posted up Where is it? Here we go. No, he's just posted this on Facebook. He says, "Thank you for your concern. I'm just a bit shaken up, but I'll be okay. For those of you who don't know what happened, I was robbed yesterday at the petrol station, filling up the car. Gathered myself. My hands were still shaking. I was dizzy, and honestly, I think I was in shock. My money was gone. Called the police. They were fantastic and called for medical assistance as my blood pressure was through the roof. The police asked me if I knew who did it, and I said yes. Pump number 4."
Well, it is getting to the point where you start thinking, okay, tank of fuel or a synthesizer.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, for a lot of people, there's tank of fuel or food or heat.
Well, filled up the Chrysler today. Oh my God!
How much?
Well, go on.
Because it's got what's it got, a 70 litre tank? Or
60.
litre?
Yeah, it's 70. She put 65 in it.
Ouch!
But she wouldn't tell me how much it cost.
130 something pounds.
Especially down your neck of the woods.
Doubled the value of the car.
That was like when I used to have my VW Golf. I didn't used to leave too much fuel in it because it's just kind of like to have that money sat there, which just seems wrong.
Because you could abandon it at any moment. Just leave it at the side of the road and run away.
Well, when I drove to Birmingham last week, I put it on I thought let's try it on eco mode, and I got near enough 60 to the gallon.
Wow,
which is pretty good.
Wow,
and that's just letting letting the car drive, because it was all mostly motorway or dual carriageway.
The Chrysler has an eco mode.
Well, off.
Don't start it.
You stamp on the throttle, get it to go as fast as you can, then turn the key off and let it coast.
Let it coast. It's one thing I couldn't get used to with the last one. This coasting function. It actually has a coasting function. That when you take your foot off the accelerator, it just drops it out of gear. And as soon as you touch the accelerator or the brake, or it notices you're on an incline, it re-engages the gears.
And one day it won't.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm not sure I like that.
The solenoid will go and you just go, what the hell is wrong with this?
On my last car, it was like an option on or off.
Yeah.
And I tended to leave it on, so that you kind of get used to it. Because the thing you don't get used to is that, especially if you're going down an incline, that you actually start speeding up because you think, oh shit, what's going on here? You do feel a little out of control. But on this one, it only engages that mode if you're in eco mode. Everything else, it leaves it in gear. No, I was quite impressed with that, and I wasn't driving conservatively. I was doing speed limit just above in most places. What did put me off though was it uses the navigation system and the knowledge that has on speed limits to adjust your speed if you just put it on the ACC. And it will also read the signs by the side of the road. So if you're going into roadworks and it's got a big 50 sign or something, it sees that and slows you down automatically. And then as soon as you come out of it, it sees the the national speed limit sign and sends you up again. But sometimes on your sat nav, when they last did the maps, whenever that was, usually 6 months or so ago, if there was like roadworks or a contraflow or something with a speed limit and speed cameras, it was there for more than a few weeks. Like you get these 12 to 16 week jobs, don't you? That was in the map. But of course now you're 6 months in the future from when the map was done. The speed limit's still in the sat nav. So as you're driving along and you're in the 70 and you're doing 70, all of a sudden it drops you down to 40 because it thinks you're in a contraflow or something. And like, oh, what the fuck! I could turn that feature off pretty quick.
Yes. Yeah, sometimes you can have a little bit too much automation.
It's definitely a balance, and you should never assume. I did learn one lesson. So apparently, with autonomous driving of any form, doesn't matter, whether it's like that full blown, what Tesla has with all the cameras, or stuff that I've got on mine. There's an EU directive about how much autonomy is allowed. So that bit about taking your hands off the wheel, even in the Tesla now, it's certainly in the UK and Europe, you can't take your hands off the wheel because after 30 seconds it will say put your hands back on or I'm stopping, and it will stop. And same with this one. But apparently there's another thing about the turn angle. So the autonomous controls in the car are not allowed to turn
probably past about 15 or 20 degrees.
Yeah, there's a limit on how much it will automatically turn, and then it just won't turn anything beyond that. So you have to, take control.
All right.
Now, as you're coming off the A14, past the Bar Hill interchange and picking up the new part or the old part of the road, there's a slip road, and that slip road is a 50-mile-an-hour limit, and the car knows it's a 50-mile-an-hour limit, and it knows that there's a corner there, but it's quite a sharp bend. And I said to the wife, I said, let's see how it manages this, not realising that there's this angle limit thing on there. And I had to grab the wheel pretty damn quick, because otherwise I was going across. Luckily, it would have just been a chevroned area. It wasn't, like a central reservation or a big lump of earth or something. But yeah, I had to grab it pretty quick to, yeah, that was a little scary.
I think stop testing the car.
Yeah, I'm done with that bit now. I've learned.
Yeah.
But in other news, I got my knob out.
Good man.
My towing has got again, something I didn't know it had was it's got a towing bar with a ball on and everything, all built into the car, and it comes out of the rear bumper.
Yeah,
and there's a little switch inside the boot, and I tried it just after I first got it, and it didn't come out. And so
got
when
you
I was
right in the shin.
No, well, when I was driving, when was it? I was coming out of the hotel, coming home from Birmingham, and it had lots of rain that morning. There was a massive puddle on the road, and I went through it. It was just like that everywhere, and I reckon that loosened it up a little bit, because I got back home and I was emptying the boot, and my boy said, "What's that do?" And I said, "Oh, it's supposed to do this." And I pulled it, and lo and behold, the fucking towing bar comes out. There it is. So yeah, that works.
Well, it looks like Fiona sold her MG Midget.
Oh, I didn't realise she was selling it.
Well, she can't get in it. She can't get in it. She can't get out of it. There's no point. No point in her having it.
Yeah.
Probably get decent money for it in the current market.
The market is all over the place at the moment. Some are going for a lot of money, and some are not. It just depends on where you are at any particular time. I mean, she's losing money on it. That much is certain. But because I think she paid absolutely top dollar for it, to be honest. But so I pointed her towards the VX220, which she's fallen in love with.
Not much bigger.
The doors are
I'll grant you
4.5 times bigger.
VX220, is that the based on the Elise?
Vauxhall.
It is technically an
Elise. It's a
Yeah.
budget Elise, isn't it? Yeah. I say budget. I mean, it's essentially you've got an Elise with a different body on it.
Yeah.
It's
But
for
it's
people
the,
with short legs and small feet.
which is Fiona.
I had a friend who'd had one of those, and he absolutely loved it. Really loved it.
Yeah. Well, beautiful handling.
I'm with
Actually,
Ty totally in the MX-5 camp.
Well, I was just about to say I saw
still
what I
buffering.
would love to have as a if I had the chance of just like having a little 2-seater, and that's the Fiat or the Abarth 124, the new one, which is essentially an MX-5 but with the Fiat coachwork on.
Without having the reliability of the Japanese manufacturer.
No, it's this. Apparently, it's because it's the same sort of. It's the same thing, just with the
I
Fiat
drove
shell
a
on.
Fiat 500 Abarth, and it's really good fun for a little car.
Oh, it is. Yeah, cracking. Absolutely.
Well,
I got out of Fiats just as they were coming out. Those.
Well, Fiona said to me, she goes, "Well, is there any other car you would have other than the Chrysler that you can't get?" Because literally, I give up. I can't get. I put up a post on the Chrysler 300 Facebook group, and there's about 5,500 members on it. And I said, look, I'm looking for a 5.7 or a 6.1 estate. And I got a lot of people coming back with, take a ticket, get in line. I went, oh, okay. So she goes, so what would you have instead? I went, well, I said, you want a sports car. You've made that very clear. I said, so I want something grunty and preferably American. There's got to be a car that's a compromise. It turns out the compromise is a 2015 Dodge Viper. It's a bit of everything. And I go, no, maybe not.
I never warmed to the Viper in terms of like just looks. I never, like my brother who's like,
yeah, but you couldn't catch me, could you?
Well, no. But my brother who's like 16 years my junior, absolutely love it. The kind of teenagers in the 90s, I think, really went for the Viper.
Yeah,
that was their dream car. Whereas I'm like, oh, that looks awful. I really really don't like it.
Well, the Viper comes with lots of issues.
The Vipers.
Yeah, well, the Vipers come with their own set of mechanical issues. But more
they just break
so
down on the other side of the road, don't they?
Yeah, but it's more so than other models of car. They do have a lot of different issues. Plus, there's just the sheer grunt of the engine, sort of like eats gearboxes and props and diffs, and it's like, I can't be arsed with all that now. I'm not getting under a Viper and changing all the bloody gearbox. Been there, done that. I'm not doing that again. Bloody. So I said, well, what about an SD1 Rover? I'm just going, I don't know. She goes, yeah. I said, but we get the Vitesse. I said, it better be the V8 or there'll be fucking trouble. It's got to have a Buick lump in it. And she goes, oh, yeah, well, I can't remember what they look like, so I showed her a few pictures of them. And she goes, yeah. And then we saw the prices of them. So okay. So I said, yeah, we could be playing Don't You Want Me Baby in it. If we get a gold one, we'd be laughing.
Yeah.
And so...
Well, just look at the Mark, things like a Mark 1 Capri.
Yeah.
Great cars, but my God, they're expensive.
Yeah. Well, even the 3 litre Mark III.
I was a bit bored this afternoon. I finished everything I was supposed to be doing, so I was watching a few car videos. I think I've mentioned this guy before. He's called Big Car is the name of the channel, and he does like sort of 20-minute documentaries on the stories behind, sort of classic, well-known, and some awful cars. I just got drawn to this one about the Princess and the Ambassador.
Oh God, I loved them.
I know, but they
ugly,
were awful.
Ugly as shit, but they drove beautifully.
Oh, the Princess.
Yeah. And the whole story behind how it came to be and how it came to end and what it was up against.
It was like an evolution of the Maxi, wasn't it?
Yeah. It was to replace it, yeah. And I couldn't believe that, because my step-granddad had one, a gold one. I don't think it was the Vanden Plas, but he had one of them. And I just always
1.8, wasn't it?
Yeah, there was a 1.8 and there was a 2.2.
There was 2.2 straight
2.2, yeah. That was quite nice, actually.
But I couldn't believe that the first sort of couple of iterations of it weren't hatchbacks. They had these poxy little, boots on them. There's only sort of like the third generation, I think it was, that they actually introduced the hatchback. Yeah. There were companies that actually made a living from converting to hatchbacks. Because to look at it, it looked like it should be a hatchback. It was ideal for it. And yet, no, they insisted on...
But they did have good boot size. I mean, you could get at least 4 bodies in there.
Well, it was very high at the back. It was very high at the back.
Well, that was the whole point.
Although it technically wasn't a very big boot lid, because I remember I've had many of them fall on my head, fitting them. Really bastards to fit they are. It's easier to fit a Jag bonnet than it is a fucking Princess boot lid.
And after I finished watching that one, I saw the one about the Maestro and the Montego.
Oh, they needed to die at birth.
That was funny. Having been a Metro owner, so that era.
Oh, there was a Maestro Turbo, wasn't there?
There was.
Yeah,
There was
the
a Maestro MG.
XR4. Yeah, there was an XR4. They had to make 200 of them so they could enter it into the.
Oh, that was the Metro.
No, that was
6R.
the Metro.
Yeah, the Metro. Yeah,
6R4.
yeah, the 6R4. They made 200 of them. They were 35,000.
Yeah. Didn't
But there was
have
there was
a
an
Rover
MG.
V8 in it or something as well.
Yeah. It was driven one of them. Holy fuck! Wow.
Straight cut gears as well.
I went to some grass track racing, I don't know, 30 odd years ago, and there was a Mini Clubman with the Rover V8 in the back. It was shit off the proverbial.
Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty mental. I think the what I would call the most scariest car I think I've ever driven was an AC Cobra. That is just fucking mental.
Oh,
It's
yeah, people
so
drive those.
so much power to the wheels, and everything is down to you. There's no assist.
Yeah.
Fuck all.
There's nothing, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, a car that I scared myself.
No
with
proper
quite a
roll
bit.
bar for passenger.
Yeah. Morgan Plus 8.
Yeah.
That was
Yeah.
great fun to drive, but yeah, it takes some courage to really push those.
Tell you what, I'd like if I could find
To be
one.
honest-
I'd love a Gordon Keevil.
Oh yes.
If I could
The
find
thing
one.
is, this is why I like MX5s, because on today's roads, you can't really go that quick anyway, and you can have so much fun in an MX5. I mean, I bought one for my soon-to-be ex-wife, 1,500 quid on eBay. It's absolutely gorgeous. Cream leather interior, burgundy, tan soft top, and it had a hard top, BBS alloys. The thing was beautiful.
Nice.
6-speed box. It was worth more in parts. It was like worth about
Yeah.
$5,000 in parts alone. It's
I,
insane.
I
And
would love
just
one
the
of those. The only problem is
limited
they're too
slip
small.
diff. It was brilliant. Yeah.
Now is
yeah.
not the time to buy
for
one,
me,
though.
It was amazing.
Yes.
Wait
Oh, I
until
don't
about
know,
November.
'cause,
Wait until November.
Well,
Well, no,
They
but
become
for
very cheap.
1,500 for an MX5, you can't really go wrong with that.
No.
Just check for
No.
rust in the usual
no, I mean
spots.
it's amazing. Yeah, I mean that's how they generally go. It's just they rust to pieces, but yeah. But yeah, superb. Absolutely
In that case, let
superb
me
drive.
introduce
Getting
you
the
to
back
the
end
Triumph
out on
Herald.
that is superb.
Oh, the 1260 I liked.
Mm.
They're
Yeah.
lovely, lovely cars. Nice to drive, really
Not the-
practical.
The Triumph Herald that my dad had, no, wasn't a nice car. For feck's sake. I used to love going to Fine Fair in that and looking at the road between my feet going by.
Fine fair.
Well, yes, they did need regular maintenance, but any car of that age did.
I think this was fucked when my dad bought it.
But we had a Morris Minor that was the same. I mean, we had literally, floorboards where the body had rusted away.
Yeah.
I was looking for my missus wants a Golf. She doesn't like what she's got now, so she wants a Golf. And I was looking through and couldn't find anything, so I was sort of spreading my search. And I found VW camper van, and it was 5,995, and I thought that's not bad. It wasn't, it wasn't the classic,
Was it the T25?
yeah,
Square front, not
It was
the,
a proper, the classic design of the
proper bus.
proper bus. But it wasn't anything special, and I thought
What
that's
was wrong
not
with
bad.
it?
Well, yeah, because then I started looking down the list, and I think the next one was 29,995.
Exactly.
Yeah, that sounds more like it.
It's a mobile DX1 Studio.
Yeah. And
Yes.
oh my word, there was one company that obviously buy them, do them up, sell them on, and they've got some examples, and they were just exquisite, absolutely. And they were the proper, split screen, because they're the desirable ones, aren't they?
Yeah.
And the Safaris.
Yeah, and
I must admit, I like the new one.
The new one's very nice.
I think that looks really good.
My friend went to see the multivan, the new one, a little while back, and he's got a T5 5, is it? I don't know. I can't remember. It's a modern
Sounds right.
VW camper van.
Yeah.
And he's got one of those. They've got a name for it. I can't remember what the bloody name is. Mr. Wendell or something like that. But he's looking at the new one. In fact, it was him that convinced me to get the one I've got. But yeah, he's because it's electric and everything. So
Yeah.
I think the more I read about it, the more I think I'm going to skip batteries and wait for hydrogen to. Yeah,
exactly. I mean, I'm sorry.
Again, take a ticket.
An electric camper van. That's going to work out really well, isn't it? Up in the wilds of Scotland.
Exactly. But it's not just that. I mean, it's just that
4 days of rain, no solar power.
There was Volvo did a comparison. So it wasn't. I think it was that long ago. They took was it the XC90, which is their kind of big, 4-wheel drive thing.
Yeah.
And they've got an electric model of it, and they've got a diesel model of it, and they did like a long-term comparison in terms of not just emissions from the vehicle and environmental impact once it's left the showroom, but the environmental impact of buying and of making
building
this
it, yeah.
and building it, and
the diesel wins.
The diesel wins, yeah. And you just think, wow, because obviously with the batteries, there's all this, these mines, rare metal mines and
child labour.
Yeah, and all the carbon.
I mean, it is more complicated than that as well, though, because you think about where these emissions are actually being churned out and under what conditions. So if you live in the city centre, then it's not so great having.
But also take into account that they have absolutely no effect on climate change whatsoever.
Sorry, Sass?
They have no effect
Bullshit.
on climate change. There is no such thing as anthropogenic climate change. Full stop.
And your degrees in what?
Bullshit, you've been real. Yeah. Absolute bullshit.
Well,
calling bullshit, Sass.
I've never heard of that.
There is absolutely no proof.
Just a shitload of fucking data.
Yeah, no, but there's data and there's data.
Yeah, look, Sass, if you want to talk about proof, virtually no concepts are proven, yeah. But, a good 99.9% there's sort of evidence and data to support the hypothesis, okay? So you can't really talk
there's
about
data to
proof
support
like
the
that.
alternative hypothesis as well.
Is there?
Mm-hmm.
Well, how come most of the actual proper scientists don't fucking believe it?
No, not most of them. Some of them.
No, most of them.
No, some of them.
Basically, nothing exists.
Most of them.
No, climate change scientists. Some of them. But that 97% report was completely debunked. That was based on 67 scientists. There is no proof. The
Who are the
climate is
arbiters of?
changing.
Debunked by whom? That's the important.
Climate is
exactly.
The climate is
Exactly.
changing, but it has nothing to do with man.
Oh, bullshit. That's absolute bullshit. It doesn't take a genius to work out that's absolute bullshit, and there's massive correlation. So what we're looking for is correlation.
Right.
At
So
the outset.
So all the predictions, all the rapidly rising sea levels, etc. Look at every prediction made about climate change. None of it has come true at all. And even the temperature, the variation is insignificant.
No, it's not. It's not Sass. Look, we're just going to have
There's people in
agreed to
India who
disagree.
might disagree with that.
Absolutely, I will agree to disagree.
And
but
there's people suffering wildfires who will disagree with that. There's lots of people who.
Which ones? The
would
ones started
take
by
issue with
people?
that, Sass.
The ones who were arrested for it.
What about all those
Those
people
ones.
they're having to paint the roof of their houses in India white now because the temperatures have got so high?
Yeah.
And they're trying to reflect some of the heat back because it's unbearable to be indoors or outside.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But
And it's happening every
historically
year.
Anyway. That's
No, it
happened
hasn't.
historically.
They've never
No,
had
it
to do
hasn't
this.
happened
They've
in the
never had to do
1850s.
this. They've never had to do
No,
that
no, no.
before. They've
Temperatures
never
never-
had to do that before. Never. There's got to be something going. Because I know a lot of people will say, "Oh, well, the climate is changing naturally," but I've never heard anybody say why it is. They say, "Why is it changing naturally?" And they got nothing. They got no answer for that. They're going, "Oh no, it was going to do this anyway. Why?"
It hasn't before.
Yeah,
it's never done this before.
it's like, do you remember when they were debunking this thing about lead in petrol and saying about it causing problems? And now they're looking at the levels of lead in people's bones as opposed to 200 years ago, 400 years ago, from bodies from the time. And the lead levels in the bones were like through the fucking roof. And it started roughly about the time they started putting lead in petrol. And it just goes up through the fucking ceiling. And they find it in the soil. And in, what's those crystals that, something in them, there's an isotope or something that decreases at a very, very regular rate, like a clock.
Carbon-14.
No, it wasn't carbon-14. I think it becomes
Cesium.
carbon. Like it's something like uranium becoming carbon or something in these crystals. It goes from one radioactive level to inert over an exact period of time. But they're able to date the crystals to a particular time, and they can work out lead levels from it. And they dig these buggers up in Antarctic, and they're finding like the lead levels in the Antarctic are pretty high as well. And it's all like so they show this graph and it goes up to about 1930s and it starts climbing up, and then by the time it gets to the 50s and that, it's like fucking a spear.
Well, yeah, I mean, what you breathe in obviously affects you.
Yeah, but the thing was, at the time they were debunking the fucking shit out of it, saying that there was no proof and no evidence. So why can it not be any different now about climate change?
Well, lead has always been a reproductive hazard. It just is. So.
Yeah, because when you hear there's people on one side saying climate change is fake, and people on the other side saying it's not fake, and basically what happens is everybody waits until the shit hits the fan and then go, oh yeah, all right, it was right.
But the shit's not.
Yeah.
Instead of doing something about it anyway.
Yeah.
Because it's not so much about what's happening
is.
now. What happens in 1,000 years?
Yeah.
You got to think, because
Like
we'll be dead
researchers
then, so we won't worry about it.
Yeah.
Well, if every
There's always a
generation
lag
does
anyway,
that,
so.
eventually, so why not do something about climate change, even if it isn't a thing?
It's a self-solving problem. I'll give you that.
Because at least if you're doing something to change something that might not actually exist, it's still going to be better.
Yes.
Further on.
At the very least, controlling emissions that affect us health-wise, even as a selfish method, is a good thing.
That I can understand from a health perspective.
So
but
really, it's not about
benefits from doing that down the road in the big picture.
Yeah.
Yeah, because there's always this thing about,
anything that
you
we
need
do
a reason.
Like the
to do
rainforest will
something.
never be saved because
Doesn't
people want the
affect.
animals to have it. They don't give a shit. But if you get medicines from there and special other drugs from there, from the rainforest, we will be able to save it because people don't give a shit about the rainforest.
Yeah.
Only for what they can get from it. But at least that will save it.
Yeah. So if something, like this thing about, this thing they were pushing about having your 5 a day, right? That's actually bullshit. It's actually 15 a day. And they decided, no, getting people to have 15 different types of fruit and vegetable a day isn't going to work. Let's call it 5. That's manageable.
Or just a balanced diet.
Yes, exactly, and that's the point. If you just have a balanced diet anyway, and not worry about whether it's true or not true, whether you should have 5 a day or not, you'll be fine. And it doesn't matter about whether the idea is correct or not correct. And it's exactly the same with climate change. Because if everybody lives to be more sustainable, it's better anyway. Whether the climate change is going to change or not, it's still a better idea.
Yeah, but
So-
the climate does change and has changed and will change.
Well, granted it does, but not on this sort of scale, and
And not with this
Future man's-
rapidity. And that data is
exactly.
there already. It is
Yeah.
showing a very sharp
if you study
increase.
Venus, it has a runaway greenhouse effect
I
Yeah.
disagree.
because of CO2, and we're producing more CO2. We're also adding to that, and our
Which is absorbed
temperatures
by
are
the
changing
sea.
because.
No, only about
And-
50% of
and
it is
plants.
absorbed. No, only about
plants.
50%.
Well, we're also
Yeah.
killing off
Yeah, we're
the
killing off.
coastlines and other places where a lot
Yeah.
of the sea is processing this stuff. So we're slowly destroying ourselves, whether we like it or not.
How
Yeah.
are we killing off coastlines?
Pollution, overfishing. I mean, I can go
Yeah.
on.
Mm.
You know, every so many years they have to go further out to fish because we're overfishing. We're
Well,
depleting
not-
resources left and right.
not-
We're
not
polluting our
around here.
waterways.
The fishing is very tightly controlled around the UK.
Well, maybe just the UK.
That's
but
not gonna
look
save
at-
the
look at-
planet.
Look at Scandinavia, where they've had to
No.
bury large loads of fishes they couldn't use because they were rotting, so they just wasted them.
So you can have
So-
places where you've got tightly controlled fishing, but there'll be places where there isn't. And the next thing, you got a fucking war over fish.
Yeah, so I mean, some areas may be good at controlling it, but the world is not.
Yeah. And I mean, even if climate change
it's a
was like
global
just a
problem.
scare story, then good. If people need to be scared to go and do something good,
I would love that to be the case. Absolutely. You know,
think that's
and
more
I'd
like-
love to live
it's
in
more
your
likely
Sass, but I
than
don't.
yeah.
the anthropogenic climate change argument.
Well, it's like I working out in the
No.
back garden every single year and watching the seasons changing, and I'm watching
I
that
think
oak
I've got
tree.
confirmation bias going on there.
But I watch that oak tree, and it takes longer and longer every year to dump its leaves. But it tries to grow its leaves roughly about the same time in the spring. And the distance between it losing its leaves and regrowing again is getting shorter and shorter and shorter. And you got to go and go, right, well, if the other trees are doing this, and from what I've seen, the other trees are doing this. I remember I used to walk to school kicking leaves in September. I don't see fucking leaves on the ground now until like end of November, beginning of December. From the same bloody trees. The winters are all warmer.
Yeah, and
Every single year.
but
you know?
in the past they've been warmer still, and they've been colder because that's how the Earth developed. I mean, you know, man wasn't responsible for the glaciers disappearing from Scotland, was he?
Well, when was the last time the Thames froze? It used to freeze every year without fail. People used to have bloody festivals on it.
Because there are climatic cycles.
But it's always
Yeah, but
frozen.
we're
It's
actually
always
supposed to
frozen
be-
in the winter.
As Wagyu says, we're supposed to be heading into an ice age again. So
Yeah, those cycles are
You know,
very
that's
long,
not-
and this is a very short term. Within my life, it's anecdotal, but within my life, I've noticed a shitload of changes around here,
Yeah.
and it's not for the better.
Yeah.
And it's not over thousands of years. It's been over tens of years.
Yeah.
There's been a very
Yes.
sudden change.
And I mean, ultimately, the biggest problem is overpopulation. You know, you need places for people. You need resources for people. The pollution has to go somewhere.
Yeah.
You
But
know,
also
we're-
we have urban heat islands now, where in the past we wouldn't have. I mean, again, looking at population density, they have a massive effect.
Yeah. But
Yeah.
it all adds. It all adds up.
more energy is actually used. Can't believe it in this country. Actually, cooling places down than it is in heating them
Mm.
worldwide.
Yeah.
Yeah, we have brownouts here all the time when the weather's really bad, and everyone's got to run AC and all kinds of stuff.
Yeah, well, but that's the thing, I suppose, that, you know, if the population's bigger, the resources are being used faster. Even if the planet was relatively efficient at dealing with all the shit that we throw at it.
And the deforestation is going up, and the
Yeah.
coastal. Believe it or not, most people think the forests provide most of our oxygen. It's actually the algae in the coastal areas. We're also
Yeah.
killing those off. So we start at 21% oxygen. Pretty soon we'll be down to 19%, and it'll be like we're living at high altitude,
Yeah.
and that's not good for anybody.
Well, as David Surchak.
Yeah.
Exactly. Do
Might
you
help
want
cut-
all
cut
of
down
these
on the-
living
on
in
the,
puffing and
wildfires,
puffing,
though.
right? Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, because like round here, where they see a bit of grass and they put a housing estate on it, and it's getting denser and denser and denser and denser, and the amenities are struggling to cope. As London pushes out, and the sky gets brighter, and everything gets more expensive, and there's less trees. I used to look out here, and everywhere I looked was fucking trees. Now it's 1 or 2 trees because they've been cut down because somebody's decided they're going to build a fucking housing estate again. And then land that was protected, not so protected now. And they're changing planning laws so they can build in places where they couldn't build before.
But
And
when
they're
you have
packing everything
population
close
growth-
together.
Yeah, when you have population growth, how are you meant to house people?
Yeah, but there's still this problem but everybody's living the same opulent existence, and eventually, these systems can't deal with it. These ecosystems are going to collapse under the pressure. They reckon the oceans absorb about 50% of the carbon in the air, but there'll be a point where it can't absorb any more any faster, so that stays in the fucking air. But rather than do something about it...
When the dinosaurs were around, the CO2 levels were considerably higher than they are now.
Yeah, but ask any dinosaur, and they will tell you it didn't go well for them anyway.
Yeah. So what's to say that man has a right to exist?
Well, that's the thing.
Technically, we don't. We're a blight on the planet.
Yeah, they do that in those dystopian films, don't they? With the aliens going, you're a disease on the surface. You need eradication. So, but if we were a little bit more careful and concentrate a little bit more on sustainability, as sort of like as it is, it's got to be better. And if we're doing it, then it'll be better for, it'll be easier for the next generation to do it because they grew up with it. It won't seem so alien to them. Because literally, we are the generation that's going, what do you mean we've got to get smaller cars and turn off lights? What the hell is this
we
all
had
about?
the early days of development, and now we want to tell other countries what to do because they're going through what we went through and they're polluting. And it's like, well, we did plenty of that on our own, so we're not innocent, right? So
Yeah. Oh, yeah. But the thing is, nobody's innocent of this.
Right, exactly.
Nobody is. I mean, you could say, if it wasn't for China, it wouldn't be accelerating so fast because of the amount of pollution that comes off China. Well, we're buying stuff off them, so they're making it for us. It's not China's fault.
Well, it's all the developing nations.
I guess the bottom line is,
You go.
if you believe in climate
Got some
change,
data for you.
if you believe that climate change is happening, or if you don't believe that climate change is happening, whether it's fueled by man or human existence on this planet or not, surely just cutting down on all the stuff that we know isn't very good, whether you believe it contributes to man-made climate change or not, cutting down on vehicle emissions, cutting down on anything that stopping deforestation, trying to curb population growth in reasonable ways. Whether you believe in climate change or not, it's got to be good.
Yeah.
Of course. I was just in LA for several days. It was a usual nightmare of smog. It was disgusting.
Yeah. Well, every time I go to London and come home, if I blow my nose, it's got black shit in it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's mainly from the underground.
Yeah.
Yeah, but 9 times out of 10 now the overground is as bad as the underground.
Yeah.
It's getting pretty grim.
Got some
Wombling free.
cool data here. Don't know if you can see that.
I can't really see, but I take it it's not good reading.
This is,
Oh, I made you big,
no, not
Jim.
really.
I made
So
you big.
Big Jim.
I'll hold it up again, see if you can actually read any of that.
No, it's a little.
Oh,
there you
here
go.
you go.
Focus. There you go. Focus.
Gigatons. of CO2.
So this book is brilliant. It's called Knowledge is Beautiful. It's well worth it reading. It's actually got tons of data in there. And literally like the...
Just as he gets interesting, he freezes every time.
He has a.
It's like his internet.
He has a bullet point filter.
Too much info at once. It just froze. Yeah.
Yeah. And then he said that kind of thing.
Yeah.
But no. I think it's immaterial whether, like you say, whether it's climate change is real or not. It's the best option either way is still to rein it in a bit. Yeah.
It's just the basic approach you have even in medicine. Do less harm.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, true enough. Yeah. And, but I mean, it's not going to be easy. It's going to be a massive pain in the arse and all the rest of it. But most things worthwhile doing are. So.
I think we're,
Steve Albo says his internet's being limited to conserve power.
There you go.
And never mind climate change. What about bandwidth change?
I tell you what, but I think it's the hypocritical element that always creeps in because literally we're talking about this, and then literally 15 minutes ago I was talking about getting a Dodge Viper. It's sort of like, wait a minute, eh? But it's that duality, isn't it? It's that duality of opinions and stuff like that. You're sort of like, save the planet, but I want a Dodge Viper. Yeah.
But you could then say, well, look, okay, I'll have my Dodge Viper, but I'll do something else. And everyone will do. We can't do everything. We can't all drive an electric car or a non-fossil fuel car. We can't all put.
Can't afford them.
Yeah, we can't put panels on the roof. Solar panels on the roof. We can't all eat organically. We can't all do all of these things. Some of these things you have to do. Some things, I mean, when my boss says I've got to fly to America, I've got to fly to America. Now I can maybe do something to offset that somehow, and maybe help. I mean, might it just make me feel better? Probably. Does it actually make a difference to the planet? I don't know. I don't have that information. My airline will say, "Oh, we'll carbon offset your trip by planting a bunch of trees somewhere." Well, in a way, that kind of makes me and makes other people feel better about it. Does it make an actual difference? I couldn't say. I don't have that information. But we can't all do. So if you want to buy a Dodge Viper, fine, buy a Dodge Viper. But maybe, I don't know, do something else, change something else in your life that you could do. And gradually, it has to be a gradual process. As Sass said, it is like turning an oil tanker to do a lot of these things. You can't just expect everyone to change things overnight. But if we're all doing something, and then eventually we'll all
catch up.
Yeah, if you buy a Viper, you have to eat more broccoli.
Yeah, we just got to hope that it's not too late.
You've got to worry about methane
No, not
production,
broccoli. Anything but broccoli.
There'll be a methane tax.
Yeah,
but I round these parts, we have a lot of coastal erosion.
Ooh,
there you go. We have a lot of coastal erosion.
Yeah, that's nice.
Yeah, whereas in the northwest we have coastal deposition,
and people are losing their homes, and it's getting worse. I mean, these are people that have lived on there. That
but that's just Blackpool people on nights out.
Dead bodies. But it's getting worse rapidly, more rapidly than it was. That's the thing. That's the thing. These things will change, sure, but it's happening a lot quicker and in a lot shorter space of time.
It's like all these plastic particulates in the oceans. I mean,
oh Jesus, yeah.
I know of them. I'm not quite sure how they got there and why there's so fucking many of them.
Well, from things like shampoos and soaps and skin
Really?
exfoliants.
Yeah.
I suppose every year you're eating at least a credit card's worth of microplastic. So
any kind of plastic is.
Yeah.
Wow.
But my
poor old ocean's got quite a job on its hand, hasn't it?
Well, I mean, normally you wouldn't throw shit into the place where you're going to get your food from. And I mean, pollution of all forms is a bad thing, because we get our food from the sea, from the land, etc., and you don't want that polluted. And I do find it perverse that we haven't adopted much better ways of handling plastics.
Yeah.
But just the chemicals. If you eat a lot of fish, you can get arsenic and mercury and all kinds of stuff in your system. It's bad news.
Yeah.
But as I said, you don't throw shit in your fridge.
It's a phenomenon called biological magnification.
So we are, though, and have been for quite some time. And maybe, regardless of whether climate change is true or not, do something about it.
Yeah.
In our own little way.
But I mean, I said I find it perverse that plastic recycling can be really, really simple. It is, however, somewhat intensive to sort out the various plastics into various types.
And they only do certain types, unfortunately. Most of it gets tossed.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah.
But it shouldn't be.
It's a bit blurry, Jim, because your connection.
Yeah, but you see, most of these things, like recycling plastics and various wastes, are given to bureaucrats to fucking sort out. I mean, and they're the last people on the planet you want sorting this shit out.
Well, no, the problem is that they're not, and they're not really tasked with it, because it is industry that is driving the use of plastics. And I find it bizarre that it's difficult these days in supermarkets to buy food that isn't in a plastic wrapping of some form. Whether it's just apples or, I mean, you can get bananas without plastic packaging, but even then, they're selling bananas in plastic bags, and you think, why? There's no need for it, other than it's convenient for the manufacturer, for the shipper, and for the retailer.
A lot of customers want it too. It's supposedly cleaner that way. Right?
Yeah, so. but they all these foods that are kept in modified environment packages.
Oh, did you see that?
You obviously deserved it.
I saw that.
She just smacked me in the face with her tit. She smacked like that.
Oh, that's like Chesty Morgan from the Russ Meyer movies.
Yeah.
God, that takes me back a few decades. Yeah.
I'm surprised. What are you eating? Jeez. I haven't had a good whack in the face with a tit in a long time. Thanks for that, by the way.
Yeah, nobody has to pay for that.
Good money for it.
You normally feel the right tip.
Come on, where's the drums?
But yeah, I think there is massive unnecessary use of packaging generally. I think we've probably all had a situation where we've ordered something from Amazon or wherever.
Oh Christ!
And it comes in a 5-foot box.
Yeah.
And once you've peeled through all the layers like a Russian doll, you end up with something the size of a bloody matchbook.
Yeah.
But they do it because it's simplified. Their handling systems are simplified by reducing the different numbers of package types. It's almost impossible to legislate against that sort of thing.
Well, yeah. I mean, even I've caught myself, going to Amazon to buy something that could simply walk down to the shops and get. Get up your fucking arse and go down there and get it yourself. Ordering it on Amazon, Christ almighty.
But there is. I don't have data, but there is this thing about the fact that we are moving from an economy where we all go shopping every week to one van delivering to however many households. That's one vehicle on the road doing all of those things rather than 100 vehicles on the road.
There is an efficiency in the system.
Yeah. And lots of people going about Amazon and the whole Amazon Prime thing. And there's all these vans on the road. And you
I
could
can't
argue
fault
that
them.
you
I
can't.
cannot
Well,
fault
no.
them.
And certainly Amazon are making an effort to electrify their vehicle base, and the fact that one transit van might have deliveries for however many households on there. That's if I wanted to nip and buy, I don't know, a lawnmower, I could drive 7 miles into town and 7 miles back, and every other person that wants to buy a lawnmower that day does the same thing. And yet one van with 50 lawnmowers is less emissions, less use of fuel.
Yes.
50 less, 49 less vehicles on the road. So there's an argument for that.
Yeah, it's. I suppose the issues with Amazon are probably over treatment of workers.
That's the biggest problem. Yeah.
And I mean, I can't imagine it being fun. When you read about some of these people and they're covering 25 miles a day walking, and the amount of work that they have to achieve within that period.
Smell clean for a change.
All right, so now with the other one. Get him with the other one now.
See what I have to put up with. Get your fat ass out of here. Oh, that's better. Oh, good girl. No. Pretend you're really trying to hurt me.
I think we turn your camera off, mate.
Yes.
And the mic, actually.
Come back when you're finished.
You do a reach around.
No.
That is physically better, thank you.
But also,
because it's gone numb, I can't feel it.
With the likes of Amazon, perhaps we need to worry about the increased use of automation. I mean, at the moment they employ lots of people, but with sophistication in terms of picking and sorting and packaging, are we going to face a world where Amazon warehouses have 2 people managing the whole system?
Oh, there's going to be a shift, isn't there? There'll be a shift, in workforce, just like there's been a shift in all workforces as we develop and, move from one thing to another. What did all the, the people that used to be involved in making, I don't know, trams, they all moved into making trains or
Good
cars.
evening, everybody.
And they'll move into something else. I'm probably not using a very good example here, but
trains came first, I think.
my point is that
I know.
I wasn't making it very well, I admit. But when one thing ceases to be a thing, that workforce is therefore technically redundant. But through reskilling, retraining, and moving into other professions, if it's managed properly, that transition can be made a lot easier for lots of people. And there are always, unfortunately, it's just the way that a capitalist society works, that there are always going to be some that get left behind, and it's going to be difficult. And that's why, as a society with some degree of social care and justice, we can look after those people as we transition and pick up the slack, shall we say. But there'll always be, just the way of the world, isn't it? I mean, what's going to happen to all the people that make cigarettes? If they're going to raise the age limit every year, one year, so you can't buy them when you're 18, when you're 19,
prohibition has always worked, hasn't it?
Yeah.
Also, the great thing is so many people in the U.S. complain, we don't want socialism, that's evil. Meanwhile, we have a bunch of it already. So,
well, that's because in America, and I'm not being disrespectful to my American friends, you included, but in America, socialism is conflated with communism,
exactly,
and they're completely different things
because they don't understand what it is. Right?
No, exactly, there's a lack of understanding.
We have social capitalism. It's not socialism, and it's not pure capitalism.
Exactly,
it's a blend.
Yeah, but
and it's quite well balanced.
You know that those various people that you see standing up in Congress saying about how it's communism, no, it isn't. It's just that's not the truth they're selling.
Actually, plenty of them are quite
no, but that's not the truth they're selling, is it?
So
They don't fancy the idea of
when you point out to them all the societal benefits that they gain through socialist models and socialist programs.
Social models. They're not socialist.
Well,
per se,
social
they're
models.
social
Yes, all right. Yes, all right. Well, yeah, we can quibble over the semantics, but essentially, yes. You know, they all benefit from these things. Yet they wouldn't want to admit that because, as he said, particularly in America, the word socialism is horribly conflated with communism.
Yeah,
which
we've had Social Security alone forever. So,
but even communism as a principle is misunderstood because people say communism and they think China, North Korea, and social, you know, the Soviet Union, Stalin, and that.
Yeah,
that wasn't communism in its purest form as
the model
Marx
came from the kibbutz, basically.
Yeah, but it was exploited, you know, and it was in a terrible way in you know, many cases. But it wasn't communism as it was espoused by, you know, the likes of Marx
Lenin.
and Engels, and even to a point Lenin.
Yeah,
you know, Lenin was not great in many ways, but he was.
Say that again, Rob.
Yeah.
He was less bad than Stalin.
Yeah,
yeah. But I still reckon he was one of the best songwriters in the Beatles. Though. Thank you.
Yeah. It's funny you should say that because there was on John Lennon's official Facebook feed, which is amazing how he's been doing this for all these years.
Isn't he working in a supermarket with Elvis?
That's it, yeah. But there was this thing, they had this quote from when the song Revolution came out, because there was, you know, 2 or 3 different versions of that song. And there's one version where he says, if you're carrying pictures of Chairman Mao, you're gonna go, blah, 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 and then he says, you can count me out. And then he did the other version, and he says, count me in. And he explained that he didn't quite know which side of the fence he kind of came down on. He could understand why you would want to be included with those people, the Maoists particularly, and then you know, so he recorded both versions. And yet he said it's funny that people always pick on the one that makes me sound like I'm a raging, you know, commie.
Yeah.
Whatever.
Well, he did say that Imagine was basically a communist manifesto, wasn't it?
Mm.
Yeah.
Well, look at the famous song "Born in the USA" by Bruce Springsteen. It's very anti-American, frustration with American stuff. Yet we played it at every rally. It's used as a pro-American song. They don't understand the meaning of it.
Ignoring the fact it's about the bad treatment of American vets.
They just misunderstood what it was all about, didn't they? They must have misunderstood the lyrics.
But that's
exactly.
people, you know, when you get people who lack that kind of social intelligence, and I realise that saying that, you know, some people might get offended by this. Oh, I'm lacking social intelligence. When you lack that kind of social empathy, all you hear is "Born in the USA."
Yeah. And Trump's playing YMCA at things now. It's like Village People. What are you doing?
I know, right?
He really doesn't get that that's a gay anthem, does he?
I think he does, and doesn't care.
Well, no, it's about whipping up a crowd. That's all he's
Actually,
about.
I don't think he could even spell care.
Or a YMCA.
Or YMCA.
Yeah.
Sad mouthful of booze.
But
What comes after the Y?
But whenever you get a large group of people, as long as a tune is something that resonates with them, it doesn't really matter what the message the tune itself is carrying, because it's the music itself which is the carrier of the emotion.
That was it. Seriously, not doing the groundwork.
Yeah.
But also, I never really liked Imagine anyway.
It's easy to play.
I think that's been said about quite a few Beatles numbers for some reason.
That's how well you disguise it.
Speaking of Beatles, the Mellotron they had on display at the Mellotron booth, the big fancy one, is the Strawberry Fields Sing was played every few seconds, and you want to strangle everybody. It's like, can you play another damn track, please?
Who was next to that booth? Was it the ASM guys?
They're across the way, yeah.
Yeah, Glenn was saying something. Yeah.
Please, no more.
I think one time the one of the booths told me they occasionally played an opening from an ELO song, but pretty much it was all Strawberry Fields. So.
Yeah.
Oh well. Mind you, what did they think was going to happen?
Well, exactly.
So yeah,
it was an impressive unit, I have to say.
I said something the other day from old Tiny. He told me about fuck me, what's his name? From Emerson, Keith Emerson.
Oh, Keith Emerson.
Would was for a laugh buying up cheap L100s, sticking Nazi knives in the keyboards, and then selling them as the original keyboard. He did it about 30 times, apparently.
Wow. You mean like the Luftwaffe knives?
It was fake. Yeah, it was faking his own folklore.
Wow.
And there's people, and I must admit, I have a customer here before now who says, "Yeah, I got Emerson's L100 with the Nazi knife stuck in it. I bought it off this geezer, right? And I paid 12 grand for it." And sitting here in this, and I'm going, I'm not going to say anything.
No.
I won't burst your bubble.
Yeah. The trouble is the internet exists now. It could get interesting at some point.
But trolls like that, I mean, you've got to take your hat off to them, haven't you? It's brilliant.
Well, yeah, I know exactly. Yeah. So there must be. Apparently, he did it about 30 times for a giggle.
The same kind of people used to buy bridges a lot, right?
Yeah, but what about the guy that bought the same bridge twice? No disrespect, he was an American, and he bought London Bridge twice. He got caught out the first time, and then did it again.
So we have one of the old ones here, Lake Havasu, in Arizona. They brought over block by block.
Yeah, that was the old one, wasn't it? I remember that.
Very old one, small. It's a small one.
Yeah.
Well, just imagine how much someone like Vangelis or even Hans Zimmer could have made if they'd just, signed a batch of synthesizers.
Yeah.
And just, released one on the quiet market every couple of years.
Mind you, they were two people who didn't need to.
Yeah.
Whereas Keith was.
But
Keith got himself into a bit of financial difficulties around about that time, and it worked for him. So, good on him.
What's Jim doing?
He's got data.
I'm totally lost in these books. So this is one of them. Information is beautiful. I've got another one. Knowledge is beautiful.
Knowledge is
they're
beautiful.
absolutely fascinating.
It's an Illuminati publication, right?
Yeah.
They're picture books.
This has just turned up.
They are picture books, essentially.
Oh, what's that?
Oh, God. I meant to order that.
Yeah, get it ordered. There's a bit of
yeah.
It took a while to come because they've been out of print, but
It's not the only one.
I can't. It's a birthday present, so I've got to hold on to it till August.
Sorry, what is it?
It's the Mark Hollis, A Perfect Silence. It's by a guy called Ben Wardle. So it's the Talk book.
Mm-hmm.
And I ain't really a super fan of anybody but Talk. I don't really do the super fan thing, but I probably got practically everything they've put out on CD.
You can get hold of it. There's also a autobiography by a guy called Phil Brown. Phil with two
I've got
L's.
it. Yeah. Because he
Are We Still Rolling?
Yeah, it's brilliant book.
Spirit of Eden.
Yeah. Superb. Because I bought that book and didn't realise that it was that Phil Brown that had done all the engineering for the Talk sessions. You know, and then I go up to the chapter and thought, bloody hell, this is, you know. No, it's a really good book.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wasn't happy when Gwen
Yeah,
Stefani did that
amazing.
horrible Talk cover.
Well, I didn't mind it really. It was PRS and all that.
So we were just talking about Keith Emerson, and it just reminded me of this picture I mocked up ages and ages and ages ago. You ready?
Go on.
Yep.
This is sign of progress.
Superb.
Yeah. Yeah, stick a knife in that, you bastard. Oh, man. Oh, I don't know.
What should we talk about now?
Oh, let's talk about Deliveroo. What a bunch of cunts.
I never used them.
I haven't used any food delivery service.
No.
I don't
But
think we
I
have
tell you
around
what, Fiona goes to the supermarket to get her shopping because she used to order it, and it's fucking unbelievable. It was just the same story every time. Oh yeah, no, we didn't have soft rolls, so we got this screwdriver.
Tesco's like that.
Strawberry yogurt didn't have that, so you got this lawnmower. What else we got? Oh, we didn't have the soft brown bread. All we had was this jar of ants. You know, and she's going, oh, for fuck's sake, I was going to do it would be something like, I was going to do that carbonara tonight, and we haven't got the pasta because they didn't have any. They didn't have pasta. Sure.
Should have phoned Andy up. He's got all the other stuff for it.
So, do you know what?
A pasta machine. It's pretty easy to make your own.
Well, the interesting thing, she did this sourdough bread. So she's growing this culture in a big bottle thing in the kitchen. Yeah. And you have to feed it.
A mother.
Yeah.
A mother.
Yes.
Yeah, and you have to feed it, right? And she goes, I think it was Saturday morning. She goes, I'm going to make some crumpets. I went, oh, okay. All right. I know what crumpets are. I know what crumpets are like. So be careful. And what she presented me with was almost crumpets.
Yeah.
But sourdough crumpets taste fucking awful. And she goes, oh, no. What you do is you put the raspberry jam on it because it takes away the sour taste. And I said, so why not just use normal fucking batter then?
Yes.
It was
quite cancel. It's more of an additive thing, right?
Yeah,
And
I love crumpets, but I wouldn't enjoy a sourdough crumpet.
Well, she did a sourdough.
I was just going to say I like sourdough bread, but I wouldn't have it with the crumpet.
No. She done a sourdough loaf, right?
Oh.
And the only problem with it is,
it's hard.
You know what bread is like?
Yeah.
Well, this had sort of like streaks in it, and when you broke it, it broke along the streaks where it was raw.
Oh.
And she goes, what do you think? I said, well, the crust is nice. if you put a lot of jam on it, because unfortunately, for some strange reason, it tastes of fucking sourdough. So anyway, by the time I've tested her wares, I've gone, I wouldn't do that anymore, darling, if I was you. And she goes, oh, no, I've got 2 more jars of it I'm growing. Yeah, you're growing it, right? What's that tell you?
But it's easy enough just to make a normal bread dough. Sourdough is it's a very specific.
Oh, there's a lot of fecking around she was doing out there.
Yeah.
Because I said to her, I said, look,
JJ. Go on, sorry.
No, I was just going to say, because I'd said to her, I said, look, haven't you watched Prometheus? Stop this immediately before one of us gets fucking...
You're going to get that white snake thing coming out of your fridge?
Hello, my honey. Hello, my sweetheart. Hello, my ragtime gal. Yeah. Oh, mate, no, it's... Sorry, you were going to say, dear?
Oh, no, I would say JJ Exarlic makes really good sourdough bread.
Does he?
Yeah.
We'll get him to send some over and we'll rate it for him.
He was at Lord's today. He's a very big cricket. He was in the practice areas at Lord's.
Oh,
he loves his cricket. He's very English.
Or Australian.
Yeah.
Well, he's Polish, isn't he? Polish descendant.
Oh, is he?
Yeah.
Hey, Robbie, did you catch that revival tour they did as Art of Noise? Was it 2016 or whatever it was?
The what? Sorry.
The revival tour. Did you catch them when they did that?
It's funny you should say that. JJ phoned me up and he said, "We're playing Liverpool. Do you want to come?" I said,
No way.
yeah. He said, "I'll stick it on the list." He says, "When you get there, just come and find me." Okay, brilliant. Yeah. Got my car, which I think it just had a service. It's one of those moments when you've just got your car back from the garage and then all of a sudden everything goes wrong.
No.
And I leave and I'm like 40 miles up the road in Cambridge, and the dashboard lights up like a flipping Christmas tree.
They forgot to put the sump plug back in.
Well, I pulled into the services and stopped the car and checked it out, and no, all these lights were coming on. And it turns out, what I found out later, it was what was it? It was one of the ABS sensors. And so when the ABS sensor goes, so many other things rely on the sensor, like tire pressure management and
speed sensor,
all that kind of stuff. So all these other systems were saying faulty because it was just this one thing. Didn't know that, of course, at the time. And then I phoned up the garage and I said, to that typical, "I just got my bloody car back from a service. That's all fucking gone wrong." And so anyway, I did that, and they said, "Well, we can't really say until we get it in and have a look at it." And I said, "Well, look, I'm going to Liverpool, and I want to know if it's safe for me to drive there and drive back." And they said, "Well, until we see the car, we could possibly commit either way." So I sort of sat there in the services and like, "Oh, what do I do? And I thought, well, I've got breakdown cover and everything, so if I break down in either direction, I can get to my destination or I can get back home again. But do I really want to?" And in the end, I just thought, "Oh, fuck it." I turned it around and came back home. So I missed them on that one, but they're and every subsequent time that they've played, they've either not had enough. Like they did a thing at the British Library, but JJ only had like one or two things to give away, and he gave them to his kids or something. Completely understandable. But I spoke to him last week, and there's this thing. I don't know if you have it elsewhere in the world, but these 80s revival festivals.
Oh yeah,
Let's Rock.
One a while back, yeah.
So this thing called Let's Rock exists in the UK, and in and of itself, it's a massive operation that they just go around all the big kind of like there's big public areas like parks and stuff, and they put on these shows. Parks, and they're doing some of those, and they're doing one in Ipswich just up the road in September. He said, "Yep, come on, we'll get you there." So I'm going to go and see them there, hopefully. No, my car will break down the day before.
Am I the only sad person then who always carries an OBD2 reader?
So I've got
in the car.
So I do that.
All I've got is the Volkswagen one, which plugs in and reports, and it reports to your phone, the VW app, and it will tell you when things are wrong. But it's really, I mean, most of the time it's only telling you what your dashboard's telling you. All the VW one is basically so that you can report it to a VW dealer, and then they'll take you in and sort you out at their prices. Yeah. But no, I do keep meaning to get like one of those.
It's well worth it because you can always just go, okay, clear all error codes.
Yeah, turn it all off. My thinking about that is if there's an error code, there's probably reason for an error code, and so I'd rather get somebody to. But well, no, absolutely.
It's a shame it wasn't something simple like we enabled disco mode by accident, right? So.
Well, there is that. The reason that I've wanted to get one is to switch on features that are switched off at the factory or whatever. So I have thought about doing that, but yeah, we'll see. But yeah, so that's I will hopefully get to see them then. I don't know what configuration, because sometimes it's JJ, Gary, and Anne, and sometimes it's JJ, Gary, and Ian. And Ian being Ian Peel, who's like I'm very envious. He's like basically a ZTT super fan.
Oh, wow.
And he was recruited by BMG, I think it was, whoever the label was at the time that was managing the ZTT catalogue, because he used to run fanzines for like all the ZTT bands, so he knows like all the mixes, all the different versions that came out, and all the different, knows all the catalogue numbers, and so he basically got the dream job of. They basically gave him the keys to the ZTT archive, which is in Slough, somewhere in Slough. And he got to dive in and find all this stuff and have it, select what he thought was going to be good based on what was written on the sleeves, and then have that stuff baked, then digitized, and so all of these kind of ZTT re-releases in the last 10 years or so have been curated by Ian, and now they've brought him on board, and he kind of does. He does what was it Adrian Wright, the guy in Human League that I forget the name of the guy who did all the projections at the back in the first incarnation. Yeah. So he's kind of like that guy, but doing he's kind of triggering a few things here and doing the light shows and the the slideshows at the back, and JJ and Gary do their thing, which is it's basically three guys and three laptops, and they're called the Art of What at the moment.
Oh,
but because they can't use the name Art of Noise. Yeah. So it's either Art of What or Art. I mean, JJ's thing is Art of Silence, and then there's other variations on that. So
they can't use Art of Hand Jobs because that's already a website.
Well, indeed. Yeah. So
I did in the 80s have a covers band. Well, me and another guy, and we were called the Art of Vision, based on the fact that I was a fan of.
Have you ever heard of the Noise of Art?
No.
This is brilliant. So there's a UK act who only ever did like one proper studio album and a couple of singles. They were called They were called Mainframe, and it was two guys whose names have now completely zipped out of my head, John and Murray, and they were two guys of English descent, and they liked what the Art of Noise was doing, but they didn't have the money for Fairlights or anything like that, so they used the Greengate DS3, which is this British sampler that was a rack mount module with an Apple II to control it.
God, I remember that.
And they did this. They had this band called Mainframe, and they did this album called I don't remember what it's called now. Anyway, they also did a spin-off called The Noise of Art, which was partially a piss take of the Art of Noise, but actually it was a very clever and very well done parody, shall we say, to the point where legal people were getting quite a little agitated because it was very professionally done.
Yeah.
But they did this thing. They did an EP. I'll have to find my memory is just shot to bits these days. But whilst I'm looking for it, I will tell you that the Mainframe website, which is mainframe-music.info, has a lot of their stuff available for download free of charge, and it's legitimate. It's the official website. So their album, the Mainframe album was called Tenets of the Lattice Work, but then they did this Into Trouble with the Noise of Art.
Brilliant.
And it was a very well done parody, and somebody actually just recently posted like the second single. Thank you, Homegrown, Murray Munro and John Malloy, who I met John Malloy before he passed away, sadly. And it's really, really good. But what was the parody of that one called? It was something like close to the. Oh, I'll have to get this right. If I don't get this right, I'll kick myself. But it's quite funny. Noise of Art. And so you hit that in search, and of course it just sees Noise of Art, and it gives you Art of Noise. So there's Into Trouble with the Noise of Art, but what was this EP called? Maybe it's in my history. There we go. So we're looking there. Here we go.
.org.
The Noise of Art, close to the ground, the C5 edit, as in the Sinclair C, the print of death. But like, you know that bit in Close to the Edge, or Close to the Edit, when they say, what's the line? It's the spoken word line, "Oh, to be in England in the summertime," or something like.
Yes.
And it's in this one, it's like, "Oh, to be in my C5 on Hampstead Heath," or something like. It was just, it's something like that. I've probably misquoted it, but
Brilliant.
Excellent.
it is absolutely brilliant. And unfortunately, that never got officially released. Close to the ground. But
That's superb.
yeah, check them out. Yeah, Mainframe
do,
and the Noise of Art.
You know you've made it when somebody does a parody.
Headroom was a
Oh God, yeah, definitely. Sorry, Jim.
Sorry, Jim.
Yeah, I only found out recently that Max Headroom wasn't computer generated.
Yeah, really.
It's Matt Fuster.
Yeah, it's actually
Yeah.
it was a guy.
God,
in
I
makeup.
dragged that from
Yeah, it's
somewhere.
Wow.
It was Canadian, wasn't it?
Yeah,
Something.
I think he was. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I used to
There's
love
a really
Max
good
Headroom. He was
video on
great.
YouTube. There's a really good video on YouTube going on about just Max Headroom and how it sort of, everyone thought he was like this computer going, oh God,
Yeah.
look at the graphics, but he was
Yeah, but there
just
was
like makeup and styling.
But that was it was great.
Yeah.
It was a blend though, wasn't it? Because there were some visual effects, rudimentary
the
visual
background
effects.
Sort of
made it-
stuttering and the
made it
stuttering, him
feel
stuttering.
like-
The whole stuttering
Yeah.
thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
so good,
That was
so
very
well
clever.
done.
Very
It's like
clever.
brilliant.
Matt Frewer, that's it.
Yeah.
I was close.
Chris had saying he wanted to do a New Order cover band and call it Out of Order.
Was
A
it
friend
we
of mine wanted to do a death metal version of Aha called Ahard.
Have you ever heard the Real Big Fish version of Take On Me?
I have. Yeah.
It's great.
Yeah, it's brilliant.
Absolutely-
Absolutely brilliant.
It's done in like that
Yeah.
modern US ska.
Yeah. It is.
From a brilliant film called Basketball. And if you haven't ever seen
Not
Basketball,
seen that. No.
treat yourself, because it's a film about a new sport that's created by three dropouts, two of which are Trey Parker and Matt Stone
Right. Yeah.
from South Park.
South Park.
And the film is made by the guys behind, or the team behind, Airplane, all the Airplane movies. So it's
So what was it called again, Rob?
Basketball. So
Basically.
like basketball, but with an
Yeah.
extra E after the S. And it's absolutely brilliant because it's a fusion of the South Park humour and the Airplane humour. So there's all those obvious, gags, but then there's all like some weird, crazy shit. And it's absolutely brilliant. It's really, really good.
So
And
it's
if you-
like Family Guy then.
Yeah, but
That's the mixture of those two.
the beauty of it was the sport that they invented, which is basketball, which is a cross between basketball and baseball, in case you hadn't figured that out, actually took off after this film. People started playing it properly and in leagues, because it was, in the film, it's a game that's designed to be played by ordinary people in, backyards.
Yeah.
Right, because it's the premise of the film is that they create this sport because sports like American football and baseball have become far too commercialized, and with teams moving, cities, and all this kind of stuff. But once you've seen that, then you have to go and watch Orgasmo
Yeah.
and Cannibal the Musical. These are all South Park, Trey Parker and Matt Stone
Yeah.
films. But Orgasmo is brilliant because that's all about Mormons in the porn industry. Serious, and it stars a whole load of porn stars and Parker and Stone and a bunch of others. And Cannibal the Musical is about cannibalism in the Wild West, which apparently is based on a true story.
I wouldn't put it past them.
Yeah. But yes, absolutely brilliant. So the Book of Mormon.
Yes. Yeah.
the
I've not seen
musical.
it. I've never seen it. But
That was developed by them after they did Orgasmo, because it's these this.
Have you seen it? I mean, is it worth seeing? Because I mean,
What, the Book of Mormon?
Yeah, I mean, Jane just is not keen at all. So
yeah, I've not actually seen it on stage. I saw a DVD or something. Somebody had a DVD of it.
Fiona saw it on stage.
It is very fun. I mean, I'm not a big musicals fan.
Yeah, no, she loved it.
But it was very
Is
funny.
it just a piss take?
Oh, absolutely.
Oh, like you wouldn't believe.
Yeah, massive.
It sounds like my sort of thing, though.
Oh, yeah, you'd love
for that.
Well, I watched last night, just for a laugh, it was on YouTube, and it was like the most offensive jokes in Family Guy. And the video took 2.5 hours.
Honestly, we watch Family Guy every dinner time.
Yeah.
Because the kids have got into it now. And so it's on Disney. So we watch an episode. And we've literally been going through from season 1. So we watch it like 5 or 6 times a week. Even the ones that I've seen, I love watching. The one that we watched tonight was the one where Lois changes the stairs because Stewie gets a splinter, and Brian starts dating a blind girl who doesn't like dogs. And I've seen that God knows how many times, late night reruns and stuff. But it's still just and
I think I need to. Sorry, I was just going to say I think I need to start watching from season 1 because when I catch it when it's on, I stick and watch it and I think it's brilliant. Yeah. But I never regularly watch it. So I need to go back.
There is something to be said from watching it en masse rather than just the odd one or two.
I must admit the watching like the clips very, very close together in a 2.5 hour lump should come with a health warning.
Yeah.
Because they did the one with something he said something about he goes you're about as much use as a mentally retarded suicide bomber. And you hear this guy going Allah Akbar on a bicycle crashing into the Trade Centre and going like that on the ground. It's like, ooh.
It's really.
I think the season that we watched, the last season, was the one that started making all the 9/11 jokes.
Yeah.
And it is the first one you go, and then the second one you go,
yeah.
And then the third one, and then you just think, you can see what they're doing here. It's a lot of it, it gets criticised for being very close to the bone, but it's incredibly intelligent.
Yeah, well, it's like they did a scene from Jaws where they're all on the boat, but what they're doing is they're having a drinking game. And if there's something you've done, so somebody comes up with a suggestion, if you've done it, you have to take a drink. The Quagmire's there with all these bottles in front of him, and he goes, please stop, like this. Like, he goes, okay. I've never done a reach around on a goat in a hotel room. Oh, come on!
And there's the episode where, like, every 5 minutes they cut to, and here's Conway Twitty, and it cuts to a live performance of Conway Twitty doing. But what I love about them is that they don't just do a little snap gag, 5-10 seconds. They really buy into it and do like the whole 5 minutes. Stuff like the chicken fight.
Yeah.
I mean, that could have been over in 20 seconds. But no, they make it last a full 5 minutes. And they do that, and they've done it in different episodes.
And then come back again. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Which makes it funny because you see the chicken. And just,
yeah.
What was the other one? Oh, man. Adam West. I mean, fucking hell.
Oh, genius.
Has somebody been murdered outside his house? He goes, oh, so it's a shouting game you want. Okay. I'm winning.
It is and I blew my son's mind when I told him that Peter's boss is voiced by Carrie Fisher.
Yeah?
Peter's boss, in the brewery.
Yeah.
It's Carrie Fisher.
No way.
Yeah. And he was like, no. Oh my God, I can hear it. Yep, it's Carrie Fisher. But no, it's genius. Absolutely genius.
Yeah,
An American Dad as well. It's really, really good.
Yeah.
Didn't get into Cleveland so much. I don't know whether that was just a
well,
little
it suffered from spin-offs, didn't it?
Yeah. But Family Guy, no, that's...
Because they did a piss take of that as well, because what they did was they told Quagmire he was getting a spin-off.
Yes.
And he's walking away from the house going, well, fuck you, yeah, fuck you. And he goes, what? Oh, man. Yeah, but I think Brian's my favourite. and Stewie.
Oh, Stewie's. Well,
and Quagmire.
Sorry, for the benefit of Lady Aptitude in the chat. There we go.
Oh, DX5.
There you go.
She just wanted to see the shirt. She wasn't sure which one it was.
Matron. Yeah.
I was going to get the DX7 out the other day.
That's a euphemism if I've ever heard one.
Surely
Yeah.
you could get Viper
Why?
Graphics
Why?
to do whatever T-shirt you want.
I could, yeah. I keep.
Yeah,
I ought to
and?
email. I ought to email. Here's a funny thing. So let me finish what I said. I ought to email Jeff Toman and see if he's willing to sell his designs, and then we can do a T-shirt printing business. But no, the other thing was somebody posted on one of these Facebook groups, Yamaha DX Facebook groups. I've just got, they just bought a DX5, so they posted a picture of it, and lots of people saying, "Oh, that's nice," and "Oh, lovely," blah blah. And then somebody said, "Oh, I'll just stick with my I'd rather have my DX7." I'm thinking, what? Half the machine? You're happy with half the machine? What? No, don't get that. Sorry.
It could have been a DX7 too.
Still not the same. Still not the same. And
I know, I'm taking the piss.
yeah, but no,
I'd swap mine for a 5 any day.
No, I'm happy with my SX 1000.
I'm happy with my Op 6.
there you
Yeah.
do you know, that's one. I bought Op 6 native because I couldn't. It was far easier for me to justify buying that than the keyboard, and I haven't really got into it at all. I haven't spent time that I really must do because it wasn't cheap.
How much do you use your Essence FM?
Again, not as much. I haven't used a lot of stuff recently, but I do, because the Essence FM is right there. It's always in my face, and it's always saying, "Fucking hell, turn me on! You spent that much fucking money on me." So every now and again, I do break it out, mess around with it. It is good fun, I must admit.
Did you see Chris's thing from Boo when he did his live stream on, was it Monday? Have you seen that?
Who? Sorry.
The guy, Boo, the battery operated.
Oh no, I
orchestra.
didn't know.
Because he does it. He does his. It's not an in-depth thing on the Op 6, but he does a really nice little sort of 15-minute piece on it. It's fantastic, really.
I'll have to watch that because I got the emails.
Yeah.
I haven't watched it yet.
Well, I played the DX 100 and lived.
I used to own a DX 100.
I still want one.
I sold mine. I wish I hadn't actually. I also owned a DX 21, which was the same thing but with bigger keys, wasn't it?
That was the 27.
27, sorry, yeah.
Yeah. The 21 is like the DX7, 27, but with bitemporality.
Yeah.
So it's the same engines on the 21, the 27, and the 100, but the 21, I think it had bitemporality and it also had chorus, but I think it was MIDI chorus. So it wasn't actually a chorus effects unit. It was just like, we'll use another MIDI channel to play that note just slightly later.
Have you got an 816?
No.
There's one on eBay. It seems rather cheap.
There are two on eBay. Actually, there's one at 1950 or something, and another one about 1200. But I've got one put aside, shall we say, in America, which is Dave Gamson's.
Right.
And he said he'll keep that as long as needed until I can pick it up, which I was going to do this year, and then I bought the car, and that's kind of not
right.
So I need to get
when
a few
you do
more.
NAMM next year.
Yeah, I need to. Yeah, well, that's he was either going to bring it over, or I was going to go and get it. And the thing is, if I go and get it, the money I'd spend to buy that, because we've agreed a price and everything. We've all so virtually shook hands.
Yeah,
it's just getting the bloody thing, and of course the money. And people keep bringing out synthesizers that I want to buy, like Third Waves and things like that.
Yes,
it's a problem.
It is, yes. I was speaking with Bob Coover yesterday. Was it yesterday? Yeah, yesterday. And he was like, "Oh, we'll send you out an invoice." I was thinking, yes, you send it, and they're going to get paid. Not just yet. So, yeah.
Yeah,
but they've been inundated.
I'll tell you something I did at the weekend. It's a surprise to me. I bought, what's it called? Reland.
Oh, yes.
And I started using it. Well, that's the nearest to the sort of adjective I can think of to describe what I was doing. And I'm going through it and messing around, and they're going, "Oh, there's all sorts of stuff for a reason." I go, "All right, what else you got then?" And I downloaded this and added this thing called, would you fucking believe it, because we were talking about it earlier in the week, it's called BeatStepper.
Right.
And it's updates live. It analyses your drum machine or a drummer, works out the beats per minute and sends it out as a clock.
Ooh.
Instantaneously.
Ooh.
And it was a tiny little bit of software, and it just runs in the corner of the window there, and I've gone, oh, I can synchronise to my drum machines all of a sudden. Without use of MIDI triggering or anything.
Does it only work with Reason then? Or is it
that's the downer.
Oh, right. Oh,
Is it? So it's a rack extension, is it?
Apparently you can do it with Cubase, but you can only do it after the fact. So it will analyse the track you put in and work out its BPM. But this was doing it on the fly.
What number are they on now? Because the last time I used Reason was 4. How long ago is that? 12. There you go.
We're on 12 now.
Yeah, it's on 12.
I quite liked it.
Yeah.
It was all right.
I'm really struggling with, the way it's set up.
Mm.
And I thought maybe what I could do is set it up so it looked like Cubase, and then I'd feel a little bit more confident with it.
Yeah.
But I couldn't even find anywhere where you could change anything around. So
what you've got to do, because you couldn't do this on previous versions, or early versions. You can now, so when you open up the Reason main window, you've got kind of like 5 areas. You've got the browser on the left, where you can find all your sounds and all your instruments and stuff. Then you've got the mixer, the rack, and the sequencer as the main sort of 3 components. And then on the right hand side, you can have like a tutorial stroke help section. Just bin that out of the way. But you can separate the rack, the mixer, and the sequencer into 3 individual windows that you can then place anywhere on your desktop or on multiple desktops. So if you want a full-on sequencer view, you can have that full screen, and then you can put the rack. And I know a lot of people, I haven't done this, but if you can turn a monitor on its stand vertically, they put the rack on that, because then it kind of works in a really nice way. But once you've kind of got your head around the Reason paradigm and how everything kind of works and interacts, it then becomes a very kind of rapid process of being able to sort of not. Generally, if I have an idea, like the other day I was messing around, I had an idea and I thought, I need to get that down. Don't care how, but I just need to remember that, because I'll go to bed and I'll forget it. Rather than fire up Logic, I'll fire up Reason, because I know I can literally click it on. Once it's loaded, I can just go drag instrument into the rack, boom, play it, record it there, it's done. Rather than going through the process of dropping down a menu, picking an instrument, waiting for that to load, choosing which channel. Logic is a little bit more convoluted, and just like Cubase would be. Whereas Reason, for me, is just like so immediate. Once I've got the idea down, then I can just export that as MIDI data and throw it into Logic, or I can open Logic and then open the Reason Rack extension plugin within Logic and carry on from there. So it's you can use both tools to get in there. But
what's going on with Andrew?
Oh, don't know what.
Yeah,
he's still not well. He's got to go into hospital tomorrow for a load of tests.
Oh dear.
So he's keeping low tonight.
He's too well.
Wishing you all the best, Andy.
Yeah.
Good luck, mate.
Good luck for tomorrow, mate.
Yeah.
We'll be thinking of you.
Lady Aptitude is dropping a new single this weekend.
On
Bandcamp, so I've posted her Bandcamp page, so everyone can keep an eye out for it.
Oh, good.
Links in
Yeah,
the chat.
there'll be something I can play in the workshop. I've been playing old Ty's Orchestrated most of this week.
He's bloody good.
Thing is, though,
don't tell him that though.
Oh,
true.
He probably's forgotten he did it. Honest to God, it's
Mr. Serchek.
Hello,
Good
dear.
evening, David.
Hey, here, New York City at American Girl, my favorite fashion store. You're missing this.
And that explains a lot.
Wow.
Yeah, this is how you blow retirement real quick.
God, the people are really small in New York.
Are you getting a custom one for yourself?
I tell you what, we're still working on the first one, so these young little ladies are living big here. But probably wouldn't have been my first place I would have came, but sorry it's not Simp.
Yeah. What's the carpet look like?
Yeah.
Let's have a look at the carpet.
Yeah. Oh yeah, hold on. It's mainly floor, but here's a little bit of carpet. Hold on.
There you go.
Oh yeah,
that's class. See, Andy, that's proper carpet. That's
I think that was
York
the
carpet.
last time that was washed was in the 70s.
I think I started something. Yeah.
Yeah. You start. Yeah.
This whole new documentary style.
Carpet fest.
I feel like I should show you some
head
dolls,
down
though.
documentary
Is it
style.
carpet diem? Is that what it is?
Yeah. Oh my God.
Yeah, look at
Come
her.
on, Robbie.
Yeah.
It's scary, isn't it?
This one's living big. Look at her.
Is that not Chucky?
They teach him.
Yeah. Pull the string on the back. You will never get out of here alive.
Yeah. This is what you call a posse. Yeah.
Oh man.
Pennywise.
Oh, dear. It's like a paedophile's bus stop, isn't it? Dear, oh dear. Sorry.
I think that was the original name of the store, but
Paedophile's bus stop.
God.
I must admit, I was going to go there, but I didn't have the fare on me.
Oh dear, that's wrong.
Oh god.
Yeah, there's some. Oh, let me see what else you guys might like. Oh, this is quite.
Which store are you in?
Oh, it's called American Girl. So it's like this. I guess this is the new big thing for the young girls. They you pick a doll, and you accessorize it, and
So it's
I've
like
been to a shop
build
like
a bear
that.
for dolls.
AR-15.
yeah, they have one at Stanford.
Bazooka.
It's like doppelganger. You can build your own little
I'm looking for
doppelganger.
like the really cool synth nerd or something. I can't find it. Like, don't any
You mean
of
they
these
haven't
kids
got a
play
Tara Bush model?
synthesizer?
Oh, come
No
on.
modular, nothing, man. This is our future right here. I'm like, oh man.
I'd buy a
Anyways,
Tara
I
Bush
got-
To
doll.
gender stereotypes.
Yes, you-
Oh, there you go. This is what. See, look at.
I've got a metal Tara Bush.
You said that on air.
See,
Yeah.
That you would buy a Tara Bush doll.
I'd buy a Tara Bush doll and I'd tell Math to his face.
Hey,
And I wouldn't
I
tell
gotta
Tara
run.
because she's killed me.
hey guys, I gotta run. I just wanted to say hi.
You
And,
do what in his face?
Good to see you,
Good to
Dave.
see you, Dave.
Cheers, David.
Take care, bud.
Yeah, bye, mate.
Yeah. Oh,
I've got a metal Tara Bush.
I'm gonna go as well.
Wow.
I'm just corpsing. Oh god. Yeah, I might be back later.
Okay.
But, yeah.
The return.
Cool.
See you later,
See you
Steve.
a bit later. Just got some shit to do as well. Cool. See you later.
Oh, yeah.
Bye.
I've got some shit to do, but I'm clenching.
Oh. Thing is, he
He
could
went
have
there.
gone and come back an hour later, and it still just looked like he was buffering.
Yeah.
Yeah, which, yeah.
Oh dear me. Oh, I love it when somebody drops in doing a mobile like that.
Yeah, that's superb.
It was like it was getting. It was good when Andy was showing us little bits of Nam,
Yes.
Including
Yeah,
the
I wasn't
carpets.
around for that one.
including the carpets. Yeah, yeah. But you see, a lot of people overlook that, don't they? They don't take the carpets into consideration.
And
I
it
mean, people
all
have to
adds
walk
to
on
the
these.
ambience.
Each
Yeah.
individual stain is precious.
Yeah. Yeah.
Every stain is precious.
This is where Jean-Michel Jarre puked up
Oh dear.
after being told how much the Synthex was. So,
Along
but
with
I'm not going to
everyone
play
else.
that.
talk-
It's-
And
Talking
Synthix
of-
recently showed up somewhere. I just saw it on a feed.
Did you see
Yeah.
the black what they call Black Corporation have just released Xerxes Mark II, which is their kind of Syntex
I saw
clone.
that. Yeah.
How much is it? Honestly, they've sourced enough parts to make 100 of these at like $500,000. No, that's not right. It's something like 1,500 deposit, and then 3,500 later on. It's mental.
What?
I know.
Oh man, I'm not quite
Makes
sure.
Makes
Makes
an OBX8 look positively cheap.
Do you know what I was looking at? And I don't know why I was, but I was looking at a Harken.
Sorry, I just seen what Lady Aptitude said.
What's that?
Do the drapes match the cup?
From what we saw, they'd have trouble finding drapes to match those carpets.
Well, indeed, yes.
Yeah, I was looking at a
It's more
Harken.
like lino, isn't it?
Mm. And I just got put off.
What's that? Sorry,
Harken.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I saw a couple of little video clips of people playing them, and I just went, no.
What, the Continuum or
Yeah.
the thin thing? That...
No, the Continuum.
Oh, right.
I was just going, nah, I don't think I'll bother.
Well, for all the complaints the Seaboard gets, at least it has proper landmarks you can feel. The Continuum is just colored fabric.
Yeah.
So you have to stare at it the whole time.
Yeah.
But then I was speaking to Mark Doty about it. He's got one, and he loves it. Absolutely loves it.
Well, he has to. He's bought it now.
Well, yeah.
They're very expensive and they sound great, but you have to stare at it because there's no physical landmarks.
Yeah. I think this is where the Osmos will succeed.
Because I'm right in thinking it's got a built-in synth, hasn't it? It's not just a controller.
Mm.
It's the Egan Matrix. Yeah, the Osmos is going to have the same one. So.
Yeah, absolute. But then the Roller came with some nice software ones anyway, so it's...
Yeah, the physical modeling and stuff on there is amazing.
So again, it'd still be a technique to learn.
Yeah.
It's very nerdy.
Yeah, oh yeah. Well, that's what we do best.
I noticed Thomas at CME, was it today or yesterday, posted a little poll in the WIDI user group asking if anybody used breath controllers. And it just made me wonder, is that CME's next thing? Are they
I think it's possibly that, or the integration of that into something like an EWI or
but he specifically said breath controllers rather than wind controller instruments. So
yeah, because MIDI Solutions makes the box for it. If you don't have it built in, you can just add it with the MIDI Solutions box.
Good evening, Neil.
Hi, Neil.
Good evening.
Hey, Neil.
Afternoon. I popped on to ask Kent a question.
It wasn't
it's
me.
Weird. Totally, it was all your fault.
Yeah,
it always is.
They always say that.
It was weird you mentioned about listening to Orchestrated this week, because I was only talking about it in the chat earlier, because I think it's a brilliant album. Because I wanted to ask Ty about it, but you probably know. Is that all done using his setup at home, or did he use an orchestra?
That is all computer, mate.
Wow.
Yeah, because when I first heard it, from beginning to end, and I'm listening to some very sweet string arrangements going on in various tracks and stuff like that, going, that is a fucking computer. Are you kidding me? But it is. Mind you, it's that VSL that he can't use at the moment. But
right, okay, yeah, probably not good to ask him about it then.
But essentially, I think the whole package is about 14,000.
Right.
For the whole package, but that's what 14,000 sounds like. But there again, you couldn't hire an orchestra for 2 days for that. So
no, and it really does sound superb. I mean,
mind you, he knows how to mix as well. So.
Well, yeah. Obviously, there's a lot of his talent in there to do it. But it's just blow away what it does. Is he working on another one with it?
There was talk, but if I remember rightly, I think old Fruitbat has gone to Spain for 12 months. I think it's Spain. He's gone abroad anyway. He's going to live for 12 months, doing something or other. But then he'll come back. they have spoken every now and again about, are we going to do another one and all this sort of thing. And it's one of those things, like, it just eventually happens one day where both are free to do it.
Yeah.
So there might be another one.
And with Ty's schedule, God knows.
And when the pension fund requires topping up a little bit.
Well, exactly. Orchestrated is the kitchen extension, and Orchestrated 2 will be, the third garage.
Studio 5.
Stocked out with more cars, So you never know. But, you never know what's around the corner. It may or may not happen.
Yeah,
He's covered. He's covered. They've covered a lot of the popular tracks now, anyway. Yeah. So unless they were going to, write something completely new off the bat, but then that's even more work.
Yes. Yeah.
Because there's no foundation to work from. You've got to start from scratch again. Although Ty's really good at having a blank canvas, anyway.
But they could do some of Midge's newer stuff. Because his solo stuff is pretty good as well. Some of those albums.
There might even be some sort of licensing issues going on there, or whatever.
Sure.
You never know. So, but
David has just found some solace in the shop.
Yes.
Oh, well, that's the rest of his day sorted.
Yeah.
I was never a great Pac-Man fan myself. I was more an Asteroids or Space Invaders.
Yeah.
Defender.
Oh, Defender was great.
Defender.
Loved Defender.
Loved it.
And Galaxian was quite good.
R-Type.
Yeah, it was actually. Yeah, I remember Galaxian.
There was another really great one called Space Dungeon, but I don't think it was as popular. Didn't get around as much. But there's one in the Queen Adelaide, and I think I put thousands of pounds into that fucking machine.
Do you remember?
Any of the Williams games had the best sound design, though.
Yeah. Berserker.
No.
Yeah, with the speech synth on it.
Yeah, heard of it, but never actually played it myself.
And what was the tank one with the vector graphics?
Oh, Tank Command.
Tank Commander, yeah.
Battlezone.
Battlezone, that's it.
The original, yeah. Because Battlezone 2, Battlezone 2, I used to play online.
I think Eddie,
beautiful graphics on
FR
it for the day.
Is waiting to come in.
No, he's not.
No, there's no one there. No.
I'll put the link there for you, Eddie. Battlezone was another great favourite of mine.
Do you remember the original Star Wars arcade game where you sat in and you flew?
Yes.
It's all vector graphics.
Yeah.
Oh, I just remember my mind being blown by that.
I had that on
that
the
cost
Atari
a fortune. Yeah.
Yeah. Got it on the Atari ST and played it to death.
Yeah. The other one was Spy Hunter. The sit-down version. And because the speakers were right behind your ears, for the music, it sounded brilliant.
Narc was really great. Super violent, and parents hated it. I loved Narc.
I remember playing Pole Position, Atari Pole Position, in a sit-down that had 3 screens.
Yes.
Yeah, 3 screens. I did. I went to this was in Skegness when I was younger, and I went to an arcade, and this guy was stood right next to a brand new built machine. He'd built it that day, and it was Continental Circus, so like the upgrade to Pole Position, if you like, in F1 sort of terms. But it was the 3D version, and you pulled down this this mask inside the thing, which flipped your left and right eye on and off, with an LCD sort of thing. And it was brilliant, but it was the engineer who built it, and he was stood right next to it all night to make sure nobody sort of broke it. But I got one of the first goes on it. Brilliant, absolutely brilliant. Yeah, years ago, back in the 80s, of course.
Oh yeah, the heyday of video
Outrun,
games.
Yeah, Outrun.
Oh,
bloody hell!
Super Hang On, the one with the bike, where you sat on the bike and you leaned to turn the corners.
That. Yeah,
Sega Super Hang On
though.
Yeah,
Outrun
was one of the first one that moved, wasn't it?
Yeah,
yeah.
It was,
and had great music.
Yes.
Yeah.
You got to pick your track, didn't you? But you set it on the radio before you started which one you wanted to play.
Yeah. Do you know what? I thought nothing was ever going to be better than that, and then Need for Speed came out.
Yeah, and the Space Harrier.
Still playing that today.
Yeah, Afterburner.
Oh god, yeah.
Sega were just killing it at that time, weren't
they? They did a NASCAR game as well, didn't they?
Daytona.
Yeah.
Yeah.
that place down. What's the one down in London in Piccadilly where
Trocadero.
Yeah. So in the basement of there, they had a version. I think it was. I'm pretty sure it was Afterburner, but it was one, and it used to spin you right round. It was like And my mate went in it, and she sat in it, and she didn't realise actually what it did, and it was just hilarious to watch her just fly around. I went on the. There was one of the WL Industries virtual reality games, where you stood with the big headset on, and it was they had one of those down there. So I went on that. That was safe. I went on there and just shot at people on buildings. But she ended up coming off green when she came off. It was brilliant.
Didn't they have was it the 8 or the 16 seat? It was either Daytona or Sega Rally. It was huge.
Yes, the stuff they had there was unbelievable. I remember there was a 747 simulator there as an arcade game. That was a multi-screen thing. Yeah, some of the stuff they had there was
I remember
Operation Wolf.
Yeah.
Well, there weren't any arcades in the country that were that big.
No.
It's like Steve Elbow's talking about playing Outrun on the Spectrum 48. I'm going, Jesus Christ, that'd be like a slideshow on that, wouldn't it?
Horrible.
You'd have to anticipate the corners, turn now.
In Berkeley, I had a multiplayer mech arcade where you could all get into mechs and play. It was pretty fun.
Oh, yes. You remember stuff like that. We're sport with games now, aren't we?
Yeah, I think at those times, moving from the vector graphics of Asteroids, etc., and the simplicity of Space Invaders. I mean, God knows how many hours I spent playing those two games.
Mm-hmm.
And then
it's the playability of them. Yeah.
That's the thing. Yeah.
But the awe of when a new game came out, so Defender, with the sounds and the colours and all this sort of stuff, and then all the way up to Dragon's Lair with the video discs.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, you see, those you only needed to have tiny little gimmicks to make a game brilliant back then.
Yeah.
Where it's tiny little thing. And funnily enough, it was exactly
the gameplay.
Yeah.
Did it though?
But it was exactly the same with the vintage synthesizers. When these synths were coming out, they're going to have just one tiny little thing more, and they go, "Oh no, that's the one to get,"
Yes, Juno 106 Chorus.
Yeah, exactly.
Supposedly that one Laserdisc game called Cliffhanger was an anime show turned into a game, and apparently Stallone was a huge fan of it, and he did the movie Cliffhanger because he wanted to use the Cliffhanger name from the game.
Well, what gets you up in the morning?
I used to be a big Doom fan. I used to love Doom. Late at night, pair of headphones on, playing Doom. Brilliant.
But I remember that time in the sort of early 90s when we were just like the Sega Mega Drive or the Genesis for our American friends, and the SNES were like the king of the, they were the two to beat. And then there was this gradual transition to the 32-bit system. So I remember the Mega Drive got this add-on called the 32X that allowed you to play 32-bit games on a 16-bit Mega Drive, and there were games like Virtua Racing and Virtua Fighter, which had just been in the arcades, and we were like, wow, we're getting arcade games like the same time that they're in the arcades. We didn't have to wait for a conversion. And they were playing, and then when the Saturn and the PlayStation came out, here we've got vector polygon based graphics, proper 3-dimensional stuff going on, and that was such like a big leap from everything that we'd experienced on like your Mega Drive and SNES. It was all very 2-dimensional a lot of the time. There was some 3D stuff, but not until those bigger consoles came out, and then it was just like. Every time was a massive leap, and then you got to PS3, Xbox 360 kind of time, and since then it's like the curve has started to flatten out, because you can play a PS3 game and play a PS5 game, and there's not a vast amount of difference in quality.
No. It's just resolution and frame rate that seems to get better.
And HDR and all that kind of stuff, and I mean, I've been playing some PS4 games on my PS5, and there's just and There's not. I played Gran Turismo 7 on PS4, and then I played it on PS5. And apart from, you can tell, you got the ray tracing if you want to turn that on, and all those kind of little bits. Other than that, it's the same game.
It's the same game. Yeah.
It reminds me of friends that had ColecoVision and had carbon copies of Donkey Kong and Zaxxon and all those games on the home system. They were perfect copies of the arcade.
Yeah.
When they were still in the arcade.
That's it.
Yeah. The Coleco did look really good.
Yeah.
So
it was just the controllers were weird with the Coleco.
If you're in the UK, I'm going to get this plug in now. If you're in the UK, or if you're not in the UK and you can get over to the UK, by the 25th and the 26th of this month, come to Cambridge, the Centre of Computing History, where there's a 2-day event called Synthesized, and there'll be a bunch of us there. I'm there with a Fairlight. Paula Maddox is there with a bunch of her stuff, and a few other people besides. But also, they've got like every games console since the 2600, or Pong even, up to
Pong.
So all your classic games, and they're all lined up in kind of timeline, so you can move along and you can play all of these. And they've got Commodore 64s and Spectrums and all that kind of stuff as well.
Nice.
And you can access all that stuff whilst you can then go and nerd out with the synths in the next room. And it's only like £10 to get in for the day.
I'm thinking of coming down to see you, Rob.
Coming up, it's a really good day. It's a really good day out.
That's good, actually.
Yeah.
Yes, indeed.
Are you actually allowed to play with them?
Yeah, you're actively encouraged to do so.
Because I expect like week-long lines of people waiting for each machine.
Yeah.
It can be like that. They have gaming events. They just recently had a big N64 GoldenEye multiplayer event on multi-screens, and they I don't know how they did. They kind of messed around with it.
I watched a video on their YouTube channel with the developers of that.
Yes, they get
It's a
evenings of
fantastic delve into the history of that game.
Yeah, it's a really, really good. And it's a great place, even if the synthesizers aren't there. It's a great place to go to learn about computing history and technology, and they've got pretty much one of everything. Because Jason's a massive collector. That's how he started. He was a collector, and he thought, I've got all this stuff, I want to make a museum. And then he supplies film and TV industry with anything they need. Bandersnatch.
Yeah.
Is that the one who has the VR Revolution? All the machines on the VR Revolution from the British company on?
I don't know.
I would imagine.
He's got a lot of stuff, and there's a lot of stuff that isn't even on display.
Because I've been learning from this channel. I think is what's the name? Sorry, that English name. That means that you love things from the past. Nostalgia Nerd.
Nostalgia, yeah.
And he has the. Talking about the VR evolution and the headsets and how the machines evolved and how the hardware had to basically catch up with the software to be able to perform and to be available and reliable and commercial, blah blah blah, all the way up to apparently PlayStation. And they showed they had at least 3 of the original machines that they were basically the immersive ones that you have to either sit down or stand on a circle that would allow you to swing around with the not gauntlets. I think they have one of the gauntlets, but it's like some kind of weird pistol and cables to the machine, so you could point and stuff and fight stuff while you know the big heavy helmets in the past with it attachment. That one is in my bucket list. I'll go whenever the petrol becomes cheaper.
We've got a place in Norwich city centre in one of the old shopping malls, which is just a retro arcade, and everything's on free play, and you pay for an hour or half a day or a day, and you can just go in and play all these games, and they're all the arcade cabinets, all the classics. Really, really good.
There's a trend here with bars with arcades now, with get drunk and play video games. So
yeah.
Well, I've just posted a link to RMC Retro as well, who are in Stroud, and I think it's a spin-off from the Retro Man Cave YouTube channel, and
Right.
they've got all the original hardware and all the games that you can go and play.
Yeah, Chris had said there's one in Leicester. So I think that's called Retro Museum or something. Yeah, it's a similar sort of thing.
I think that's the one.
It could be.
Leicester rings a bell.
There's a guy in
by the way-
Midwest U.S. who runs a bed and breakfast with our vintage arcade machines, and it has every console. When you're upstairs in your room, you can play every console that was ever made as well.
Cool.
So
I only sold my Atari 400 just before the pandemic. It's literally sat in the garage for decades.
I've still got my Atari 400, and it was my dad won it on Blankety Blank. From Terry
brilliant!
Lawrence.
That's really
wow.
I won the Sega Saturn on the Big Breakfast.
There we go.
Oh,
we're just all famous in our own battle.
Yeah.
I've got his Blankety Blank checkbook and
my
pen
brother
now.
won the
Michael,
Mac 128K donated by Steve Wozniak
Nice.
at our high school.
Wow.
Wow.
I never had like an original Atari back in the day. My dad went into Dixon's to buy a games machine because this was 1970 something. I think my uncle had like a Binatone 10 game Pong thing, so it was like 10 variations on Pong, black and white thing.
Yeah.
And Dad went in there and he bought a Prinztronic, which was Dixon's own brand. And it was a cartridge-based machine, but obviously it was cheaper than the Atari, so that's what won him over. But it was bloody awful. We used to play, I used to sort of like play it just so my dad could see me playing it, and then I'd sneak next door to my mate Steve, who'd got the 2600, and we'd play, all that kind of stuff.
I used to work in Lasky's, and because that's where I bought the 400, and I couldn't afford the 800, but they were also selling Apple IIs. So I was working their computer department for for about 18 months, and it's just just great to be. At the end of the day, we would just stay in the computer department playing on the games consoles.
Yeah,
it was
getting
fantastic.
paid.
And getting paid. Oh yeah, of course. Yeah. Overtime.
It was brilliant to be in there at the start of it, the 8-bit revolution when we first got computers in the home.
Yeah.
It was just a great time. It's the reason I went into that for my, as my job, is because of that.
Same here.
So it's Terry Wogan's fault.
Yeah.
Oh, hee hee, ho ho, ha ha.
My joke now.
Oh, that's a very lovely thing. He was a legend. I used to love him.
Oh, his Eurovision commentaries were
just
legendary.
Genius,
It seems he started off with a bottle of brandy, and by the end of every show it was finished.
It still makes me think of Father Dougal, though.
By the way, good evening, everybody. Thank you for
Hi,
welcoming me.
Hello,
How you doing, everyone?
Yeah, pretty good.
Yeah, apart from my shoulder, everything's cool.
What's wrong?
Don't know.
Wanker's cramp.
Wanker's cramp. Wrong arm.
How would I know that?
You would know that.
Time to practice with the other one.
Oh,
I need another.
Yeah, you need
Maybe
to
it'll feel like a different lady.
No, that's why I sit on my hand until it goes numb and it feels like somebody else is doing it.
Yeah.
Funny enough, we have the same say in Spain.
Yeah?
We use the same,
Yeah.
I mean, you wouldn't believe how easy it was to me to get used to the British culture and founding most of it, because it's basically copycat of the Spanish. Or we're copying you, and then you are retrofitting, and it's like you take stuff from us when you go down there, and then you bring it here, and then you send the films back there, and we learn from the films. So it's like a vicious loop.
I think probably you can go just about anywhere, and there's going to be some sort of similarities somewhere, especially now. Maybe not, 50, 80 years ago, perhaps not quite so much. But
obviously more in the English-speaking languages because of the film colonization. Because obviously the Americans, in my opinion, are the best ones selling their material because it's everywhere. I don't know if it's cheaper or what, but in my opinion, with all due respect, it's not better. I always prefer any BBC show to any standard American, even more if it's just a modern American, modern produced.
maybe I don't know about now, because I think there's a lot of American shows that are a cut above a lot of the shows that we have here now. There used to be a golden era, like for the BBC and stuff like that, where everything was like, they get the best people in to do the job. There's a lot of shows now that you see on TV. I mean, I think it all started off with that Great British Bake Off. Now you got literally it's the Great British Bake Off, but for makeup.
Oh,
and everything's a competition thing now. It's like
it's cheap TV, really, isn't it? To some extent.
It's quite easy to do. Yes, you get a couple of people who are in the industry and they become be-all judges and stuff, and it's like.
And probably all the Top Chef style programs got the idea from the Big British Bake Off.
Well, I think it started with MasterChef, didn't it?
Yeah, MasterChef would be but then that was a little bit sort of like highbrow in a way, wasn't it? Compared to some of the other ones.
I never watched MasterChef, but I was very sniffy about the Bake Off for years, and then Jane sat me down and I watched it, and I am completely addicted.
Yeah. No, Fiona got me into it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She's even got me into the pottery version.
Oh yes, yeah.
Oh yeah, I fell for that one. Yeah.
And the sewing. She's into the sewing bee.
Jane is upstairs. Or she's probably finished now. But for the last hour, she's been watching the sewing bee.
Yeah.
And I put my foot down. I thought, I'm not watching this.
Now that's what Madam's watching downstairs.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Full disclosure. I've landed in this country 2013. I just started paying my TV license 3 or 4 months ago because they changed the legislation and I must pay it if I want to watch these live streams.
Yeah.
Right.
Meaning, I don't watch regular telly. I just watch either films or documentaries or shows that I'm actually interested in. And because I'm weird like this, I only watch shows that have finished. I hate the suspense. I'd rather binge watch.
Yeah.
I'd rather watch them to my pace, as many as I want in a row if I want. I hate the cliffhangers, for instance. If I would be living in the States, I would go mental.
Yeah.
Having that 3 to 5 month break in between cliffhangers is like...
I know.
I love binge watching, but I never remember anything anymore. Just in and out.
Yeah, that's right. There's even shows I've forgotten that I watched as well. Yeah. But do you know what destroys patience? Is you can go on YouTube and you can watch literally where they take all the good bits of a film and just stream it together and make it last 5 minutes. And then when you actually go to watch that film, you want to just skip forward to the next action bit where your patience is gone. So I'm really trying to stop doing that now, because you can't do that with The Godfather, can you? You don't get the essence of the film. You keep going 30 seconds.
I try Once Upon a Time in America. It's almost 4 hours.
Yeah.
Yeah,
but what a film!
It's a great film.
Amazing.
It's a long time. In fact, I think I've only watched it twice. It's about time I should watch it again. Really, superb.
Yeah,
I watched Doctor Sleep last night for the first time, which is because it's on Netflix, which is the horror thing with it's the sequel to The Shining.
Right.
2.5 hours. I thought it was great. I really
Lady in the Hat's the best part.
Sorry?
Lady in the Hat, I forgot.
Yeah, she's great. Yeah, I remember. Yeah, she's a Swedish actress, isn't she? But yeah, a couple of shonky bits, but generally, I was engaged for the full time. It was good. If you like it's more of a thriller than a horror. It's not a real horror.
Yeah,
but very watchable.
Mind you, I think through even just desensitization now, you have to really push hard to do a horror film.
Their recreations of scenes from The Shining are amazing.
They were really good, yeah. I mean, everybody raves about the Babadook film from a few years ago. I just didn't get that. I just didn't like it at all, Well,
I was watching a George Clooney film. I don't know why, but I was watching it was on, and I found that I'm going to watch this film quite a lot because it's fantastic for being able to fall asleep. It's the most boring film. And right from the off, there's these huge plot holes in it. Oh, we found this Jovian moon since, up till now undiscovered. What?
I think I've seen that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think.
Yeah, that one.
It's that one.
Going to some space station.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I literally got to the point where suddenly I remember opening my eyes and there was a girl who turned up. And I went, "What? She's only turning up." Oh. Like that. So when I can't get to sleep, I'll put that on, and it's like.
I get the same effect with 24.
Never watched it.
I watched the first series, and that was about it, really.
Never watched it.
I don't mean it's bad. I don't know. It's just I'm pretty sure it was because they were starting with my medication for my sleep condition. But every single episode, we try to watch an episode a day. Every single episode, I think after the first, those little break things they do with a symbol and stuff.
Yeah.
Not for anyone. So, can I raise a subject?
Now
that we touched sci-fi and horror. Maybe I'm not watching the right films, and trust me, I'm looking for them. Sadly, I cannot pay for the paper stuff and all the new stuff. Okay, I just go for the whatever's free available.
Right.
Pirate Bay.
Oh yeah, is it still going?
Yep, Pirate Bay is still going.
Usenet always has goodies.
My computer is broken. I need help. Who said that?
Yeah.
So, am I alone thinking that sci-fi in the last 10 to 15 years has become absolutely gore and pessimistic? I don't see. I used to see sci-fi thinking, even when there was violence and dismembration of people, but very little, the aftertaste after the film or the show was like hope. There's a future. It triggered my imagination about wonderful things that may come.
Oh, it's all dystopia now. Yeah.
Well, it's a mix. I mean, Harlan Ellison and Philip K. Dick always wrote some crazy dark stuff, but
but
there's always a mix.
I understand
there was,
dark. Dark. I mean, 2001 to me is dark.
Yeah.
Space Odyssey 2001 to me is dark, right? But even in that one, you see hope. You see an evolution. You see that there must be an entity with a higher brain. So there's hope in the future. No, all I see now, whenever I click on anything labeled sci-fi, is destroy the humans, grind them down to mincemeat, and that's it.
Yeah. Well, but basically, don't watch anything made before probably about the year 2000. Then,
I'm not the only
made
one.
after. Anything before 2000.
Interstellar was really good.
Yeah, that was.
I saw that twice. I went to cinemas twice to see that. It was really good. Sat in the front row, brilliant.
Yeah, you did a good job on that one, mate.
Yeah, he did.
I'm from the Star Trek school.
The remake of Dune. We've said it before. I think that's absolutely brilliant. I'm looking forward to part 2.
Good. Yeah, I enjoyed that too.
Well,
I didn't think I would. I went to the cinema expecting to fall asleep, and
I'll take your word.
Quite pleasant.
I hold you responsible.
Yeah, but I mean, there's. I think what's happened is it's fads. They were doing lots of films where there was always the hope and the possible salvation at the end, and they go, right, we've done this. Can we go the other way now, just to be different?
But
or
also,
it starts off where hope's already done. So, like with Resident Evil, everybody's fucked right from the off.
But you know that she will save the day at the end of the film.
Yeah, but the
You see what
planet's
I mean?
still
That's
shagged.
the hope. The hope that the
Yeah,
humanity ever prevails.
I'll meet you on that. Yeah, absolutely.
But everything after that is like, oh, don't even bother. They're mightier, they have bigger weapons, and we're just plankton.
Yeah.
That is like, I don't want to watch that.
Well, it's like with
I'm from the Star Trek generation. I like to think that the future is to improve humanity, not to make it just disappear from the cosmos.
Yeah, well, it was always an upbeat ending at the films. This is why it was such a big shock when Data died. I remember, even Fiona turned to me and she went, "No, he's all right though, isn't he?" No.
Yeah, but then
he was on that
with Picard.
But yeah.
I haven't watched Picard or what's the other one?
The new Trek is god awful.
Good, but
Which
I
one?
haven't watched it, so please don't spoil it.
Picard is brilliant.
Is that a TV series or a film?
It's a TV series,
It's
second
on-
season.
Is it
I haven't
on
watched
Amazon.
anything beyond,
Oh, right, I don't have Amazon.
Enterprise.
Picard season 1 doesn't bring Data back himself per se, and I'm not going to spoil it for you. But if you're a
You already
Data
did.
fan,
Thank
if
you.
you're a Data fan, you have to watch Picard, both seasons, because there is strong links, and that's why it's so brilliant, because it references TNG in just the right amount. It's not.
Yeah, but it's all retcon though. It's a big mess.
No, it's great. Absolutely brilliant.
I'm a huge TNG fan. I didn't like what they did with it.
Like I said before,
I've loved
the second season of Picard was a relatively simple story that's kind of been done before, but dragged out for
I
so
hate it when they do that.
fucking long.
Let's
Alex
not
Kurtzman
get
for
into
that.
it's been done before, because we're talking about the wrong genre.
No, literally, this is like a Star Trek episode
Okay.
that's already kind of been done, and they've just done it in a different time period in a different way, but it's
Yeah.
technically the same kind of thing.
Yeah. The thing is, even when I saw all the flaws and I was aware of many of the flaws, and then all the people, hey, welcome.
Evening.
Greetings.
Thanks, best friend. I love it.
Oh yeah.
And I even found some joy in Enterprise. Enterprise? No, wait. The one after Voyager. The one that makes no sense. The one that was meant to be the prequel to explain it.
Oh yeah,
Oh,
Enterprise.
that's Enterprise.
Enterprise.
Yeah,
I never
didn't
really
really watch
watched
it.
these.
No,
No.
didn't really watch that.
Jane did, but it wasn't
If
for me.
you are keen on plot that makes sense and a show that you can trace a timeline with every other show, don't even bother. It doesn't.
No.
But as a show, if you keep reminding yourself, okay, this is not Star Trek. This is not a Star Trek. This is just a show. It's a good show.
I have to say, I've not really watched any of them apart from Next Gen. I watched all of Next Gen, but
Yeah,
the
Next
rest,
Gen I
and
was happy with.
I dipped into other ones, but never really. I never really
I
lasted more than 3 or
suggest-
4 episodes.
Yeah, I watched the original series because
Yeah.
it's the original series.
Yeah,
and that is
Next
all
Gen?
it's ever. Yeah, it'll be
Yeah.
everything.
That's
and Next Gen.
mandatory.
yeah.
After-
And
after
Next
that,
Gen was
not
great.
particularly bothered.
I loved Next Gen.
Yeah.
I'll get you next
Engage.
Gen, and I'll Well, finally enough. Sorry, I can do it. Damn it. That's the word that turns on my studio. I can
Engage.
show you because
No.
I have to first surrender and then shuts the computer. So no, can't do it now. Yeah, sound included.
Yeah.
That's how. How.
Now we all know how to screw you up when you're doing a live show.
Oh yeah.
Surrender.
Because the problem is that I'm banking that I'm stupid enough to believe that this is Google actually does a voice profile and does not reply with, which is bullshit. I've been proven wrong many times. So my point is, I take your Next Gen and race to Deep Space Nine.
Deep
And
Space
then-
Nine's a stinking pile of shit.
I watched about 3 or 4 of them and didn't really get it.
No.
The Berenger of the Star Trek. Yeah,
That's the problem.
that's Babylon 5, mate, that got
Oh, it
ripped
is.
off.
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah.
I need to watch
And Babylon
5.
5 is brilliant.
I
Yeah.
knew this
I
will be
remember Babylon
controversial.
And I'll
I like
fight
it.
anybody who
Yeah,
says
no,
different.
Thing.
Here,
The first season of Deep Space Nine, in fact, first and a half season of Deep Space Nine is when they were still living, being broadcasted at the same time, in the same period as Next Generation. That one sucks. It makes very little sense and it's not defined. The characters are not really to the maximum potential. By the end of the second season and third season on, it's worth watching if you're not a purist of the Star Trek principle. If you're a purist of the Star Trek principle, don't even start it. Because that was the beginning of the end, Deep Space. And I'm with you, and I'm a Trekkie. But I still like the show.
Oh, yes.
And Voyager, in my head, is for children. It's a Star Trek for children. That's what Voyager is to me.
Blake 7.
Now you're talking.
Say what?
Now
It
you're
got
talking.
a bit weird towards the end, though, didn't it? Blake 7.
And it was
Blake,
all the better
when Blake
for
was.
it.
You think so?
Yeah.
I think I know that one.
When
Yeah.
Blake was no longer on Blake 7.
Yeah. But Avon made up for it, don't worry.
Oh, yeah, everyone was there.
Serverland.
Avon was it's Serverland, yeah. I've just noticed we got I liked Babylon 5. Heck, my nickname is loosely based on one of the characters because his name's Kosh. Love it. You do not understand.
Space 1999.
Yeah.
Yeah, but now I'm sorry about this synthetic, but I have to say this: the American TV companies ruined Space 1999.
They probably
It was-
did. I mean, I used to
Oh, no,
watch
yeah.
it as a kid, but it
Yeah,
was
no.
goofy.
The first series was a very, very British show. The second series was American money.
I don't remember the second series. I don't think I ever
It was all
watched
reduced down to one room. They got rid of the old guy. They brought in a pretty young lady who could change into any animal. Very useful. Yeah, and all that's like, what the hell are you doing? Whereas the first series was nice and cheap, and it was crepe paper and bits of string and stuff. You know,
I had a Space 1999 gun.
yeah.
Remember those? Was it 3 or 4 beams?
Yeah.
Now I'm going to admit this. I'm a fully paid up member of the Jerry Anderson fan club.
Oh, good man, good man.
Yeah.
Feigned
now-
surprise.
Quelle surprise. Yeah. And and they were saying about how they only had 3 eagles. And when they crashed one for one episode, from then on there was only ever 2 eagles on Moonbase. Because they didn't have any more models. So they could only show 2 at once.
I used to be in love with Gabriella Drake.
Mm.
You know.
Yeah, but it's sort of like the UFO was also kind of weird, really, because you think about it, every week it was exactly the same.
She was exactly so. Yeah.
There are UFOs coming. Okay, shoot them down. Yay, everybody! Next week,
Sorry, guys, is anybody playing?
Sorry.
It will be Ty's best friend.
Ty's best friend.
Please keep playing.
No, 3.5 hours. It's been lovely. So let's keep it that way. Thank you.
No, what?
We're talking,
Come
not
on.
playing music.
Robert, if you want to play,
come
you
on,
play.
don't be
Just
grumpy.
ignore them.
Yeah, exactly.
There we go.
Yeah,
He can play. Go
exactly,
ahead. Play.
Wagyu, Victor and Sandra.
Go ahead and play.
They got
There
rid
we
of
go.
Victor. God
Exactly.
damn them.
I mean, no, it's just because I was thinking it was my sister. Some of my alarms in my watches, and somebody's sleeping behind that door, so I need to go away. So, please educate me. I have no idea what the heck are you talking about? Can I have a picture, a video, anything, a link?
Of what? Space 1999.
99.
Sure,
It
yeah.
was 70s British sci-fi
Yeah.
TV series.
Made by the
Yeah.
people who made
Made,
Thunderbirds.
yeah.
And Captain Scarlet.
Yeah.
And all that.
And, yeah,
lot.
all
So,
that
British
stuff.
version of Thunderbirds? Or
There's basically
No,
it was
no,
a
no.
Moonbase Alpha, wasn't it?
Yeah.
And,
What it was Jerry Anderson always wanted to do live
Live action.
work.
live
He always wanted to
people.
do live action, and because of the money that the puppet shows had made, and it was really coming in by the mid-70s, he was able to afford to do live action stuff. So he did UFO, Space 1999, couple of other. There was a few other little ones that maybe only ran like 6 episodes and then died. But so he was doing that.
I take it that woman is the one who started the puppet system for Thunderbirds. Is that?
That's what his wife, Sylvia Anderson.
Sylvia Anderson.
Okay.
Yeah. And that.
Okay.
So you got.
Rings a bell, and the spaceships rings a huge
Barry
bell.
Gray. Music. Amazing.
Mm,
Okay.
Yeah.
Eagles, weren't they?
yeah. And then they had the later
Martin.
Eagles that they put red on them, put red stripes on them for some godforsaken reason.
So I assume that funding scheme was something similar to what Jim Henson did. Thanks to the Muppets, he managed to do Labyrinth and.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, same
you know,
sort of thing. Yeah.
Bristol.
Yeah.
Yeah. Pretty much the same kind of.
Start with the puppets. They move to humans and realise you've made a big mistake. Because humans answer back.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, Henson didn't win all the way to humans. He just stuffed humans inside the puppets. We're talking Labyrinth. I mean, there's only 2 humans in Labyrinth.
And yeah, but what humans? Wow.
Yeah.
Yes, but only 2. And Dark Crystal, I don't remember anything resembling a human in that film.
I don't think there was there?
Everything was puppet or stuffed huge puppet with 3 people moving it. With puppets, all over. And yes, I love both of them. So I take your Space. What was that? Space
1999.
And I race to Red Dwarf.
Now the totally.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Rimmer's dance, where Rimmer's dance is still one of the funniest things that I've ever seen.
Yes.
You know? Yeah.
Yes.
The Rimmer's song.
The Rimmer's song. Yeah.
Wanna laugh? I never have watched Red Dwarf. I did watch Red Dwarf thanks to the Catalonian television who brought it and dubbed to Catalonian.
Yeah.
And broadcasted only to a very small portion of the country. It wasn't national broadcasting. I forgot all about it and everybody in it. Then I saw the Lara Croft saga. I thought that guy was brilliant. And then when I came here, I went back to Red Dwarf and did make the link like, fuck.
Yeah.
That was him.
Yeah.
You want something else to blow your mind?
Sorry?
You want something else to blow your mind? 1984.
Yeah.
Number 1 hit single in UK that year was Frankie Goes to Hollywood, 2 Tribes.
Yes.
And the Ronald Reagan impression that's on the 12-inch single is Chris Barry.
Yeah.
The man you were just talking about.
I never knew that.
Yep.
Yeah.
Bloody hell.
He then went on to be on Spitting Image.
Yeah.
Doing
I knew he
many
did the
voices.
Spitting Image voices because he's,
But yeah, Chris Barry did the Reagan impression on the 2 Tribes.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wait. What do you mean? In the video clip, he played.
No. On the actual
voice.
So when you listen to the 12, like if you listen to the Annihilation mix of 2 Tribes, and you'll hear Ronald Reagan's voice, but it's not Ronald Reagan; it's Chris Barry doing an impression of Ronald Reagan.
Yeah. Well, he was doing Spitting Image as well, wasn't
he? He was doing Spitting Image. Yeah.
Really? God bless America.
Yeah.
By the way, how long was that show, and how welcome was it? Spitting Image.
Oh,
the first time round, the first time round, it was
No.
deliciously brutal. The first time,
It was. Yeah.
I've seen the second,
the new
version of it, and it's
it doesn't
like
work.
It's not as. It's not as.
it's almost
It's not as edgy, is it?
No,
It's just nowhere near there.
Daring.
You know.
So
but
Spitting
Priti Patel is great in the modern one.
Spitting Image went from 84 to 96.
Yeah.
Wow.
Hold a chicken in the
nose. Yeah.
We got some of it, but I think we only got 1 season, if any.
Spitting Image was like essential. Was it Sunday nights?
Yes.
Yeah, it was essential because you'd go to school the next day and you'd be doing you'd
Talk
be trying
about
to
it
do the
and redo it,
sketches
yeah.
like you would do the Python. Some years before you would try and do it. Oh, it was just amazing.
I got stuck. I always used to do the Pope. So, because I did this one where the guy dies in the hallway of this hotel and the Pope's there and he goes, "Hey, I deal with it like this." He goes, "Spiritus Sancti dum de dum de dum." He goes, "Hey, you don't know the words." He says, "It's all right, they're dead by then."
So, then Genesis took the Spitting Image puppets. They didn't born in the Genesis video, right?
No. Genesis went to Fluck and Law, who were the people that made Spitting Image, and said, because they'd already done the Phil Collins character, because Phil Collins was the butt of many jokes at the time.
He was.
So they'd already done the Phil Collins character in the show, and then they approached him, because such is Phil Collins' self-deprecation. He said, "Yeah, come on, do all 3 of us," and then so they did the whole video.
Yeah.
But they also included Reagan and wife, Gorbachev, if that's how you pronounce it.
Yeah.
And who else was the Pope in it in the video clip?
Can't remember now.
But
they took because it was Land of Confusion was all about
they might have stayed away from that though.
Anti-nuclear sentiment.
He might have steered clear of the Pope.
I don't know.
Don't remember seeing him in it.
I have to go.
You must have seen it.
Okay.
But yeah.
Yeah, a long time ago. Yeah.
Hey, Kent, what do you think of the UFO series by Jerry Anderson?
Yeah, it was good. It's just it seemed to be the same story every week. That's
crazy.
That's the one with Gabriella Drake in it.
Yeah, mind you, those toys were selling like hotcakes, but you couldn't buy the UFO. You could only buy the Interceptor.
I remember,
Talking of UFOs, has anybody seen the trailer for the new? What's his name? I've bloody gone out of my head here. Honestly, I swear I'm losing it. The film's called Nope. Jordan Peele, the guy who did that film with Daniel Kaluuya. Oh bloody hell!
I now know it even less.
Oh Jesus!
Get Out, right?
Get Out. Thank you. Yes, Get Out. Have you seen Get Out? You must have seen Get Out.
It's brilliant.
It's just a work of absolute genius. So Jordan Peele's got his new film called Nope.
Right.
And nobody really knew what it was about until the trailer dropped. The full trailer dropped today, and it's UFO. It's it's a sci-fi thing.
Yeah.
And it looks terrifyingly brilliant. It just superb.
Oh,
and
good.
Daniel Kaluuya is in there as well, who I think is just incredible.
Yeah.
I am not familiar with his work.
Sorry, what's it called, Rob?
Nope.
Nope.
N-O-P-E. Nope.
Or is it more? Nope.
Nope. I get a feeling that, I mean, at the end of the trailer, Daniel says, nope. And he's like, nope, nope. It's like, what's that gif that goes around, the meme with, what's that comedian's name? The one that had a really bad accident. And it's him going in, sat in the car going, nope, 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 no, no, nope, nope. And I know what I'm talking about. Somebody will figure it out.
I'm not sure about that.
It must be the GNT. No, what was? Come on, Andy, help me out, mate.
Reminds me of the
American comedian.
No, sir, I didn't like it.
American comedian.
Yeah.
First name begins with T. Had a really bad car crash a few years ago and almost died. And then.
Tracy Morgan.
Tracy, that's it. Tracy Morgan.
Yeah.
He's wild.
Yeah. And there's a meme that goes around. He's just sat in the car going, nope, no.
His content is perfect for this channel.
Yeah. Yes, it's very good. We're gonna have to do this again, aren't we? Who's doing that? Oh, God, fucking hell! I tried to change the gas lift on this chair. I've got a new gas lift for it because the other one.
Nice stereo stream.
But try and get the fucking gas lift out of one of these things after a fat bastard like me's been sat in for 6 months. Wedged in there, good and proper.
What, you've knackered it after 6 months?
No, the gas lift, every now and again it just goes. It's not constant, it's a little, it's almost like it's got a very small leak. And because it was still under warranty, so I phoned them up or emailed them, and they were like, "Oh yeah, we'll send you out a new gas lift straight away." And I was really impressed. So I got the gas lift, and it's been sat there for ages. And I need a box to send something back in, and it's the ideal size box. So I thought I might as well fit it now. So I flipped the chair over, watched the instruction video, and it says just gently tap this bit with a hammer, then pull this bit off, and then use a pipe wrench to get this bit out. No fucking hope. Not a hope in hell. Not after it's had my fat ass sat in it for the last 6 months. Jesus.
Need to put it in a vise and then attach the car to the other end.
Seriously, I'd need to use a bloody hacksaw or something. It's just.
I had the same problem. I couldn't prop the star off with the wheels hard enough, and I was hitting with my heaviest hammer with both arms on it.
Yeah.
It would not go out.
No.
So I just had to buy a new chair.
Yeah, well, I'm not going to do that. Well, I suppose the company bought this one, so I haven't got to worry about it. But it's all right. Most of the time, it's okay. So every now and again, I look at myself, especially when I'm doing the show, and thinking, have I moved that camera? Oh no, it's me. I've moved. I've slipped down. But,
been there.
Yeah. Right, yeah. See, we've got an expert in the chat. Edna's disco machine, Graham, actually owns a company that sells these kinds of chairs. In fact, I have to admit, and I really don't mean this in any bad way, but I knew that he sold office chairs when I was looking for a new office chair, and the ones that would have been suitable for me in terms of size and shape and that, very expensive. There was no way I was going to convince my boss to pay that. The exceptional quality, I'll grant you, but proper stuff. But he's just said rubber mallet, and that's true. I do need to use a big rubber mallet. Whack that thing off the.
Yeah, but I don't think it's a mallet matter.
Well, actually, it's funny. The video,
the arms.
The video that I watched that said, this is how you do it. It was almost like a sledgehammer that he used. He said, it says, gently tap the base of the gas lift to remove the. Gently tap my
Gently
arse.
tap.
Yeah. But,
insert the nuclear device.
Launch the
fire the nuclear weapons.
Yeah, hey.
Oh dear. Can we not?
Why?
Because we all stopped talking and we're here to talk.
Are we?
That's why, yes.
I thought we were all asocial.
But it's not background music when you can't hear the other person talking because somebody's.
Oh, it's too loud. Yeah, I can sort that out.
Yeah, zero.
We're all asocial, antisocial wankers, so it's perfect for us.
Are we? I know I'm antisocial, but wanker? Really? How do you know?
No, I am both. No, that is true.
Question, just because it's kind of killing me. Kent, can you rearrange the boxes? Can you move them within the screen?
This is an OCD thing, Eddie.
Oh, yes. What, on this? Can you?
Yes.
You're asking the wrong person.
Okay. Thank you. Keep it there.
Oh, no, I've got them.
Keep it there. Keep it there.
Who wants to go where? Who wants to go where?
No.
I'll tell you.
Sass in the middle.
We'll put Sass up there because he hasn't actually got a picture. Yeah, so that doesn't obliterate him.
Sass needs to be in the middle.
Yeah.
So you have a picture of Hal in the middle.
Yeah.
Now everything makes sense. The world is whole.
It's just called me Aurak.
I can't get used to the new rebranded Sass. It's not right.
It's not the same, is it?
No, it should be this.
You don't.
Oh, apparently, Jerry
You don't like
Anderson.
Hal.
Yeah.
Hal, open the doors. Open the doors, Hal.
Yeah.
Open the pod bay doors.
Here's a little bit nicey. Honestly,
Nicey juicy.
I think I put the wrong amount of tonic and gin. I think I swapped the quantities.
You mean the correct
Is it the
amount?
drugs?
Is
Yeah.
it taking the pattern off the inside of the glass?
According to Edna's Disco Machine, who
Yes.
also used to work at Psycho Systems, Jerry Anderson came into Psycho to look at a Fairlight Series 3 back in the day, apparently.
Yeah, that wouldn't surprise me.
There you go.
Yeah, that would not surprise me at all.
See, look, we all stopped talking again.
No, I was just thinking.
It was a nice
Yeah,
sound.
but now it's your fault.
All the Jerry Anderson productions were good. I can't think of a bad one. Maybe someone can, but
They
I mean,
haven't aged
just think
well, though, have they?
Yeah, but think
I don't
back
know.
to Thunderbirds and Stingray and
The Thunderbirds movie was on the other. Was it last weekend before? And I caught the latter half of it, and it was brilliant. It was really, really good. It was fantastic. Both me and Jim were stuck there Saturday afternoon. Don't normally have the telly on, but it was just great. It was just fantastic.
Which Thunderbirds movie?
Don't know. It's an old
They
one,
made
original
more than
one.
the old ones.
Is it
the modern one?
Thunderbirds 6 one?
No.
It was an airship, but it was actually anti-grav.
No, this was some astronauts went to Mars and then were on the way back. And
right, yeah. Well, that's another Jerry Anderson film, isn't it? The Other Side of the Sun.
Well, you don't mean Capricorn 1?
There was Thunderbirds Argo, Thunderbirds 6, and Thunderbirds.
Yeah. Because the later one that old Hansy did the music for. Ooh.
No, I've not seen that. This was an early.
Don't bother seeing it because they made it all about the kids, and there's something about that. It's just like,
what is the relationship between that?
Yeah, it was Thunderbirds Are Go was the one that had the mission to Mars.
That's it then. Yeah.
The peak of international rescue was Fuzzbox.
What?
Yeah.
Say what?
It's a really bad song.
Google Fuzzbox. Yeah.
What do you mean a bad song? It was brilliant. Andy Richards was behind that. It was a band called We've Got a Fuzzbox and We're Going to Use It. It was commonly shortened down to Fuzzbox, and they did a song called International Rescue, and it was very good.
So what's the relationship?
No, it was. It was really good. It was.
I'll see if I can get it on YouTube.
Between
look up the word irony.
Team America.
Rescue. Oh, come on. Vix was gorge. Still is.
I don't remember the song being good.
No.
Yeah. Sorry, Robbie, but I don't remember the song being good.
We now question what you listen to.
Perception.
There's Adna going on about a great film, Team America.
Oh yes,
one of the greatest musicals ever.
Fuck yeah!
That's well. tag that on to Orgasmo, Basketball, Cannibal the musical. Yeah. It's all Trey Parker and Matt Stone.
Posted the link in the chat for anyone who wants to see Fuzzbox.
Oh yeah, Pink Sunshine.
I think I nearly wet my pants during that sex scene. It was so funny.
Yeah.
Oh, have you ever seen the uncensored one?
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's no other way to watch it, my friend.
if you have a DVD with the fully uncensored one, including with defecation, that's even more interesting than the cinematic cut.
Yeah. Yes, it's.
Who am I among? What are you talking about?
There was a line in the sand, and I just stepped over it and had a dance.
Who? When? Why?
Look
What's
at us.
on?
Oh man.
No, really, what are you talking about?
I've just got a brilliant email. Team America, yeah.
I
won't read.
So
it was a worry.
But also, I mean, all the music is like, and all the films it makes fun of, it's so amazing. Like the amount of Top Gun soundtrack that is in that film.
So it's a parody. Okay, I get it.
That's the other thing, is that Trey Parker is a brilliant musician. He's a great song. So many of the songs in South Park and all of his films are his compositions.
Yes.
I mean, he would be an amazing advertising or jingle writer.
Oh yeah.
He doesn't seem to be good at making a long song out of it, but just a 1 to 2 minute thing with many fun ideas in it.
There's a
musically
scene
and lyrically.
There's a scene in Basketball where he's in the car and he's driving along, and you know those kind of cheesy 80s, mid-80s rock, American rock songs that would, sort of like talk to you about your life, and you should go and do this. And he's written this song, and he's basically listened to his own song playing, and telling him to go back and see his girlfriend. It's so hilarious. You got to watch it. It's brilliant. It's such a good film.
So
in fact, I might watch it later tonight.
Wait a second. You're telling me that the South Park theme was not written by Les Claypool?
By who?
I don't know how to pronounce that. Les Claypool? Claypool?
No, the South Park, was that Primus? Who did
That's
the
Les
South Park
Claypool.
thing?
Les
Yeah,
Claypool is
so it's
the
Primus,
bass player, singer in Primus, yes.
Yeah. So
he's the one
they
putting his
did the
voice,
thing.
so I assume he wrote the song.
He wrote the theme, yeah. But things like chocolate salty balls.
Put them in your mouth, then stick them.
Yeah.
I whenever I see anything that says salted caramel, for some reason that song
and it pops
always
into
comes
your
to
head.
mind.
Chocolate salty balls. the album Chef Aid is brilliant.
Album? They made that a full album out of South Park?
They made an album called South Park Chef Aid, which was like it was a a spoof fundraising album for chef.
Was it full of wah-wah pedal in the classic Clash style? Or?
It's got Cartman's version of what's the song?
Tom Sawyer?
Oh Jesus God! I must have my memory.
Okay. If I'm not the most hated person in this screen, I'm gonna be now. I don't like South Park.
Right. Where's the kick button? How do we kick? How do we kick someone out? Let's just. There we go. There we go.
Yeah. Goodbye and good riddance. No, that's cool. That's cool.
You're welcome to your opinion.
Yeah.
It's a rubbish opinion, but you're welcome to it.
It's the wrong one, but you're gonna have it.
Just don't touch South. Just don't touch Family Guy.
Come sail away.
Yeah.
Come sail away.
Family Guy's gone downhill so massively.
Don't know.
One at a time, please. Sass, what?
Giggity.
It's something that it's a style of humour that takes a bit of getting used to.
Yeah, but mostly
More
because
than a bit.
abuses. I mean, South Park. Yeah. I only remember laughing one time on one gag in South Park, and yes, probably because I have not watched them all. I just watched probably 10 episodes.
Oh,
I mean,
shit.
watching them all is a lot of effort.
I just remembered something. Sorry.
And the only guy that made me laugh is when the lead role gets a girlfriend, and she's following them around, and they kill Kenny.
Every episode they kill Kenny.
Oh my god.
They kill Kenny, as usual, and he goes, "You've killed Kenny." And she goes, "Aren't you going to do anything about it?" And he turns around and says, "No." That's the only time I laugh with that show. Everything is.
Have you never seen South Park the movie?
Shut your fucking face, uncle fucker. It also has my favorite Disney princess in it. Probably the best one. With the devil, with his song up there. It's like the greatest Disney princess song ever.
Okay.
What have you remembered, Ken?
Ken, please explain what's going on. What are you having flashes?
It's probably not that funny, but at the moment, it's just. It was when it's something Peter Griffin says where he goes on about he goes, Jesus wasn't white, he was black, like that, and then goes, I rode into Jerusalem on an ass, your mama's ass, Black Jesus.
So what comedy show could bring Robert Smith in as a main character and have it work as well as South Park did it?
Who is Robert Smith?
What? Right, I'm sorry. This time he's gone for good. Not having that.
Once again,
who is Robert Smith?
Yeah,
and we've lost Rose at this round.
Spain.
Eddie, you're the only person to be kicked out twice in half an hour.
And return.
Let's go for that. Let's go for a hat trick show. Robert Smith is the lead singer and main songwriter for The Cure.
That Robert Smith. Okay, good.
What do you mean that Robert Smith? What Robert Smith did you think?
The Milkman.
Okay. Explanation.
The Black Workstand Co-op. Ginger.
You wish. Explanation.
It's got one ear shorter than the other.
I've been spoiled for 35 years of my life with people that were unique because they have 3 names. Then when I get into the English-speaking culture, you only have 2. Because if you had a third, it's in the middle and you don't disclose it. So you know how many Rob Smiths are around?
I see your point.
So you need to specify, please. And
well, I don't.
And educate.
Yes, but when you say Robert Smith,
gammas,
in the context of a celebrity.
No, but we're talking humor. I can't link South Park and The Cure. No.
Obvious connection, surely.
Surely? No. No. Sorry, no.
You know the song Ghost Town? You know the song Ghost Town?
Is that The Cure?
Yeah.
Good.
Remember Ghost Town?
What?
Nothing but a ghost town.
That wasn't The Cure.
Yeah. Got nothing to do with it.
First of all, I thought that was Madness.
No. It was what were the specials before they became? Yeah, before they became Culture Club.
Whoa.
What
about Culture Club?
I saw it. Sorry, 2 pages stuck together.
Because now you're hitting my way. You're throwing stones my way. Because yes, I must be the only here fan of Culture Club.
No.
Yeah, sorry, I am messing with you.
Culture Club
great.
Were amazing.
First album,
Boy
superb.
George. Yeah.
Yeah.
Great first album.
I still think Boy George is one of the greatest soul singers this country has ever produced.
Yeah.
So imagine my surprise when this Vangelis tribute vinyl that I'm supposed to be working on will have a track done by him.
Nice.
But he's a DJ now.
No, he's still singing with Culture Club.
Yeah.
Okay.
And as a solo, his last solo album was amazing.
I'm gonna be now the laugh of all of you.
Okay,
Again?
we could do with it.
Hang on. I'm just going to poise my finger over the remove button one more time.
Get ready?
Here we go.
Yeah.
Good. It took me 17 years and one episode of the 18 to find out that Boy George was a man.
No, I'll give you that.
Yeah.
I think all of our fathers thought that Boy George... Actually, I know that my
I
father
thought
and
it
my
was a
wife's
girl. I
father
thought it was a girl
were
when I first saw
both
him.
very confused
To the
and
point
perplexed.
that I found him extremely beautiful.
Oh, he's a very
was.
good-looking man.
Yeah,
he
he's a
still
good-looking
is
guy.
a very good-looking
With
man. And he's
all the very fluffy clothes and the hats and the curly hair and
Yeah.
the makeup when he was still thin.
if I was gay,
It,
I'd smash him. Yeah, absolutely.
I still think
No,
I
seriously,
wasn't.
he's a
My-
beautiful man. He's a beautiful
My mum thought that Mark Armand was a 14-year-old girl.
Who's my comment?
I think Mark... Right, sorry,
soft sell.
Eddie, go on again.
Before your very eyes.
Who's Mark Armand? I'm being a magician tonight.
Names. I need reference. I need
Mark Armand, soft cell.
Soft
Soft
Cell.
Cell.
Soft Cell.
Tainted Love.
Yeah.
And
I play that song
Had his stomach pumped. So the legend goes.
Oh, you evil person, Rob.
Oh, Rob, come on, man.
Wow,
Oh, was that the come in the toilet thing again?
Oh,
Coming, yeah.
is it after midnight?
Almost.
No, yes, we play that song, or at least we butchered that song on every gig, and I'm the only one. I'm the only one trying to sound like a synthesizer on my bass
Uh-huh.
through a synthesizer simulation in my Line 6. Blah 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 blah.
Ah, okay.
See, someone gets this. Look, there you go. Robert Smith versus Mecha Streisand.
Yeah,
What, in a fist fight?
No, in South Park.
Oh,
Yeah,
Don't
it's
you
a
remember?
famous
It was-
South Park episode, yeah.
Yeah, come on.
I haven't really seen any South Park.
It's like season 1. It's really old.
You've not seen any South
Not really. No, I've seen one or two. Yeah, like you watch two, and I get it. Obviously, yeah. Bastards kill Kenny. I get it. And all that.
No, but every show has a repetitive joke.
Yeah, but I
That
mean,
you're expecting, that you're waiting, and it's how you know.
but I was kind of familiar with the humour, so I was able to. It's just that I just often missed it. That's all it was, more than anything else.
Well, watch the pandemic films. The South Park pandemic films.
They're still going on?
I haven't seen South Park for years. I didn't know it was still going on.
I
Yes,
remember.
Asio has a question that I think is legitimate given the company that we have here. So he wants to know if you've seen Blade Runner.
I've seen Blade Runner. I saw in the cinema.
There
I
you go.
didn't got anything. I was too.
Which version, though?
Yeah, with narration or without
short
narration?
one and dubbed in Spanish, obviously.
Oh, of course. Yeah.
Of course. And then I watched it again. I understood a little bit more. I found it even more. That was probably 10 years later. Then I watched, I think, the director's cut with the off voice.
Without the narration.
I saw without the narration.
Narration. That's the
No,
director's cut.
no narration, more blue, and lots of fans.
More blue.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
I didn't see why. Yes, there's more footage, there's more explicit scenes, but it's not explaining the things that need to be explained, because I take it comes from a book that, as usual, is 4 times longer than the actual film is.
Well, they also added the unicorn footage from Legend.
Yeah.
Really?
It's not a long book, is it?
I read the
short.
book.
I
I read
read
the book after watching Blade Runner and going, "What the
That
fuck?"
wasn't the same.
Yeah.
That wasn't it.
But I actually went, I prefer the film.
It's a long time since I read the book. It's not a long book.
No.
And
Do Androids Dream of Electric Sleep, isn't it?
Yeah.
And in the meantime, I saw the sequel. I thought that if I forget it's a sequel, it's a very good film.
Yeah.
I cannot make sense of both together. It's too chopped, it's missing stuff, and it's...
Well, it would be. It's later on, isn't it? It's much later on.
Yeah, but it's...
Also, another good job, mate.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Oh, and me, because I did the 80 for it. Don't think.
Oh, they
By the
actually
way,
used an 80. I thought they would use anything
Ken,
more than that.
Darling.
There's a lot of Zebra.
Did you see
Actually,
this that I posted up?
Spectrasonics as well.
Sorry.
The
Go
other
on.
day.
Just to
where
answer,
is it?
Chris said, I'm from Canada. No, I'm from Spain. I'm sorry. We're less exciting than Canadians. Oh, was that a reference to South Park?
Possibly.
Possibly.
They hate Canada.
Yeah,
What was the two guys from Canada?
Terrence and
in South
Phillip.
Park?
Terrence and
Phillip.
yeah.
That's the shut your fucking face, you mother. Your
Shut
fucking
your
fucker.
fucking face, Uncle Fucker.
They're always
You're a
partying
Yeah.
motherfucking
and stuff, yeah.
Uncle Fucker.
Conan, I thought you were a friend. Oh no. What have I done?
Where is it?
I can bring an extra spice to this. There was a modern band like in 2010s from Spain. I don't know,
Yes, I saw this.
yeah, let me just finish. It's a Spanish funk metal band that made a cover of that song from South Park. It's really interesting.
Oh.
And it's really groovy if you like funk metal.
Yeah, did you see that,
Let me try to
Ken?
find it. Let me try to find it. Here.
I saw that article, but I didn't read it yet. Is it pretty good?
It's
So the guy's done a track based around.
So no, he's
Roy
he's
Batty on the
recreated
roof.
it. He's recreated that thing, and this. So I Patreon this guy.
Yeah.
And he's brilliant at kind of breaking down. He did Kate Bush. He's done loads
Not
of
easy.
stuff.
Not easy.
Tears for Fears as well. And he's done this ring. I won't play that, but what I'll do is I'll play these different elements. What he does is he recreates a track and then tells you which bits he used. So, for example, the Rhodes bit that sits in there.
Yeah.
That starts. If somebody would stop playing, they can hear this. And that's just the dry roads, and then he tells you this is with the chorus. So he just shows you how he builds each instrument, and it tells you shows what instruments he used, and then the strings section, which was the Exils, then the bit with the effects.
Yeah, sounds good.
Yeah, I can do it as well.
And then the string part with the Prophet 5.
Yeah.
And then the layered bit. And then we get to the CS bits.
Of course.
So we start off with the brass. And this is all done with CS80V. And the high part. And then the bass bits. She uses a mini Moog, and then he tells you which effects he used, and then you can download the presets. And if you're a Patreon subscriber, you can actually download all the other bits, and it all ends up. You won't get a copyright strike for this because you're not monetizing, are you? So
No.
Oh, it helps if it's not on mute. Here we go.
there a reason that's in mono?
It's kind of scary. It's just a lot of noise on the right side.
No, this is definitely mono. When I look at the meter.
It's a mono from StreamYard, right?
Yeah.
And we're buffering. But yeah, so he goes through, and I love his stuff. I love the way he breaks shit down, and it's all very good. But yeah, he's well worth a subscribe. You get a whole bunch of free
I could do
stuff
better.
as well. Well, I'm sure you can.
No. No.
And in the end, you have to say, all I could do is just watch him die.
No, it sounded very big. What are the patches for?
On that one, there you go, I haven't shut it down. So the patches are for mostly Arturia,
okay.
Prophet 5V, Stage 73, CS80V, and the Mini. And the only one that isn't an Arturia one in this one is the Exils Labs V Plus, which is their version of the 330.
Oh right, okay, yeah.
I was just trying to think, is there another 330?
Do you know what the best one is?
Go
on. Steve Howe's one.
Oh right, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Which I still have.
Yeah, so you could use
basically.
that. Yeah.
I did my Blade Runner remake using that. It was just it's right. Weirdly, when I used my VP330 on it, it wasn't as good. Worked that one out. It was actually better to use his instrument. I don't know if that'd load in now.
Let's have a look. What did you get it in? What format?
I think it was Contact.
Okay.
She loaded into Contact.
Oh, it could still load then.
But
she might do actually.
Posted the link, Eddie.
If it doesn't,
there's no proper copy protection on any of the Holosun stuff.
If it doesn't load,
I was hoping to play it in the show, but it's okay.
Give me a ping.
Because it's kind of funny, and if playing perfectly in tune Vangelis doesn't flag at any copyright, I don't think playing a almost unknown Spanish band will do any harm.
Trust me, I tried doing Vangelis on these shows, and it never turns out. Never gets
my ears.
Can't get a sniff.
Rob or Kent can play it. The links in the private chat.
Kent,
fuck off.
Yes, dear.
Would you mind to watch it yourself, the video?
The video?
I just I put it in the private chat, and Sasquatch just linked it to the public chat because
I'm just bringing it in now.
Oh, okay.
No, doesn't mean to be public. Check
Don't understand a bloody word they're saying though. But
that's the whole point. Trust me, it's the same lyrics, more or less. It's the equivalent.
Eres un cabrón, hijo puta. Un mamón y un pedoreta, hijo puta. Tú eres un capullo y un cabrón, te jodes por ser tan mamón. Tú eres un cabrón, hijo puta. Un mamón y un pedoreta, hijo puta. Tú eres un mamón y un capullo, un feo y un pedor muy cabrón.
I'm assuming that's coming through.
Yes.
pedorreta, hijo puta. Tú eres un capullo y un cabrón, te jodes por ser tan mamón. Tú eres un cabrón, hijo puta. Un mamón y un pedorreta, hijo puta. Tú eres un mamón y un capullón, gracioso y un pezal muy cabrón.
Ah, there we go.
Robbie, you may want to check your audio because it's definitely only coming through in mono.
Well,
I've got stereo audio set here.
Sounded okay.
It sounds fine here.
It might have been the video itself. You never know.
Yeah, I mean,
No, because all of the previous stuff he was playing for Vangelis was only in mono.
but that's coming stereo to me.
Yeah, that is in stereo, but Robbie's stuff wasn't
Okay.
in mono, which was a bit weird.
Yeah.
Oh, it's all stereo here. Oh, fuck, bloody moth.
You need to close the window, Rob.
I know, it's bloody hot though.
Didn't you have that? Didn't you have that problem before where you had it streamed? It didn't stream out stereo because of something in the loop
Because the
back.
kitchen reset his computer. The cooker reset his
That's
computer.
stereo. Whoever was playing that.
Yeah. That's
Is that stereo?
That's stereo.
Yeah, that is very stereo.
Yeah.
Right, well, that's going through the same process as everything else.
Well,
My
Apart
video,
from the
I
web
would,
capture.
my video would take it that it could be mono or just some mono because it's very old and shady resolution.
Oh,
Love it. Kent, sorry to bring job to your mind, but
go on.
I don't think you know any good tech in the Somerset area, do you?
Somerset. Let's think.
Taunton, Yeovil. Obviously, I can go to Bristol, but that's an hour and a half away.
Yeah, see, the good tech is a bit further north, near the Welsh border.
I'll just pop up to Box.
Drop
In
it at the
Wiltshire.
studio.
Yeah, just go to Box in Wiltshire.
What?
Ask
Go and see Peter.
Yeah. Knock on Peter's door. Roger will sort out your fairlights, but the rest of the stuff he's probably got somebody
So
in house.
Box, B-O-X.
Yeah.
No, he's joking. He's joking.
Peter Gabriel's studio,
Peter
Real
Gabriel's
World, is
studio
in
is
Box
there.
in Wiltshire, and Peter Gabriel will have one of the best techs that he could probably find in that area.
Yeah, but that's definitely one I cannot afford.
What is it you need fixing?
My life. tons of stuff, really. Well, I mean, where can I start? I need help in so many levels. First, sorry, the pedal board I use for the band, for the bass, the back, the little bulb in the backlit panel, it started blinking and today died. So I need that, and it's like 1 or 2 years old. I got it fixed. We had a tech here in the area in Taunton, Yeovil, but he has moved to a completely different job unrelated, so it's nowhere to be found. And
Lightweight.
I think he's selling insurances.
Lightweight.
Yeah, quite. And the guy that put in his to substitute it, I don't know why it takes very long. Like I took an amplifier to change a potentiometer 2 years ago. Obviously pandemic and powers and stuff. But talking about help, there's a little project I could use help with anybody who can read components.
Okay.
Right.
Hey Robbie, that ARP stuff was cool. It had the Vangelis tracks on it.
Yes.
That's how I first heard Vangelis, and and bumper music everywhere. And everyone was doing it at the time.
Yeah, you want to impress me, play at the right speed.
It's actually not that fast, I realised.
No, it's not immensely fast, because it's the sequence that makes it feel faster than it actually is.
What sequencer? That's a 700S holding down the note repeat. That was before he got the 100. The 100 he only started.
Is he really?
Yeah.
Yeah, what the
because
fuck do you know, Ken?
You can hear the high parts in the envelope.
Someone needs space dust. It does sound like it, but from the inside.
So you've got a specifically broken bit of kit, Eddie.
Well, this one is not broken yet, but I need to do something about it before it breaks.
Oh.
Otherwise, I could lose it forever.
What is it?
Anybody remembers this?
Oh, an SRX expansion.
Oh, yes.
Anybody knows about this problem? Okay.
Well, is the capacitor leak? Is the capacitor leaking or?
Not yet. The thing is, those things got retired by Roland because if you don't change them on time, the machine will explode.
That's a really easy fix. I mean, anyone with a soldering iron should be able to do that.
Yeah.
That's why I'm hoping to do it. My problem is reading what bloody part I need to change it for.
Stick it in a jiffy bag and send it to Epsom.
Read out the numbers on top of it, on top of the cap itself.
Yeah, but that's I can do that. But wait, the problem is this. Well, this was an attempt. I bought it this way. There was an attempt to do it.
Yeah.
Obviously, I want to put something proper. I want to put it back like the proper size.
Yeah.
My real problem
That's a good point. Wagyu mentioned Don Solaris with a video about it. Don Solaris knows everything about
is
that
the
stuff,
other 17 of it.
Right.
I need to read them all, and I want to put the right value. Because I presume they didn't put the same value for every card. So
I mean, they probably did that.
They probably did, because it'd be using the same power pins.
Yeah.
And it's the same card anyway for everything. Because the ROMs are flashed differently.
Yeah.
And there's more ROMs or less ROMs and different ROMs.
Yeah, but that shouldn't matter. You still want.
It's only going to work on the power that's supplied by the unit you plug it into.
You still want to avoid any ripple the same amount. Like it doesn't matter whether you have more.
So it's a Roland. Let's have a look through my database. It's a Roland.
What do you need? What do you need? SRJV 80.
It's a JV80, isn't it?
SRJV.
Sure, got JV80s.
Numbers 1 to 19, and then 97, 98, and 99. This is mine. Basically, I put way too much money into this collection. I'm 2 cards away from having them all.
Right, let's have a quick look here.
Obviously, I don't want to lose any of them because they're going for crazy prices. Yeah. The last one I can manage to get, they're asking me £250 for it. That's why I'm saying no, because I have similar, because the ones that come with a genre are the ones that get the highest prices, and to my opinion and to my needs are the most useless ones.
Right, so basically it's a surface mount 100 microfarad capacitor.
Yeah.
At least 6 volts, so I'd say 10 volt, 15 volt.
Yeah, you'd be better off putting the surface mount, one of the surface mount caps back on it actually anyway.
And it's a 6.3 millimeter by 6.3 millimeter by 6.3 millimeter.
Whoa. All that is in internet?
Yeah. So what was the value again, Sass?
It's 100.
100
UF.
100 UF. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. 100 UF.
I mean, for that size, it's probably when only 6 volts are not going to be more. If it's that small than 100.
Rings a bell, but I think some of them read something different than 100. I don't know why. I have a full folder with all the pictures card by card, and that's why I was hoping if anybody.
Well, you can get them from Mouser, the 36p.
Wow, awesome! Yes. What, in a year time?
No, I think they might have these in stock. Hang on.
But it's weird that they use a 6-volt cap on a 5-volt rail.
They got 10,247 of them for immediate dispatch.
Why? What's so weird about that sounds?
Well, I would always overspec the capacitor in terms of the voltage.
But when your ESR becomes shit.
Yeah, but if it says 6 volt on it, it's already overrated.
Remember, this is.
You do it as standard.
Yeah, only 1 volt there. But I suppose they did put them out like that. So.
I mean, if you're not using it for decoupling, coupling, why do you care? You're not going to send any reverse voltage through it.
So if you could send me a link that I can save an order, the thing is.
Okay.
I would take all my patience and my magnifying glass and try to solder them myself.
Yeah. Hang on, let's look. See if there's,
in the private chat, I'm putting a link to a page that talks you through it, Eddie.
Oh, great. Awesome. Teixeira Com Electronic?
I'll just put that in the private chat.
PhilipTeixeira.com.
Are they the 6.2 mil ones?
6.3 or 6.2, yeah.
Yeah, 6.2. Okay, cool.
Okay, that's not it. That's not it. SRJV80. This is the guy. Ah, cool. All right. Yeah. I'll keep
yeah, they're good for 2,000 hours.
2,000 hours. Isn't that a little too little? For a capacitor.
Yeah, no. That size. That voltage draw, they spec it out at 2,000 hours.
Okay. That's what, 4 years, 5 years? Of daily use?
Yeah, but it's on a lot, isn't it? So.
Okay.
But even then, that's only a very conservative estimate.
Yeah, obviously. At least 2,000 hours, yeah, I get it.
Yeah.
I mean, but it's less than a year. What that like quarter of a year?
Oh, it's only 100 microfarad capacitor rate for at least 6 volts. My local supply should have 25 volts, but this. So, as I understand, anything higher than 100 microfarads and higher than 6 volts will do the job.
There you go. I'll put a link in the chat there for you.
Don't go higher on the capacitance. It might just.
Yeah, because then it's dangerous. It's too much charge.
No, it's more that your power supply might not like it, and your series resistance gets a bit stronger.
Okay, so
you can get United Chemicon from Farnell for 67 pence each, and they'll do minimum orders of 1.
Well, if it's the same value, I need to order 20. So. Because I need 20. I think it's in fact 24 of them. Because there's 2 cars I still need to get. One is the Japanese card, and the other one is the bloody house that is asking stupid money for it. The reason why those ones to me they're not worth the money is because they're basically samples. They're one-shot samples, middle A samples, and then just stretch all over the keyboard, Fairlight style.
Yeah.
But the problem is some of those samples are actual drum loops. So you get a completely different tempo per key. So forget about harmonies, forget about even putting them in different melodies inside the same song, because you're actually changing the tempo of the song. So, and that is 50 or 60% of the samples in those cards. And those are the ones reaching 180, 190 to 250. It's the mental. The most useful ones, the ones that come with really nice sounds, with very quiet volume and program for aftertouch and with effects and stuff, those don't really rise more than 90 pounds, 80, 90 pounds.
Yeah.
Which is, to me, is mental. The good ones are the cheap ones, and the bad ones are the ones that everybody is fighting for. What? Okay. Apparently this wasn't even a challenge. Thank you very much. Can I bring another one?
Why not?
Okay. Thank you.
So
he needs an amp valve for a Demicon.
You're in the wrong business if they're charging 250 quid to replace a single cap.
Well, I could be in the right business if I charged 250 quid to replace a single cap.
I mean, it isn't an SMD cap, so it's at least double what you'd normally charge, right?
That's true enough. I mean, you have to get out your big glasses and everything.
Yeah. Anyway, I could probably go. I've been in from 9 till 10 at work, and it's another day of 9 till 10 tomorrow. So,
all right, bud.
Cheers,
have
Robert.
a fun time. See you.
Bye.
See you whenever.
Take care.
See you, Robert.
See you later, Robert. Bye, mate.
Hello, mate.
So, this is kind of the dream and the nightmare.
Dun, dun. What is that? Cannot make that out.
Motu.
Mark of the Unicorn.
Oh, yeah.
MIDI timepiece.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Okay. This, to me, is the solution to all my problems.
All right.
It's not only a 18/8 out MIDI router.
Uh-huh.
I still don't use it, but it's also a master clock to the point of SMTP. You can also add external pedals to control CCs inside the system. And is USB.
Yeah.
So far, all good.
Yeah.
The only problems, this is the second unit I bought, thinking that the first one I bought was broken and the second one would work, because the guy in eBay didn't disclose that this one does not work neither. Problem with these things, they're meant to be standalone. Once set all the patching, you can disconnect from the computer. The computer is just to fast editing of the patching, because you also can do it on the screen, and with the buttons you can do patching, MIDI filtering, rerouting, channel swapping, merging, all the MIDI event processing that I could ever think of. That's why they're awesome.
Let me guess, it's got a battery backup memory.
Yes, it does. So the unit I'm using now that is running most of my gear, it does have one. I did check the battery. I think right. I took the battery off, got my multimeter, 3 volts. Not before, not after. The thing would never remember the settings once turned off.
Did you actually replace the battery though?
No, because it read good, so I assume it's not that. It must be something else. So yeah, that one is on me. And my workaround is because I have the editor, which is already kind of have to assist, because my biggest problem is I even got in contact with Motu in England. I don't know if they change management or whatever. They say they would not even open this unit. They don't have parts, and they don't know how to even get them. It's like they wash their hands about this generation. Yeah. All they do now is, I think they do an 8i8, but it's not. It doesn't do the SMTP. I'm not sure if that's the MIDI processing. Blah 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 blah. And then smaller, and then audio interfaces. That's what Motu does nowadays. So yeah, because the one I'm running holds the patch as long as I don't power it off. I just have to turn on the computer, load the whole patch in, and it holds us for the whole day, even if I turn off the computer. But once power off, it's all gone.
Yeah.
And my system is getting really complex. That's why that was the other reason to get the second one. This might one work, and because I could use the same one, because you can add only 2 pedals per unit. So I could have, apart from the 5 pedal system I have down that I already told you can, to control at the moment only volume for the different synths, I could put 2 extras per one of these units.
Yeah.
So I could have 5 go back to 9. So I could have control to 9 channels or 9 synths or whatever.
Yeah.
Good.
I would change the battery. It's a CR2032 and put a decent quality Duracell or equivalent in. Because if everything else is working, it's just not remembering it. It's not storing the settings.
And if it still doesn't work, clean the contacts of the battery holder.
Well, I was going to say also check once you put the battery in, you'll probably find points that you can measure with the multimeter and just make sure that the battery holder itself is actually working.
That would be a little harder for me because that's what I'm not. Well, I'm not good at anything electronically. But
well, if you got a multimeter, you've got a multimeter, yeah. What there will nearby there will be a diode, probably on its own, with a track coming from the battery. That's the surge protection diode, and they can go sometimes. So it's not getting juice to the RAM when you turn the thing off.
I was thinking something like that, or even the chip for the RAM that got fried somehow.
So what the thing to do is to look, put the new battery in, clean the contact. What are we going to do? Keep trying it at each stage to see if it holds it. If it's still not holding it, and then all you got to do is put your find an earth on the board, wherever it may be, to connect your earth to the multimeter. Take your probe and put it on one side of the diode, and see if you're getting your 3.3 volt, and then put it the other side of the diode to see if you're getting the diode on the other side of the V3.3 on the other side of the diode, then your RAM's damaged.
Right, because this one not only doesn't hold the programming, not even if it's input by the front panel, it doesn't even talk to the software. So something in the USB is also gone.
Yeah, well, also the Windows 10 drivers for Windows 10 for the old Motu devices are flaky at best.
Huh.
Yeah, if you can uninstall any Windows 10 drivers you got, and see if you can go back to earlier versions that you could use.
I can't find anything older. It's because the latest version, which was made for the units that they did after this one, but before the ones that are now in the market and they are supporting, is named Clockworks, and that one works perfectly with the working unit, the one that holds everything. But with this one, it would find the unit. Like if something is plugged in USB, but it would not talk to it. It would not read inside. It would not send anything.
Yeah. Well, try changing the battery, and that will determine whether or not the memory itself is damaged.
On both units. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And then get back to us.
Yeah. See what you got.
But changing the battery is really easy. There should be 2 screws holding it down. You just slide it out but use good quality cells.
Okay, that's one I need to.
And if it still doesn't work like Ramsey says, throw your synth at the screen. So.
No, I can't afford to buy a new screen.
When you change the settings on it,
yes,
while it's switched on, does it remember those settings?
The one in the rack, yes.
Okay, so I mean, on that one, the RAM's probably okay because he's putting the info in the same place. It's just not saving it when you power off. Okay. The one that it doesn't actually do anything to is more likely to be the RAM. because obviously it doesn't work when it's when it's all powered up. But yeah, the one that's is doing settings but forgetting them when you switch off is more likely to be the battery or the diode.
Okay.
Yeah.
I hope so, because really the problem is the only unit I found or heard of that does half of what this does is around £700.
Yes.
And
what was those white ones?
The MRCC will do what that does.
Is that the one that runs his show on his show?
Yeah, that's only.
Yeah,
but
I talked to those guys in NAMM. It's a great device.
400 and something.
Yeah, but that's only 7 in, and I don't think it's even 7 out. This one is 18 out.
No, the MRCC is 16 out, I think.
Yeah, but not in DIN.
Well, yeah.
There is mixing Ethernet and jack MIDIs.
Yeah, but you can get the expansion. You can get the expansion for it now as well.
You see what it goes to. Sorry, I'm getting these units probably because they're broken and those bastards don't want to tell me. I'm getting these units around 60 quid, 40, 60 quid.
Oh, that's not bad if they can be fixed.
If it can.
Wasn't there an old Akai one? MIDI processor used to do that.
The thing is, if it was known and it worked good, very well, and it was solid, and it's ranking pretty penny in eBay, because the Korg, just the synchronizer, the clock synchronizer that is this big and with 2 or 3 switches, I cannot get them for less than £200, and it's just a clock. It's a master clock. There's nothing but that. Yeah. Really, I need because that's my budget. I need to scrap the bottom of the barrel. So if was wanted or is being praised by anybody anywhere, it's gonna go beyond my budget. That's why I need somebody to fix my stuff, and that's not the only ones.
Well, try the battery option. See how you get on.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'll do that. Thank you.
You see, this is why we have Kents in this world.
Exactly.
Well, Saz, you're an IT guy, right?
Yeah, IT, electronics, annoying people.
I like to be annoyed.
Never.
If in return you could help me with my problem, with my computer problem.
Right.
But let's not bore the people watching. If you don't mind me hitting you on Facebook.
Well, I think Neil, Andy, and I have all been in IT, so we can cover most issues. I think.
I can throw you.
I was an OEM builder, which meant I just had a bigger hammer.
So, I got 2. They're not issues. They're just bothers about my 2-year-old computer with Windows 10.
Yeah.
Every time I boot it, it's telling me that the last USB thing I plugged wasn't recognized and it's not working. Gives me that bloody message.
Yeah.
The problem is, I don't plug anything. Everything is pre-plugged.
Oh, it's remembering it.
And it's not telling me which one. And last time I count, I think I had 12 USB things plugged into it.
Go into Device Manager and delete all of the USB.
Yeah.
And then reboot the computer, and it'll just find everything again. And what it is some of these get stuck and they won't back off. I've had this with the soft tube fader, where I had an issue. It was caused by an oversurge, and I disconnected and went back to, put it together again slowly and add more power supplies to stuff. And as I'm doing it, it kept going, unrecognised USB. It was always the same thing, but it was a fader. So after I removed all of the USBs listed in the device manager, restart the computer. You got to, turn it off and restart it. Don't just rescan hardware or anything. Just turn the bastard completely off turn it on again, it goes back in, it figures it all out, and it stops doing it.
I hope so, because the last time
the more you know.
Yes.
Yeah.
The problem is
the other thing is if you don't get a lot of joy, if you've done the deletion of all the stuff, plug the stuff back in, but do them one at a time, and make sure that that it picks them up. So you'll get the ding from Windows to say that it's seen the device and it's sort of happy and it's installed it. Then plug the next one in, rather than have everything plugged in all at once and getting it all to pick up at the same time. And because some of those USB buses are tied together off the same controller, and it really does depend on the manufacturer and the driver as to how good that bit's going to be.
Yeah,
so
use legacy
just do them one
legacy pop-up at the same time too.
Yeah. So do one at a time when you plug them back in. Clear it all out, like Ken said. Unplug everything, bring the machine back up, and then plug one in. Let it establish. Next one in. A bit boring because it's 12 devices, but it's well worth doing it that way just to give it a chance.
And if you're lucky, you can play the USB game, which is where you plug a USB cable in and it goes boom boom, and as you walk away it goes boom boom. And you go back again, you do it again, boom boom, boom boom, you bastard. Right, you're not going back in anymore.
Except but deleting all that thing which I don't really know where it is and I don't know how to do it.
Right click on the start menu.
Yeah.
Choose device manager.
Please. I try the 1x1. It does not fail. It does not dot in message 1x1. It's when it boots with everything plugged, says one of them is not there. It's not recognized, whatever.
Yeah, that again could possibly be a power draw issue.
Good.
Yeah.
So,
although
right.
you normally get a message.
Port.
Yeah.
Power.
But you will normally get a message
move them
saying
to a different port.
Yeah.
Power. Everything.
Do the USB shuffle and shift them onto. Don't plug them back into the same places. Shift them around.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry, can I just say, smug Mac face?
Yeah, but at least we have USB ports to play with.
I've got more than enough.
I have USB ports, and I'm with you, Robbie.
Well, I've just bought a Mac Studio, so I've got 6.
Good man.
I even added USB cards to my old Power Mac, so you could even Macs that didn't have USB. I added USB too. So
to be honest, Ken, you're even better off because they're Thunderbolt connections, so you can strap loads of USB off the back of that, way more than the ones that are on it.
The downer is I have to wait until the end of July for it.
It's a hardship.
Yeah, it's quicker than trying to get something off Lenovo, though, because that's 6 months still at the moment. So.
Mr. Puricelli, I would be enchanted to be able to have the same Mac face. My life doesn't allow me.
Just start saving. It'll be worth it.
I'm looking forward to being able to use WIDI.
Not only the upfront, but the maintenance and replacement. I hope to keep this computer like my first computer for the.
You will have 0 maintenance on the Mac. The Mac I'm talking to you on right now.
Yeah.
Is nearly 10 years old.
Yeah. Well, this is the conclusion we came to, which was if you want to use a computer, and you want to do music on a computer, and not just do IT, get a Mac. Because all I do on here with this, if for every 2 hours of composing that I do in this studio, there is 6 hours of fucking around with Windows.
And don't I know it?
Yeah, if Windows didn't fuck regular, I wouldn't be employed. So
yeah, and if it's not Windows, it's because it's a PC. And it's like,
but it's made careers for many of us.
Yeah, true.
Totally that's the same as road sweepers and people that clear shit up off the streets.
Thank God for horses.
Yeah,
we're high-tech ditch diggers, basically.
I mean,
Windows is for work, and that's why I got a Mac for home, because that way I don't have to do any of the IT crap. I just open the lid, use it, do my music thing with it, close the lid, job done.
The best things I ever did was moving from Windows to Mac for music. Well, for everything, really.
Yeah.
So what's your second problem, Eddie?
Okay. As I said, anything that can be plugged, that has a secondary power source. It's plugged. The only thing draining from the USBs are the things that there's no other way to fit them.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it still could be because I basically maxed out my 9 USB ports, and that includes 2 USB hubs, one of them being my MIDI interface, who has a 3-port USB hub. So my other problem is this little thingy, which I love, and while it worked, it was amazingly good and
What is it? I can't see. So.
There's no real light.
Is it Frontier?
Yep, Alpha Track.
Okay.
Yep.
Alpha Track.
Is more or less the same problem I assume that you had with your Fader port. It's a similar product.
Yeah.
With the difference that I don't know if there's any difference. This is designed to work both in Mac and Windows.
Uh-huh.
And all the info it feeds is basically MIDI messages.
Right.
All the buttons, all the menus, everything, the fader, motorized fader.
Mm-hmm.
It even originally came with templates for Cubase. So just loading the templates and setting it up in Cubase, it did find all the settings, jump from page to page, channel to channel, open EQs, open VSTs, the works. Even
So it's basically a CMC controller, like the Steinberg CMC controller, with one motorized fader.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Probably. My only problem is at one point, I don't know if because I swapped to this Windows computer, because all that tech evolution is a lot of a blur in my brain and through COVID and mitigation stuff. It started giving me issues with Cubase with the MIDI.
Right.
I started blaming the computer and not understanding how a 6-core 12 threads with 16 gigs of RAM, basically brand new, and especially optimized from 3XS to music production, could not run 32 tracks of MIDI.
I think there's a specific DLL for Keybase for it.
Mm-hmm. And I think this thing brought it with this driver and extra files that it came for installation. As I said, it worked as a charm, no problems, until one day it started freezing the MIDI flow. Like it itself was generating so much MIDI streaming to Cubase that Cubase froze. I got a video. Basically, the track is going like this. Like in 2 seconds or 3 seconds.
Uninstall the driver, mate.
Yeah, uninstall and reinstall the driver.
Did it? No change. The only way
Any new ones on the website?
I'm just looking now, and it says
it
says it will work with that Windows XP, so it's pretty old, I think, Addy, isn't it?
Yeah.
That's why I got it cheap.
So it is probably a driver issue.
Yeah, but you can install it under compatibility mode.
Can you?
And that's how it's running. The problem, what it really bugs me is I've tried it with other new software, including I think it worked fine with Ableton. It worked fine with Voicemeeter. No problems whatsoever. It's only with Cubase, and only when I activate it. If I deactivate it from Cubase goes back to normal. Everything's fine.
Yeah, it's because there's a Cubase DLL, specific Cubase DLL for it. So when you reinstall the drivers, you need to reinstall the DLL specifically into one of the Cubase folders.
Okay.
Is it an executable to install the drivers for that unit?
Give me a second, I'll find it.
Just looking for the download page.
Because I've had something very similar with my CMC controller, and to get that to work, when you after you've uninstalled it, when you go to install it again, install it as administrator.
Yeah, the last driver is 2009, and it's Windows 7 compatible.
Yeah. So try it as administrator and see if on my one it cured it. Except what mine was doing was the motorised slider was juddering all over the place. And you get like double clicking when you push the button and stuff.
I put a link to the download in the private chat, and also a page from Gearspace about specifically the drivers for you.
Sorry, come again?
In the private chat, I've put a link to the driver download and also linked to a thread on Gearspace.
Yeah, 1.3, yeah, that's the one I have it.
Yeah.
So, close that one. And,
something went pop. I don't think it was supposed to. Yeah, it's been at me all day. Bastard thing.
Okay. V6 to V1, huh?
Well, I just had a really nice email.
Go on.
You know Don Lewis, the guy behind the live electronic orchestra machine, who basically invented MIDI before MIDI was invented. And he had that film made about him, didn't he? The Ballad of Don Lewis. Well, they're repackaging the film. They're doing all the new artwork, and the director's just emailed me and he said, "Can I have your address, please? I'm sending you this poster for the new film." And I've just got Don to sign it.
Ooh.
And it's
nice.
Look at that.
Oh, wow.
So, yeah, that's very cool.
What?
Excellent.
Show it again?
Nope.
Oh, you got it? You got the DVD?
I've already got the DVD, but they've had it they're trying to sell the distribution on the film to a bigger audience, so they've just had to re-edit it, but they've done a whole bunch of new artwork, and
I haven't watched this one.
They'll be on the show soon, I hope.
Oh, you're gonna have?
I've already done podcasts with him, Don Lewis. Yeah. Look him up. He's an absolute legend.
I listened to the one they did with the Museum of Music. Is it Museum of Music?
Sound on Sound?
I think I later did the Sound on Sound, but no, this not as a musician. Bloody memory. Well, it's not saying to you. I think I have 345 YouTube subscriptions. So yeah, think about that. 2 seconds. Because you box me. You think you're forgetting stuff? Trust me, no, you're not. I would forget my name if I had it. I didn't have it.
We're all
written
getting
some
like
places.
that now.
Yeah.
Sorry, who the fuck are you lot?
Exactly.
That's why we put our names on the boxes underneath these things.
Well,
remember
some of us do, Neil. Some of us do.
Well, yeah.
Some of us just don't get with the program.
There's one.
Not saying anything.
Yeah, I found it. MMM, Museum of Making Music. They did, I think, hour and a half special with Don Lewis and one of the guys that helped him design it or find the tag or something like that.
Well, you've been seeing you for a few hours. Yes, we love you too. Yes, Carol.
If you're into podcasts about music, this YouTube channel is really, really interesting. Can I find it?
Yeah, there's a video of Don Lewis's personal history of synths and MIDI.
Yep.
I was done a year ago.
Yep.
He's one of the most.
Well, in fact,
one of these guys that when you talk to him, you cannot help but just feel happy and inspired and woefully inadequate.
So, For the frontier, this guy's talking about
Jimbo. Jimbo.
hello.
Ha.
He's talking about a 1.3.2 that nobody's giving them because apparently the last one is 1.3.
Yes. But if it's
And-
Windows
oh,
7
sorry.
compatible, it will work on Windows 10.
So do I need to deinstall it first?
Come along, hop along. Come and see your mate.
Do I?
God, you're getting heavy. There you go.
Hello,
Look.
Noah.
Say hi.
Buffering.
Say hi.
Hey, Eddie, you should speak to Noah. He'll understand you. He's
Hello,
from,
Mateo.
he's from Spain.
He's a Spanish.
He's a
Oh,
Spanish.
this is the Spaniard
Bilingual.
one. Bilingual.
What was that line from the Pet Shop Boys film?
Hola, bonita. ¿Cómo estás?
And Siri is Andalusian. Andalusian. And she says,
Well,
come say hi, sis.
technically, this,
I'm a
in
bilingual
this case,
illiterate.
It would be Andalusian
Ah, okay.
because all the Southerners changed the C for an S.
Did you hear that?
You're Andalusian, not Andalusian.
Andalusian. Yeah. Yeah, you are.
From
confused is what she is.
Yeah, she came over in the van with Noah as well. He was in the cage above her. Yeah.
Never made it to the restaurant.
No.
So,
Yes,
I'm
exactly.
sorry. I'm
See?
sorry.
See,
You
you
tell
got
him.
told.
Yeah.
Siri,
you
I'm
had it
sorry.
It's the cats.
I'm sure you'll make it up to me when I come and see
All
you
right,
next.
all right, thank you. Nelly.
I'm really
Nelly.
upset.
I don't remember. Ken, I don't remember you telling the story. How did you got grip of 2 Spanish dogs from England?
Yeah, there was it's a rescue centre in Spain.
Yeah, the men.
And a friend of mine was a Patreon for them. And because I was a friend on Facebook with her, I used to see her posts come up. And she used to have these posts coming up of all these rescued animals.
Okay.
And the last of my 9 dogs had just died. And Fiona goes, "Oh, I really miss not having a dog." I mean, yeah, I know, but... And she goes, "Oh, I miss having a dog." So she went and got Nelly. And I said, "Well, look, there's a little dog that I kind of like the look of." So, which was Noah. And he had been living up in the mountains for about 2 years, roaming free from a puppy. And I said, I love him. I love that face. 'Cause he's got that kind of face you could just eat. Hence the restaurant.
Steady.
Yeah. And I said, I'd like to get him. She goes, "Oh yeah." And as I scrolled down, there was a picture of Siri.
Okay.
She was found in a plastic bag with 9 other of her siblings, and they were 10 days old, still had umbilical cords, and they were in a big plastic bag at the side of the road, and they'd rescued them. And I said, "She looks lovely as well." So I bought both of them. They were stupid money, but I bought both of them, and they said, "Well, look, Siri's not old enough yet to travel, and Noah's with a foster at the moment." And it says it'll be a couple of months. I went, "Yeah, okay, it's cool, no rush." So it was literally the day before they were supposed to be coming over. This one was out for a walk, got off the leash, wandered onto farmland, and the farmer shot him in the arse. And he got a buckshot in his back leg. And so I said, "Oh look, he's now at the vets. He won't be coming." And he seems to have formed a bond with Siri as well, because they were kind of keeping them together because they were going to be together.
Oh wait, you mean a farm in Spain?
Yeah. Yeah, and this farmer's got absolutely get off my land kind of thing.
Yeah.
And
they're treated like vermin down there.
yeah, yeah. And so he got shot in the ass, and he was already suffering from leishmaniasis, which is the sandfly bite, is it?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, but his count was very, very low, fortunately. And But by the time we got him, his count was very, very high. So literally, he came in the door and then went to the vets, literally. And most of the vets here know nothing about it. Got no idea. Looking up on the net to find out what leishmaniasis is. But anyway, long story cut short, we've got them. We got them, and
we
yeah,
keep
they're
some
great.
illnesses down there that we don't share.
Yeah, and we got Nellie's rescue as well. Actually, no, they're all rescue, aren't they? In one form or another. Because Charlie used to be my best friend's dog, but he hung himself, and we inherited his dog. Yeah, I mean, it was one of those things where he didn't talk about it, and nobody really knew. Yeah. And then the next thing you know, you got a copper on the door saying, "Can you take this dog?" Your name was in the phone book, kind of thing. And so yeah, they're all rescue, and all the better for it.
What I found amazing is, even considering that you have huskies, that they all get along well.
Yeah, well, especially seen as the husky was the last in, because these guys were already established. But he was a very quiet dog anyway. He was a bit damaged when Mick got him, because he rescued him from a gypsy site. He laid the bloke out with a tire iron and took the dog off him because he was tied up in the garden. The bloke was beating him with this tire iron, so he took it off him and beat him up.
Can I make a black mini joke? Thank God you don't have to pay for the therapy.
Yeah. Yeah, well, I couldn't pay for my own.
Yeah, but...
So,
sorry
yeah, but... No, it's cool. So, yeah, they're all good and they get on. He did have to have a toe amputated in the end, and that was the leishmaniasis. But he couldn't give a monkeys about that. But his leg's broken. He was up in the mountains. His leg broke. He broke his front leg, and it's set funny.
Yeah, I heard that.
So he does a lot of limping, but it doesn't bother him. So, and they said, look, we could fix his leg, but we have to break his leg again, and then reset it. And nah, he's good. He's cool.
Good.
He's cool.
Sorry, I mean, yeah, that's one of the reasons I learned. And I'm gonna say the hard way, but if I tell this story, everybody's gonna laugh at me. I learned the hard way that animals are not toys, and to respect them and to treat them like they should, which is not that common down in my country. And it's crazy because it's even less common and less a thing the deeper you go into the countryside. In the countryside, many times they're nothing but tools for protection, for hunting, for especially dogs. But cats are mostly vermin, and we don't. And the rest is kind of the new generation of pets, which is basically hamsters and some bunnies. Yeah, you always hear the typical story of the child raised on the farm getting fond of the animal that ended up being Christmas supper.
Yeah.
But apart from that, we tend to grow kind of detached of them.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, this lot lucked out. Didn't you? Oh, yeah. Oh, there you are.
Cheers.
Yeah, this lot want for nothing.
Well, I mean, they're totally fine with you. I'm 200% sure they're happy. They're thanking every new sunrise.
Yeah.
And I'm sure you're giving them the best life they could ever dreamed of.
Yeah, sometimes at the detriment of our own.
That's why I know.
Yeah.
That's always the way, Kent. It's just how it goes.
I've sat on the floor before now because the dog's sitting on the chair. You know, it's like,
okay,
I'll sit on the floor and watch TV then.
That was always my place. Hi, Jim. Nice to speak to you at long last.
Yeah, you too, Neil.
Yeah, we've chatted but never spoke, and we're going to Gearfest together, so it's good to actually speak.
Indeed.
And that's when you find out you hate each other.
Yeah.
Well, we'll find out on the day, won't we?
Yeah.
We'll just
It'll come to blows, I tell you.
When I'm stuck in London.
Yeah. It's right near King's Cross. You'll be fine.
You have talked about the flatulence problem as well, haven't you?
I'll have to earn my train fare back, which at the current rate would take me a few days, I think.
Are you guys staying over, or are you just going down for the day?
Just going down the day.
Just for the day.
All right.
Is it this weekend?
No, it's
July
it's end of the
2nd.
month. Yeah, beginning of next month.
It's really fortunate because my office is right near to where the place is, so I've got parking there as well. So that's why it's just really simple to just go down for the day and back. So
yeah,
cool.
I know it's
certainly
I'm
more
staying with
cost-effective
my
car
youngest
sharing
son.
these days as well, isn't it?
yeah.
Yeah, that's my problem. That's why the only reason that I will pull the last minute not to go, because I would love to meet you all. Well, not all of you. I know Kent, you won't be there. But
I have a train ticket, but looking. Well, it's not one of the dates yet, is it? That they're actually going to be striking. But,
yeah, if you're not screwed one way, they're going to screw you another way, aren't they? It's,
Well, it could have been worse. Could have been flying there.
yeah.
will I need the ion underwear?
Quite possibly. I wouldn't rule it out. Put it that way.
No. So, Saz, about those drivers, do I need to uninstall the driver and install it again?
yes.
Or just reinstall would do?
Uninstall, reboot the computer.
Oh crap! So no, that's for another day. Thank you. If I don't manage, which I won't, I'll send you a text.
Yeah, no worries.
Thank you.
Help! Exclamation!
I need
Exclamation!
somebody help, not just anybody.
Well done on the EMOM thing, Jim.
Oh yeah, cheers,
Yeah.
Ian. It's
really
got
good.
off to a good start.
Yeah.
43 members in the group already, and
brilliant.
set it up today.
Yeah.
So it's perfect.
So where's
venue
that
for it.
happening?
At
Where's
Dubrac,
it? Where is the
which
venue?
is on just right. On Ashbourne Road, if you're heading into Derby from Markeaton Island,
Yeah.
and you've got the one-way system where you have to sort of veer left,
Yeah.
just near the Greyhound pub.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you're going around the one-way system. Then, if you you do that left, and if you just carry straight on instead of following the one-way system around to the right.
Yes, I know what you mean.
Just
Yeah.
up there, just on the left-hand side.
Right, cool.
It's
Yeah.
actually part of a university building.
Right.
But it's a brilliant venue. It's like everything's brand new, really nice sort of cafe bar. There's recording studio, rehearsal rooms. And they've got like a 3K PA, which is like pretty decent little stage area, and nice decor. It's plush. It's really cool.
Yeah,
and the guy who runs it is just brilliant. He's been an absolute star. He's just really up for it. So it's good all
Is that the
around.
EMOM?
Fantastic.
Yeah.
Yeah, EMOM. Oh, it's electronic open mic nights.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well.
So,
I
yeah, I
thought it
mean,
was
thanks Ian
electronic
for
music open mic.
Yeah, I mean, thanks
EMOM.
Ian, because we didn't even know this whole thing existed.
Yeah.
And I've just embraced it with like both arms and run with it. It's brilliant.
I've been doing them for about 3-4 years. I keep meaning to do with the one in London because Martin keeps saying, "Oh, come down to the London one," and it's never coincided with me actually coming down to the smoke. So, but
I mean, there was.
wrong?
Go on, Eddie.
No, you finish.
Yeah, there was actually going to be one in Derby, and this guy called Lee had actually arranged it just before the lockdown. And, even had like a sign-up page and all sorts online. And it just sort of lockdown happened, and it just never. It was actually at the old Dubrec site as well. He was even using the same people to actually host it. But I've been in touch with him since and stuff, and he's just like, "Oh yeah, brilliant, good luck." So
it's like I'd normally go to the autumn means to close, but actually I think that's in August and I'm away. So so Leeds or Hull would probably be my next one.
Yeah, I'm going to be playing the Leeds one.
Yeah.
Week
When is
tomorrow,
that?
Isn't it? Week tomorrow.
Oh no, I can't. I'm down in Exeter.
Is it coming to Bristol, or I misheard?
I just do it. It's they're literally all well. They're all over the country, but they've even done them abroad. They've done them in Berlin, Amsterdam twice. You know.
Well, Martin's off to France for a bit, so he's going to see if he can.
Is he going to see if he can sort one out?
Parisian one, yeah.
Brilliant.
I think so.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, what a guy, you know.
He's amazing.
Yeah.
His stuff's really, really good. His first album's great.
Yeah.
Love it. And he's written 2 books.
I've got one of his books.
Yeah, I've got the first one. I haven't got the second one.
Yeah.
They're really good.
But yeah, and you know, I like his politics. Sass wouldn't like them.
No, I really don't mind people having different opinions.
We know.
No,
That's
absolutely.
all it is.
Exactly, it is. Yeah, we're trying to convert. We'll convert you, Sash. You know, over time we will convert you.
Yeah, I don't think so.
No, I don't think so either. Actually, one of my oldest.
When the day of the revolution comes,
yeah, one of my oldest mates.
I'll be the one holding the gun.
Just to be fair, Sass, this book actually has both sides of the climate change arguments in a nice 2-page layout. So it's balanced.
Wait, there's 2
You guys won't have the guns. We have all the guns over here, so.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
Yeah. I love that
come the
post
revolution,
earlier.
we'll import some.
Yeah. I loved
don't think
that
you need-
post earlier
the
about
difference
sending
is-
them to Ukraine. It was brilliant.
They are here. They're just under 3 or 4 logs. That's the only difference.
Yeah, but you've got so many hoops to jump through to get one.
Yeah,
it's ridiculous.
Well, it's probably
One thing I have to mention is: did anybody watch Ben Jordan's channel? His interview with Jamie when Synth Addict is photobombing through the whole thing. I was watching it and going, I know that guy. Who's that?
I was hanging out with Noir at NAMM, and he told me about Ben's podcast. And I saw Jamie was going to be there. I said, "Oh shit, I got to go to that because I want to go to Perfect Circuit anyway."
Yeah.
And so I was just. I'm the only guy in the background fiddling around while they're doing their chat. So.
It's just every now and then you look up at the camera and give a cheeky smile and then look back down again. It's just brilliant. The interview's great, but it's just fascinating watching.
Well,
it was like last week, wasn't it? Last week, Old Synthetic did Carpet World. It was, it was brilliant.
Yeah.
In Synthetic's defense, I must say that he was encouraged strongly to search for a YouTuber and appear on his camera. I just heard it yesterday.
I've been following Noir for a long time, so I knew he was going to be at the show, so we met up at the Tom O'Brien booth, and we're chatting for a while. And actually, I had chatted more on Saturday than I looked at since. I was hanging out with Manny and with Chris Sentient. And then Noir and all these guys, and then I heard about the podcast thing, and I went to hung out and chatted with Ben and Noir some more and Jamie, and then it was a blast. It was more fun meeting people than playing with synths.
Yeah, I had a question, but it's a little sad, so please excuse me. Synthetic, did you see any exposure, or any jest, or anything regarding the passing out of Mr. Smith?
A few booths had signs up and stuff, like the little section of Pioneer that was showing some of his contributions to their stuff. Had a poster up, the same one they had on their website.
Yeah.
Just a few things here and there. It's pretty low key. Of course, the sequential staff were manning the Oberheim booth. But they didn't have any real presence. They decided not to.
Yeah,
except for maybe I think it was one. I think OB6 was out there, but not any other significant sequential stuff was on display. One guy actually came up to the booth while I was talking to Noir, and he goes, "Hey, where's Dave Smith's booth?" I was like, "Oh man, this guy hasn't seen the news." That's.
I would expect, like, I don't know, a minute of silence or something like that, some kind of jest, some kind of...
They did something for him at the awards thing. I heard about that, the awards, Tech Awards or whatever.
Yeah, good luck getting a minute's silence on the floor at NAMM.
Yeah, absolutely no chance of that, is there?
Yeah.
Yes, that's true. But I don't know, before opening doors or something like that, some kind of acknowledgement.
There were posters around, even in the lobby.
Yeah,
before you get into the room, there was I think the room where they did a Pro 3 demo. Mm-hmm. They launched the Pro 3 back in 2020 NAMM. Mm-hmm. That looked like a private party where they were hanging out there, because I recognized some sequential people in there. So
okay. So
I think they're doing some kind of thing for Dave. Yeah.
More like on a private level. Okay.
Yeah.
Awesome. Sorry, had to ask.
No, that's cool.
As if you need any more encouragement to come to Synthfest in October, Dina Perlman's coming.
Oh, is she?
Is she?
Yeah.
Oh, wonderful.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Oh, cool.
Right. Oh, cool.
So,
what if Mishi's coming as well?
That'd be great. That would be great.
I went to the Moog Foundation booth. I didn't see Michelle around. Maybe she was only there one day.
Yeah, and there was a couple of
she was
photographs.
definitely there.
Yeah, there was a few photos of her, wasn't there?
That photo with her and Mark was just brilliant.
Did I see something about Moog staff striking?
No, threatening to unionise or trying to
unionise. They are actually striking. It's just that they want to unionise.
Yeah, threatening to unionise where they are is probably not a brilliant idea.
Well,
doesn't normally go down very well around there, around these parts.
Yeah,
you know.
Kent, has Fiona decided if she's going to Synthfest?
She's still thinking about it. Still going.
First time I met Fiona was at Synthfest.
Yeah, hanging on to the bar.
Hanging on to the bar.
Yeah. Started early that day.
I've probably still got the business card she shoved down my top. She went like this. There you go. No,
yeah. Well, you'll know she's there if you see smoke in the car park.
Worst stripper ever, Robbie.
Oh, yeah.
Wait, so is Synthfest the one that has been happening every year? Because I was asking for the one that is only happening this year.
Well, Gearfest is the new one.
Yeah.
Okay.
The starting. It's the first week. I don't know. There'll be a second one. But that's happening in July 2nd. And then Synthfest is the one that's been going since, 24? No.
Many years.
No, not many.
No, it's not that many. I missed the first one. I've been to every one ever since the first one.
There was it 4? So there was 2015, 16, 17, 18, 19.
19, yeah.
And then obviously 20 and 21 were online.
Yeah.
So now we're 22. So yeah, this will be like the 5th physical one this year, I think.
Okay.
Pretty sure. And that does happen. Well, they try to make it happen every year and have so far been successful, apart from COVID. So
I'm probably the only one in the room who's hoping it goes back online again.
Yeah. Don't worry, we'll take lots of pictures.
I'm with you because driving there is not gonna be possible.
Sheffield's dead easy to get to.
No, it's not the driving. The sat nav takes me everywhere. It's the petrol.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Because parking there is pretty good because there's that car park directly opposite.
Right opposite.
The multi-story.
Well, if Fiona goes, she'll use the Chrysler, so I'll have to speak with the banks who can get a loan.
Yeah. I'm toying with the idea of going on the train.
Yeah.
Maybe staying over.
Actually, even with the bad gas prices, only the whole trip, several days down there and back, cost me about $300 in gas. It wasn't too bad.
Yeah, it's £2 a litre here today.
Yeah.
170.
Yeah, £2.
No, £2 round here.
Well, it depends.
£2. Picture on the BBC News was £2 and 2p per litre.
It's about $6.30 here usually. So
the highest price I heard for diesel was £2.70.
Oh yeah, diesel's higher.
17.
That's crazy. Diesel's higher. Wow.
When I first bought a diesel car, diesel was cheaper than petrol, and it lasted longer.
I'm sure they're trying to get parity between petrol prices and a pint of beer in London.
Yeah.
How much is a pint of beer in London?
Too much.
There was one pub recently that said their average pint was about £8.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. That's another reason not to go there ever.
Yeah.
And I don't drink.
Right, there we go. The cheapest in my neck of the woods at the moment for diesel is 185.9.
185.
That's relatively good.
It's not bad. I think I paid 178. I think
Disclosure.
the other day.
I mean, cheap petrol last Tuesday in Yeovil in Tesco. 171.
I got mine. I got petrol last week in Costco, and it was 163.
I lie.
Yep.
Tesco. I've just found Tesco just down the road, 5 miles away. 175.9. So that's even better. And you get your club card points. Which, trust me, I get 3 meals at a restaurant every year out of that.
Whoa, that's a lot of petrol.
Well, we have 2 cars, but I do all my club card points. So all my mobile phones are on Tesco. All my fuel's on Tesco. And we do a little bit of shopping. So we earn... When you're running 4 mobile phones in a family, that soon adds up.
And 2 of
so
them...
you get your club card points, and then you triple them up, and that's a family of 4 3-course meal at Prezzo, or something similar, free of charge. So that's a gamble.
Any more in this subject? Because I like to change it.
Sorry.
Any more comments in this subject? Because I like to change it.
Go for it. Feel free. There are no rules.
We'll soon change it back if we want.
Yeah, I know, and you will instantly. Synthetic. Hello.
Yes.
Apart from what is being pre-leaked and leaked so far officially, did you saw anything that it caught your eye in the show?
So it's so funny. I was talking to all those people. I missed a good half of the show, chatting with people for hours on one day. I had planned to cover the whole thing because I usually watch the whole damn thing, all the guitar stuff, all the piano stuff. I didn't even make it through half the show, so there's probably some cool stuff hidden in some of the booths that was like effects pedals and stuff that were special or whatever, but. Pretty much what you saw in the Sonic State stuff and some other coverage is what's out there. The surprise to me was in the little tiny Soma booth. I got to play the Enter for a while. If you guys haven't seen the Enter, it's just like the new Terra. It's very expressive, and it's one of those Russian-made ones that they couldn't get out with all the Russian conflict going on.
Right.
But it's incredibly expressive. So I'm pretty sure Ramsey's having a show this week. I'm gonna try and go in there and play some stuff I recorded. I got the guy to hook up a recorder for me while I noodled on it and got some really wicked sounds out of it. And it's essentially like the Terra, but
sorry, Andy. He's Rob with his fly swatter.
You need a pith helmet. You can,
I just want to get him out the window. I don't want to kill him. I just want to get there. He is.
Get it out.
But anyway, the Enter is like a more kind of wild version of the Terra, which is more like a performance instrument, whereas Enter is more of a weird exploration sound, nastiness, fun kind of instrument. So that was special to me. The guy said they're probably going to start making them in a few months and selling for about $700 or something like that.
Well, NAMM, not available, maybe May.
Yeah.
Andy, want to see how they kick me out of this chat for the 4th time?
Uh-oh.
Let's talk guitars.
Yay!
That's that. Do you know what Fiona's watching?
Go on. Bravo.
I'll give you a clue. Here you go.
Those reflexes. Bravo.
Something dark side. Something complete.
Whoa, okay. Dark Side is a Star Wars, but that's not because the complete is in the Star Wars.
Any ideas?
Yep, Family Guy.
Yeah, Blue Harvest.
Blue Harvest, yeah.
Okay. Good. So no guitar talk?
What are they? What do they do?
Nothing.
Do they kill
nothing.
trees?
You have to do it. They do nothing. That's a VS.
Well, that Moog guitar is pretty special. You ever play one of those?
No.
Oh.
It
Talk
came
to
and
me.
went, but it has
Give me more.
some crazy ass electronics in it. It's basically a synth inside of a guitar.
So it's the only guitar that deliberately goes out of tune.
Yeah.
So they're trying to fight the Roland one.
No, if you can find some videos on it, check it out. Moog guitar was pretty special.
But
I never played one, but
was it new for this year or?
no, it was like 10 years ago.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, it's a while back.
Because Roland is still trying. Well, Roland through Boss, because Roland is like he washed his hands out of it. He's still trying to milk the guitar synth field, thanks to the Boss technology, which is. Have you tried any of the Boss ones?
Not the latest one. My old Casio PG380 is still pretty awesome with the IPD synth inside of it. So,
if you get a chance on any of your shop trips, try any of the SY units, Boss SY.
That's not a pickup, right? That's just audio.
It's their floor units, from compact STOM typical box, all the way to 3 or 4 STOM box wide flagship unit.
Right.
But the key feature is that they take the voltage to MIDI conversion straight from the 1/4-inch jack, no special pickup, and they track better than the JK pickup.
Better than 13 pin.
Better than the 13 pin.
Yeah.
For the flagship, the SY1000, I believe, they ask you to get the JK3, because that way they can also provide you with multi-timbrality, and they can provide you with virtual guitar emulations and strings and all the shenanigans of the V guitar. But
I'll have to try it. But I'm looking through the VG99 with the D-beam in it. I think that's pretty cool.
That one you can buy because you can find it affordable. But trust me, just to see at one point that technology is, check the SY line. It's I had the appetizer that they put on the Boss GT100. It's crazy. The only problem is monophonic.
Right.
That one only does one note at a time. But
hey, Jim, do you play MIDI guitars at all?
Yes. Do you? Apart from the Enzo?
No, just the Enzo, really.
Yeah.
But that also applies. In fact, the what's in the Enzo is the same technology that Boss is applying to their floor units. Is the 1/4-inch go in? Is the Enzo polyphonic?
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah. Because
really nice.
That's the big difference with the Boss.
The detection doesn't always get it right, because it'll sometimes pick up on the harmonics rather than the fundamentals. But I think that's just part of the nature of
is the
guitars.
nature of guitar synthesizer. Yeah. That's why
it's just two words that just don't go together, isn't
it? Guitar and synthesizer, I know.
MIDI guitar is like Liberal and government, and Manchester and United.
Look at E-Bone guitar. E-Bone guitar is very nice.
MIDI. I always get these GRs coming that I have to repair.
And also do you ever see the machine made by Godley and Cream for guitar?
No.
It turned a guitar into a Mellotron, basically.
How? What?
God, I'm sure Wago knows the name of it.
I thought wasn't the Godley and Cream device that it sort of mounted over the...
It's 6 rubber wheels that play your strings for you.
Yeah.
Oh.
I've drawn a blank on the name of it, but they had a reissue about 5 years ago.
Yeah.
And they make it for bass as well. One of my bass player friends is going to get one for bass.
That's the next. So you think guitar and MIDI don't go together?
I've never seen it work really well. I must admit.
No, and never will. I mean, no, not with the computer power we have, and not with the ADD converters that we have nowadays.
Yeah, that's what I mean. It's, MIDI and guitars is like when you're using Bluetooth for audio at a concert.
Without latency, it's never gonna happen. And that I learned the hard way. It's never gonna happen because the material they have to deal with is too complex.
Sorry, the Gizmotron.
Gizmotron, there you go.
Got that together, Sash.
That's it.
It's too complex. The amount of frequencies that any string instrument produces is so big that the machines go mental trying to decipher what is music and what is noise. So they lose more than 50% of the computing cycles just deciding, oh, this is a harmonic, oh, sure, play this, this is a note, is this just a scratch, is this a fret noise or string noise? I don't think it will ever work to the proficiency of any other controllers. That's why in my opinion, the best one, the most perfected one is the drums. It's an on or off business. It's with velocity, but it's an on-off business.
They had a cool thing back in the 90s called G-Vox, and it was a pickup you put on your guitar. You hook up the software. Unfortunately, it was Windows 95 only and didn't work after that. But Guitar Center was blowing them out, and it was you could buy BB King library, a police library, all this kind of stuff. And what was really cool about it is the box goes to your serial port on your computer, and basically acts as a MIDI device for your computer without using really MIDI. It just interprets it and then goes through your computer system, and MIDI can come out of it. You can control your DAW and some other stuff. But what's really cool about it is it was the first guitar training thing I used before Fretlight came out, where you could, on screen as you're playing the notes, it's listening in a certain mode. If you don't get it right, it doesn't advance to the next note until you get it right. And that was groundbreaking, you know.
Yes, it was. Was that released by Line 6? Line 6.
No, it was I think it was a one-off company called G-Vox.
Because I remember another one. I think the line was called G-Port from Line 6. Some very.
They may have bought it. Yeah.
The red interfaces that will also train you in trying to replicate the sounds of the original sound of the album of.
Oh, somebody's. Oh, this is Becky all over. She's put up this thing. She goes, "My brain asking deep philosophical questions while I'm trying to fall asleep." And it's, "Is there sex after death?" And underneath somebody's put, "That's up to the coroner."
Yeah. Or the grave digger. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Mr. Savile. Yes.
Yeah. Oh. Ooh.
Yep, that's true. That's so true.
Yikes.
Thanks for the segue. Back to Sid.
Yeah, the thing from Line 6 was called the Guitar Port, but it was just, I've got one upstairs actually.
Is it any good?
But it was just a USB interface straight into the computer, and then the software ran the synth. So it didn't really do any MIDI conversion or anything. It was just purely, the Line 6 effects that were running as plugins on your computer.
So it's audio.
It was good.
It wasn't like a teaching tool.
No, it was just purely a guitar to USB interface.
Oh, okay.
I mean, it was a good one. It sounded great, and it works really well. Nice, really well built, like all the Line 6 stuff. But it didn't really. It was just an audio interface for your guitar, really.
Well, people are
G-Vox,
always.
those things have just died. You know, it should have lasted because it was cool, but it just didn't make it. So.
People are always
depending on a
looking for
computer.
more expressive ways of controlling synths. So, why not guitars?
Yeah, but
it's a very expressive instrument.
It would be ideal if I
nightmare
could,
to do.
Yeah, if I could play tapping, slides, bendings, and whammy bar all through MIDI, very few other instruments would be as expressive as a guitar.
Like a Tritonium would be, and that's your kind of bridge there with electronics.
I don't know that one.
I would say the instrument comes a bit closer.
Yeah, but as I said, the problem with the guitar is because of the thing that is producing the frequency.
The string resonating.
But not only the resonation, it's the harmonics and the handling, the touch grabbing of the thing that's actually producing so many frequencies. Produces so many frequencies that our ears discard, but the computer can't. He cannot tell unless it's told, from here to here is note, from here to here is noise. Ignore it.
Yeah.
And that's
you kind of rely on the harmonics for pitch detection as well. It's like
exactly. So
also, the lower frequencies are tough to track.
Yeah.
The bass notes.
Exactly.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's like if you put sub bass into a tune, you may be like a semitone off because you can't quite tell whether it's if it's a pure tone, you can't quite tell whether you've actually got the right pitch or not.
Not fast enough. Maybe when we get, and I'm throwing this word just because it means sci-fi to me. It means, I don't know what the fuck it means, quantum computers, and we magnify the computer power and computer speed to the power of 10. And by the way, have you heard this news that apparently they finally discovered the material with the metal conductor, the superconductor, electric conductor with zero resistance? I read it 2 months ago.
Sure about that. I knew that they discovered like the sort of
it's alloy, right?
Single atom thick.
I didn't read the specifics, but the news said they finally cracked it. They found the super material, a superconductor with zero resistance to flow.
Room temperature? Is it room temperature?
Probably, I don't know.
That was always the problem, is you had to chill the stuff. So
No, at room temperature. That's what they meant.
Yeah.
They finally found but obviously now they need to be able to manufacture on commercial cost.
They'll have to call it unobtainium since it'll be too expensive to use. So,
for instance, and can any of you explain to a totally dumbass what the heck is a quantum computer, and why is it good?
Because it can store more information in a quantum bit than you can in a standard bit. So you've just got two states.
It's not binary.
zeros and
It's
ones.
multiple states. Yeah.
You've got multiple states in a single qubit, as opposed to just two states in a single bit.
Yeah.
So then we're talking just about storage.
No, it's like
It's
orders
processing
of
as
magnitude
well.
in
Processing speed as well, isn't it?
Because it processes with the same complexity that it stores it.
So think of it more like a neural network than a binary computer.
That's a really good analogy, actually, and they've just discovered that in neural networks in our own brains that occupy between 7 and 11 dimensions, which is really hard to get your head around. Yeah. But basically, doing mathematical modelling, they've found that it maps perfectly to sort of 7 to 11 dimensions rather than the 3-dimensional world that we're used to.
That
which is crazy.
So does that mean this show is going on in another dimensions with different people in it?
Yes.
Yes. Our entire consciousness is like that.
But not just now. It's happened before.
Yeah.
And it's happening in the future simultaneously.
There's one all about guitars in another dimension.
Yeah,
I get pissed off when they talk about synths.
Yeah, Rob, this is becoming a bit of a thing now on this show, isn't it?
What's that?
Well, we were talking about Thunderbirds earlier.
Yeah. Oh, yes.
And Matt Zimmerman, who voiced Alan in Thunderbirds, and a few other, obviously, guest characters in some of the other stuff,
he's just
died 5 hours ago.
Tracy Island in the sky.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Does that mean we need to stop doing these shows?
Yeah, people keep dying.
No, we just need to start talking about the right people that we don't want around anymore.
Pudding.
Bojo.
Yeah.
Oh dear.
Oh God! Please don't stand up for him.
No.
Don't.
No, he's not gonna.
No, not him.
No.
Just don't.
Let's face it.
Don't go there.
I've been outvoted.
Yeah, outvoted.
Fuck democracy.
Yeah.
40% of the MPs don't support him anyway. So
Yeah, with his own MPs. Then man do the rest.
No.
Anyway, let's leave that there.
yeah, we nearly got into politics there.
If you really think
Again.
you have bad government and bad MPs, bring your bitches. I come from down under.
Bruce Kent died as well today.
Bruce Kent.
Who?
Bruce Kent.
He was head of CND for a long time for about 5-6 years in the 80s. He was you'd recognise him if you saw him. He's
Another name, certainly.
CND?
Yeah.
Campaign for Nuclear Disarmament.
Yeah.
Didn't he fall out with them?
Should I dare? Should I dare? Who knows anything about Greenpeace?
They had a nice boat.
They had
the Rainbow
yes.
Warrior. Yeah.
Yeah.
But that's my point. I have not heard anything about them in the last 15 years.
Well, they're still.
Oh no,
highly
they
active.
were on the news recently about something. Yeah, they're still going, still around.
They're still.
Okay. Because they're not half as active as they used to be. At least not on the news.
Well, that doesn't mean they're not active.
Well, some of their opposition is now more armed. I mean, you know, they used to ram boats and stuff, but now they probably get blown up if they do that.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. Sadly. Yep. That's the.
No, they're still out there campaigning, doing their stuff.
There was a post here from one of these influencers talking about this really great new reverb called Black Hole. Dude, on the finger on the pulse or what?
Wow, that's timely. That's pretty good.
Fucking hell.
Maybe he got froze before the lockdown.
Yeah. He goes,
He was simply looking the other way. What?
Have just announced, Naughty Dog have just announced that they're doing a complete PS5 remake of The Last of Us Part 1.
Oh, don't tell me that, because that means I've got to buy a PS5.
A ground up reworking of it.
I first played it on a PS3, then I bought a PS4. I've played it so many times that, and in fact, it's a superb game.
Yeah.
You know.
Looking forward to the TV
I am
dramatisation.
too. Yeah.
Should be good.
Yeah.
With Pedro, what's his face?
Yeah. And
well, in other media news.
Who's died now?
Kent?
Yeah,
who we killed now?
No, Sony have just announced Venom 3.
I've not even seen 1 and 2 yet.
Okay.
No, I think I've seen Venom 1.
I've seen clips of it.
Oh, the film.
Wasn't that Thomas Hardy?
Yeah.
Wasn't he Venom?
Yeah.
No, I haven't seen it because the end of one of the other. I don't really do superhero films, but at the end of it, Venom turns up before to sort of promo the Venom 1. He sat in a bar. Can't remember which film. Was that Spider-Man?
Yeah.
Something like that. Yeah.
That's the last Venom I saw.
Because that's the only films I've seen recently have been the 2 Spider-Man movies, which I quite liked with Tom Holland.
The 2 originals.
No, the latest 2. Spider-Man Going Home or whatever it is, and the other one.
They put
Spider-Man,
Venom on
home,
that
you're
franchise
drunk.
as well.
Yeah.
Because it wasn't in the previous. Which one was the? No, I think it's in the first attempt of Spider-Man, and the third part, Venom came in.
Oh, I've never seen any of them. I don't don't normally watch them. The only reason I saw the Spider-Man Go Home or come home or Can't Get Home was because I was
Spider-Man Phone Home.
Yeah, that's the one. I just happened to be working at the local arts centre, and they needed somebody to do the auditorium. So I thought, well, I'll kill a couple of hours. I get to see the film for free. But actually, I quite liked it. I thought it was good.
I'm trying to remember who the comedian was who said about. He said, "Oh no," he says, "Americans they love." Things that don't exist, like all the Marvel heroes and Harry Potter, Jesus.
Hey, don't lump all those in, right?
There's an interesting little series on Stars TV, which is called Station 11, sci-fi. I've not seen it because I'm yet to buy it, but the book is absolutely brilliant. It's sort of post-pandemic sort of type thing, but it was written way before the pandemic, and actually people started reading it again purely and simply because we were stuck in a pandemic. But it's a really, really good book, and I'm expecting the TV series to be just as good. So it's on Stars TV,
which is what Disney Plus in the UK, isn't it?
Yeah. I mean I'm going to subscribe to Disney Plus at some point.
Do you know, I think I probably watch more Disney Plus than Disney Plus and Apple than Netflix.
I watched
now.
Apple. Yeah.
Apple's
Did you watch
got
Slow
some really good
Horses?
stuff. Yeah, I loved Slow Horses. Can't
so
wait
good.
for the next one. Yeah.
I'm reading the second book now.
Yeah, well, that's
just,
the next.
That's the next 6 episodes, isn't
And
it?
they've also signed up for seasons 3 and 4 as well.
Have they?
Yeah,
brilliant.
It's
Yeah, they've
so
got more
good.
than-
It's one of the
It's
best.
brilliant.
Really good.
Yeah.
Apart from Stranger Things, I don't think I've watched anything on Netflix for months.
Yeah, I need to catch up with a few more of those.
I think after
I'm enjoying
Stranger Things, I'm going to cancel my subscription. I think.
I'm enjoying Stranger
There's no
Things,
point.
but it's all a bit full on. Do you not think?
No.
I think this
Great.
season so far, and I'm only like 3 episodes in.
I'm
I think,
for
it's
it.
I think it's comparable to the first season.
I think it's one of the best because each episode is like an hour and 15 or something
Yeah.
minimum. You're getting to they're really kind of exploring stuff, and they're spending time. Not that they didn't do it well before, but this one it just seems to be just bigger in every way. I'm really enjoying it.
It just all seems a bit. I mean, I am enjoying it, and I'm not, I'm not bored by it. I am really liking it. It just seems like everything's full on all the time. It just comes across that way.
No.
Just me then.
No.
Sort of
Has
like
anybody else watched Pistol?
staying up there and no macro dynamics in it, basically.
Yeah.
Anybody else watch Pistol yet?
No.
No.
Is that on Disney? Is that the?
That's on Disney Plus. That's the Sex Pistol.
Yeah.
Story.
I want to see that. I want to see the Beatles thing.
Beatles. Get Back is
probably
brilliant.
want to see. Was it Pammy and Tommy?
That, no, seriously, that is really good.
Is he really?
I thought I'll give it a go, and I'll probably go nah.
It's entertaining, but it's too long, I think.
I thought it was really, really good, and Lily James is
I like
just
Lily
amazing.
James.
Yeah, she's brilliant. And Stan, was it Sebastian Stan as Tommy Lee is very good. But no, the Pistols thing, I was so dubious about it because, it's a big thing for me, the whole, McLaren, Westwood and Pistols and that whole punk thing. And I saw the trailer and I thought, oh, God, that looks awful. And then, of course, you hear Lydon banging on about it.
Oh, I know, I saw that stuff.
And so I thought, well, I've got it. I'll give it a go. And I watched the first episode and thought, yeah, I'll watch the second one. And yeah, it's actually that there are a few things that they've taken a little bit of dramatic license with, like when McLaren rented out their rehearsal rooms at the back of Denmark Street.
Yeah,
he rented it off one of the guys from Badfinger. And then in the show, they said, oh, yeah, he got it cheap because the guy from Badfinger hung himself in here. Which he didn't. He hung himself at his own studio, not in the one in Denmark Street. So it was just little things, and I'm going, that didn't happen.
Yeah.
However, the other thing that I was really interested in was obviously the fashion, because of the fact that sex was such it was ground zero for all of that stuff, and all the recreations, if they were recreations, I doubt they're originals, have been pretty spot on. So whoever did wardrobe really did their homework, because they've got the Seditionary shirts are spot on. Okay. And then there was they got the the t-shirts, all that stuff. It was they were good, they were done in the right and in the right at the right times, because a lot of these fashions were very specific, because it was all very small periods of time that everything changed. I mean, that shop changed names like 3 times. Yeah. From Let It Rock to Sex to Seditionaries, and then and I thought it was quite interesting that Chrissie Hynde, because Chrissie worked at Sex and was part of that whole scene, but I didn't realise how much there was between her and Steve Jones.
Oh, right.
Or certainly in Steve Jones's mind.
Yeah, because it's based on his book, isn't it?
Exactly, yeah.
Is now a good time to tell you that I walked out of a Sex Pistols gig? No, please don't.
I'm gonna.
I can
No.
understand why.
Let me tell you the story.
Go on.
Yeah, it doesn't hurt.
I want to tell you a story.
I was at college in Scarborough, and they played what was the Penthouse, which is a place. And I used to go to the Penthouse every. It was the only place in Scarborough you could go where you didn't have to dress up to go to see a gig. So I was always in there, and I mean, and I don't remember the gig, to be honest. But I know, but I've chased. I've looked back as to I was definitely there, you know, and I also saw White Snake. Didn't walk out of that one actually.
How can you not walk out with that?
Actually, I mean, I would go and see whoever was on, you know.
Yeah.
And because I said,
thank you.
There was this punk band were on. I had no idea who they were, you know. And me and my mate, we sat there and we hung around for half the first set and thought, this is fucking awful, you know. Not being into punk at all and not really even knowing who they were, you know. So I just left, you know. Yeah. I sort of regret it to some extent. I probably should have stayed, but you know, but not knowing who they weren't very good.
Their records were better than they were
live.
Yeah,
the records were great.
Oh, I don't know, because I watched the last gig in San Francisco.
Yeah, but that's after they learned to play the instruments.
Yeah.
Well, I was just
when they
started,
started,
an hour long.
Is that after the gig, Sid Vicious?
The gigs were an hour long. Well, that gig was an hour long, and it wasn't music. You know, musically it wasn't great, but it was just that energy that was just, you know, it made up for so much.
I mean, 1 hour long.
I also
they knew
went to
60 songs.
Sorry?
No, they'll just repeat. No, I also went to Newcastle to see Generation X.
Okay.
And it was the first time that I'd been at a gig where there was so much just threat of violence even before it. You just knew it was going to kick off.
Yeah.
Managed to stand at the sort of side and watch the band because there was this massive hail of spit. And I mean, the band, the Generation X played for 15 minutes, and the gig was ended when this guy got up on stage with a knife and threatened Billy Idol, and bless him, he put his arm around he put his arm around him and he went, no mate, we don't need any of that. And the minute he took his arm off it, 2 bouncers jumped on him and kicked the shit out of him. You know, and it was certainly an experience because it stayed with me for 40 odd years really. You know,
the other thing that got me about Pistol was the legendary first gig at St Martin's Art College, where they opened for Bazooka Joe, and Bazooka Joe, their bass player was Adam Ant.
That's yeah.
And there is a connection. There's. I thought they might make a little more, and I know they've only got 6 episodes to tell the story from Steve Jones's point of view, but they didn't even make anything of the fact that Adam Ant was the bass player in Bazooka Joe. They just got some. If the only thing they got right was his Eddie Riff T-shirt, and they got that spot on, but it was just like completely missed because it was actually Adam that started to help Sid learn how to play bass. Sid couldn't play bass for love nor money to start with, anyway. Because Glenn Matlock was the most musical of the lot, and then they got rid of him.
Yeah, which that was a bit of a mistake. I mean, you know, because when I saw them, it was before all the Bill Grundy thing, and it was before I saw them on So It Goes. So it was because I saw, because I always used to watch So It Goes. And if you don't, for those of you that don't know, that was a sort of Northwest program, Granada
TV
by Tony Wilson, and it was just brilliant, you know. And I thought, oh, that's that band I walked out of, you know, and, and sort of it dawned on me then that I had sort of missed probably one of the
it's one of those things, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. Yeah,
I remember when I first went to Manchester. And I found where the Lesser Free Trade Hall was, and I just kind of like stood out and thought, that's a place. That's a moment in time. Because
actually, Jane was at university in Manchester, and we went there, and it's some sort of bloody weird sort of hotel type thing now.
Yeah,
and we went in, and I'm thinking, this is where all that this is where the Sex Pistols played, the Buzzcocks, and all the stuff that went on there.
The whole Manchester thing started, really.
Yeah, and I'm thinking, God, why is it still not a hole? You know.
Yeah. Well, I know somebody who was at that gig. Who absolutely was there, because it's one of those things that people say
everybody was there.
I was there. But he was. It was Mark Reeder was there, who's obviously worked with Joy Division, New Order, and various other obviously Factory Berlin and stuff. But he was there, and he told me about the gig, and he said it was shite. It was shite. Yeah. He said, but it wasn't so much. Like you say, it wasn't the music and the songs. It was just the realization that you could do this. You didn't have to be anybody. You could just go and pick up a guitar and just make some fucking noise, and hopefully the four of you could get together and
I thought Yoko Ono proved that first.
You put that
Oh dear.
So, educate me. Were the Sex Pistols the first punk rock band, or just the most noticeable of them?
They weren't the first, was they?
Not
the first single was The Damned, wasn't it? The first punk single was The Damned.
Yeah, but then
the Ramones are early too, right? I mean,
but then
you got to think of American punk and British punk.
Yeah, because in theory, wasn't the stuff about McLaren bringing it over?
Well, he went over to the US and managed the New York Dolls and fucked them up.
Yeah.
And then came back over here and thought he'd try and do the same again.
Mm-hmm.
But no, I mean, they weren't the first. They were, to all intents and purposes, they were kind of the poster boys for it. Because McLaren made sure that everybody knew about them on a national level. Whereas,
yeah, exactly.
You had people like in Manchester, you had Pete Shelley and the Buzzcocks that had been doing this stuff, but it hadn't really caught on. So Pete paid for the Pistols, I think, to come up to Manchester to play that Lesser Free Trade Hall gig, and that really kind of kick-started things in many different ways. You had Frantic Elevators came out of that with Mick Hucknall, and there was the Joy Division. Obviously, was the next obvious one, but I don't think I don't know what would ever be classed. I mean, I suppose if you read books about punk, they'll say this was the first punk single, that was the first. But then, what was the first pop single? What was the first beat single? What was the first heavy metal single?
What was the first ambient?
Well, yeah, exactly. Who knows? It's just one of those things. But I mean,
heavy metal, it's shared between some tracks of Led Zeppelin and early Black Sabbath.
Yeah, I mean, most people would say
Black Sabbath, wouldn't you?
Yeah, it was either Zepp or Sab.
Because the first Zeppelin album was a blues album. There was nothing metal about it at all. But Led Zeppelin 2 was closer.
Because as far as I know, basically it was a kind of a promotion label that disc jockey in one of the radio stations in America decided to assign certain bands that had some similar vibe, because that music is heavy. It's heavy as metal. It's heavy metal.
I mean, you could, I'd said when I was on Mr. Wiggly's show that the first band I really got into was the Heavy Metal Kids, which were not they were not a heavy metal band, and the name came from some book, I think. But then that band live were very punk. Not so much on records, because it was sort of bluesy pub rock type thing on record.
More commercialized.
But certainly live, they were. It was 74, 75, so it's pre-punk, but by about 2 years. But it had that sort of threat at that gig that I was stood outside and wasn't able to get in.
But the thing is, you say who was the first punk? Who was the first heavy metal band?
Yeah, the remote. Well, yeah.
But but were they
punk rocks? I think they were just trying to play rock and roll very fast.
It was, I mean, most of these bands started out just wanting to be what you could say rock and roll bands of whatever. They didn't say we're going to be a heavy metal band, we're going to be a punk band. Those labels were attributed later. in the thing. So, who knows what the first, official punk really. But the thing is, punk, particularly with certainly here in the UK, it was different in the US. But in the UK, the punk movement, punk rock, if we're going to give the music a label, was one small facet of an overall movement that was fashion. It was politics. It was art, culture. Yeah, it was a whole bunch of other things, and then kind of the music came as a result of that, and
like
then with when the Pistols became sort of nationally famous, then everyone would say, well, that's punk. Punk is wearing leather jackets with Mohicans.
It started with fashion.
Yeah, it was
very much a fashion.
And it was sort of short-lived, wasn't it? It was 77 to, or 76 to...
Oh, it was an
over
enema.
by 79, wasn't it? And
it was a cultural...
we had New Wave after that.
Yeah, it was a cultural enema because literally everything at that point from you could say that, the punk movement probably 75, 76 started at a cultural level somewhere, whether it was fashion or art or anything like that. But by the time it became a movement, it only lasted a couple of years. The Pistols, a year or so.
Yeah.
But in that very short space of time, it completely flushed the canvas, and then everything's. Then people started saying, "Hey, we can make our own music, but we don't want to use guitars. We'll use synthesizers." So then you had the likes of Voltaire and Cabaret Voltaire and Human League and all of that stuff. Coming out of Sheffield, of course. Arguably one of the centres of that kind of thing.
Centre of the universe.
Sheffield would like to think so, yes. and it has good argument in that case.
I nearly sold Phil Oakey a hi-fi system when I worked in Sheffield.
Yeah, I remember you saying.
Yeah, every youth movement, to my knowledge, traditionally starts with the first thing you can control with you still living under your parents. It's basically your clothing, your aspect, your external appearance. So you start changing that, and the more you want to belong to a tribe, the more extreme you do that appearance. You change that appearance.
What's ironic is it's the process of individualization, and so you're kind of becoming an individual away from your family, and you're actually just joining a different family.
It's rebellion from one group to another group.
It's just splitting apart from what you don't want to be like. Gary Newman, that's the one.
Yeah. Well, humans have a need.
It's partly why during adolescence your body's flooded with hormones in order to enable that distancing process to take place, so that you're then able to survive. It's a complete survival thing. That you then need to be able to survive on your own and feel like you can. That's why, I don't fucking need you. All that shit goes on.
Yep.
Yeah.
And also, you got to think about the time that punk came
along. My daughter's up tomorrow.
But it was recession, the end of a government
4-day working week.
The
strike.
70s were dreadful.
Yeah, the 70s was a shit time, wasn't it? It was really bad.
Oh God, it was god awful.
Yeah.
I
think those times are coming
literally
again.
bodies piling up. It was not great.
It was horrible.
It sounded shit in UK, but what about the US? Because my rock and roll dreams are basically cemented and born in the 70s.
Well, New York City, where many people would probably argue that the similar sort of scenes were happening, was a bankrupt city that was going to the dogs, and it was just a horrible place. But at the same time, people gathered at clubs like CBGB's, and they had their own fashion sense, and they started their own music sense, and it was a slightly different thing to say what we were experiencing over here. And it's everything's kind of born out of the environment that you're living in at the time, and you're reacting or rebelling against that,
Because this helps me segue to a subject I could not bring up because you changed the subject when you were talking about shows. All my knowledge about UKs in the 70s comes from a distorted place. That's why I want to bring it up and get educated. It's this show that I found brilliant called Life on Mars.
Yeah.
I wouldn't say that's an accurate representation.
No. It's a very glamorous representation.
Yeah. I know it's not, and I tell you why. Because we did our remake. We took the same concept, just put it in Spain. The difference is for what that show told me and for what I think I know about history and what you're gonna correct me now, in UK you were allowed, very roughly, were allowed to protest, to have an independent thought, to be against the system if you wish to. In the 70s.
We didn't have Franco.
Yeah.
Not only Franco, but the equivalent of those constables and how they call them?
All the police
equivalent.
Officers.
Yeah, no, but the hierarchy, the inspectors, the detectives of the Franco Spain were kind of 007 agents.
Yeah.
Literally with a license to kill. So if you stepped out of line by a constable, like my mom did, just because he was sitting with a skirt on a bench, crossing her legs, he got smacked down by a copper, right in the middle of a park, because that wasn't a correct behavior for a little lady.
Yeah. No,
if you went out against the system and tried to protest, or you get caught just painting walls, you could most likely not wake up the next day. And in the show they made it as sugar-coated as Life on Mars British version was. So that's why I know that now it obviously is sugar-coated in its
it wasn't so much
twist.
sugar-coated. No. It was just like
they missed all the ugly bits.
Not all of them. They didn't miss all of them. I mean, they did highlight the fact that it was a deeply racist society at the time, a deeply sexist society at the time. That things were a little grim and things were very brown and dull and drab, and
except for the dog shits, they were white.
Exactly, yeah, dog shit was white. But instead of being a gritty, realistic thing, they took those touchstone points of that period of time and just exaggerated them slightly for dramatic effect. But there were episodes of Life on Mars where there was clear conflict between the attitudes of Gene Hunt and I forget the other the John Sim character who had supposedly gone back in time, and so him doing the right thing, him doing the wrong thing, and there was it did kind of highlight how far we have come as a society from those attitudes in the 70s to where we are in a more modern sense. But I wouldn't say it was
my hair into the shape of a bell end anymore.
Exactly.
Come again?
But also,
yeah, he did.
Well, eventually, yeah. The second one's a bit longer.
I don't. Certainly, where I was living, I don't remember it being particularly racist or particularly sexist.
Okay.
It was. I didn't recognise.
It was. It was.
I mean, no.
Seriously?
Yeah.
It depends.
Where were you living?
I think it depends where you were. I mean,
oh Christ, yeah.
I don't know. I mean, I was living in rural Norfolk, and we used to get all sorts of shit just because we were fucking Italian. We had white skin. When a family of colour moved into the village, it was like, ooh,
I used to go up on Fridays. I used to go up with my mate from work. He lived in a little tenement in Brixton. This is 1979, and think I told you, Robbie, about how he used to have a machete down the side of the dashboard of the Hillman Hunter. And if a copper stopped him, come up to the window, he'd just pull the machete out and tap it on the window at him. And they'd just go, "You're all right, mate." Because he just didn't. You know, it was, not a good time. Not a good time.
Possibly, Merseyside, because Liverpool, we were already used to having immigrants. It wasn't an odd thing. I mean, there's still a massive Chinese community there. There's still a massive black community there. So it wasn't unusual. And I certainly don't remember any racist attitude towards any of the black guys we were at school with.
Okay. Question.
Not from the people. This down in London, it was the police.
Yeah.
Right.
It was all the police.
That's London. It's a different world.
Just 2 points. How? Sorry to ask this. How old were you?
When?
Me.
Yes, us.
Oh.
I was a teenager in the 70s.
Teenager, okay. Because for a child, I understand it would be a little harder to have the right perception of those things happening. Mostly in the 70s, where most of those things were not really out loud spoken words, more like attitudes or behaviors or just mannerisms.
I know it was pretty out there because we used to go to school after watching Jim Davidson.
Oh,
good
night.
See you, Jim.
Night, everyone.
Night, buddy boy.
Oh,
yeah.
We used to watch this comedian called Jim Davidson who would do this character called Chalky. Yeah. And Chalky, Jim Davidson is a white Londoner, and he had this character called Chalky, and he would do the whole voice.
Yeah.
And a lot of the jokes and the skits were based around him getting the shit kicked out of him, or beaten up, or being picked on by the police. Then you had TV shows like
But
Love
Chalky
Thy Neighbour.
was the hero character, though.
Yeah, sometimes played down. Sometimes played down.
I remember being at school, at secondary school. So this was early 70s, and my best mate was an Asian kid, and he would be racially abused on a daily basis, and because he was Asian, I would get abused. Why are you with the black bastard? And all of this sort of business going on, and I'm going, but he's my mate. It's just Graham, because I couldn't see colour, in that sense, He was just my mate, but other kids in the school, and York is there's no black community, there's no real Asian community here. It's a very white, working class as it was then. It's probably more middle class now as York, but certainly, he would get a lot of stick, and consequently, I would be getting a lot of stick with him, and that was just at secondary school.
But it did work both ways though, because because when I started getting involved with a lot of the guys from work, where reggae was just such a big thing at the time. It was massive, but it was very, very underground. And then I got dragged into being in a reggae band, and I'd be the one constantly getting the racial abuse from the other black fellas. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because I was Whitey on the stage. Yeah, literally. Whitey on the stage with the synthesizer. I was literally, my perfect cousin.
Like
you know what I mean?
The white trumpet players in James Brown's band.
Yeah. We go, what?
Just as a contrast, I was born in 73, so in a way, sexism and racism didn't stop in Spain until quite late 80s, and it didn't really stop, it just shut up.
It hasn't really stopped
anywhere. It hasn't stopped here either.
Yeah, over here especially.
But as a contrast...
Oh, yeah, well...
First of all, the Spanish population is already darker, so going the black way wouldn't make much sense. Plus, we had the Spanish Empire made slaves like I guess every other one in the past centuries from Africa. So
yeah. It was interesting though. You see where it gets cut down. It gets cut down from one thing to another because, you get one guy who's black, one guy who's white, and there'd be tensions and stuff like that. And then it could be like, you come from Surrey as opposed to another white guy that comes from Camden. It's everywhere, and it gets just microcosms of the same thing going right down.
My point of contrast is how different racism gets seen at the same time in the same year, but in different countries.
Yeah.
Where we had the biggest spike, and I think it's still there because I think it's endemic. It's never gonna disappear. Is against the Spanish gypsies.
Yeah.
Spanish population. I mean, is the only ethnicity I was told never go to play with.
Yeah.
You don't mingle with them, you don't talk to them, you don't cross paths with them. And later on, the Moroccans. But that one is softened because we still own 2 chunks of Morocco. Both of them, for their own decisions, they decided to stay under the Spanish government.
Yeah.
Because they're very little chance and they have jobs there. It's a little like
Gibraltar,
yes.
Yeah.
They decided to stay British because they pay better. They pay better. They had better government and they have better everything.
I think if you look at most Western societies, they one group that's always been, I'll use the phrase mistrusted, has always been gypsy communities. So
there's a fucking good reason for that.
I was trying to be,
No.
Then they had it coming.
In the UK we had issues with what were then Irish gypsies, so itinerant workers, which then sort of morphed into New Age travellers, and Swampy and Co. and but even in Romania, the Roma gypsies are not exactly welcomed in their own country. There is just a distrust of people who don't have their roots set in stone, so to speak.
Different. Yeah.
Can I talk?
Yeah.
Can I reply to that? I'll just express here what it's been poured onto me in Spain about the Spanish gypsy community. Okay? They're straight descendant from Egyptian pharaohs. They're of a higher status and they're a higher hierarchy of blood. That's why they believe that was what they proclaim.
Yeah.
They don't want to stain their bloodline with filthy white people.
Right.
So they create their own self-created, and I don't understand why this word is so touchy, but it seems I'm socially awkward in the world. Their own ghettos. They create their own towns, they create their own cities. The difference nowadays in 2024 is because of many attempts of the white community to integrate the gypsy community, to absorb them so they stop living outside the law.
Yeah.
They're living in actual modern flats, modern builds with bills and, well, whenever they pay them, with bills and water and supplies.
Yeah, there does seem to be a common theme in ignoring the rule of law.
But they still, amongst them, they rule by the gypsy law, by the clan, by the family. They just marry among each other, and if they mix, they get chastised.
Yeah.
In fact, the word is I like to explain because it needs to explain it. the word the gypsies call the non-gypsies in Spain is payo, which is an abbreviation of payaso, which is the Spanish word for clown, white-faced clown. So every non-gypsy is a payo. So they segregate themselves. Some of them because they actually don't know any better, they know how to get out of that, and the others because they make a big heck of a business. 50% of before all the more powerful people came into.
Oops. Fuck. As in totally.
Get the Viagra to Kent.
That's a Gaz Williams moment right there.
I have just splashed coffee all over the monitors.
Oh no!
Oh fuck me! Hang on. It looked like the cup was going to drop, and I tried to grab it and actually smashed it up all over fucking everything. Brilliant.
Right. I'm going to leave you guys.
I'm going to love you, leave you too.
Yeah, actually,
it's.
Yeah,
is it
6.5 hours?
Yeah, it's 2 in the morning. It's oh shit. And I'm just destroying. Man alive.
Kent's got some synthesizers to fix tomorrow.
Yeah. Fortunately, the
they're on his desk.
Relatively waterproof. So got like wanky hanky nearby. Here we go.
Lovely.
Whoa. Well, that's handy.
It's not standing up stiff, is it?
Definitely going now.
Good night, everybody.
I'm gone.
See you
later, guys.
Take care, everyone. Look after yourselves.
See you tomorrow.
See you later.
Bye bye.